Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Kismet. We're ready to get this fired up today. I hope you're having a good holiday season. We're coming up on it. Yeah, a couple more days, everybody. I hope you've had a good holiday season so far. I know a lot of us just want to get to the holidays and then act like this year never happened. Act like 2020 never existed. Let's just erase it all from our memory and skip straight to 2021. How about that? Hopefully a year of crossplay, a year of awesome games, a year of hope and prosperity for everybody. I hope so. That's how I always think of the future. Hopefully in a positive way. Things will work out. Right now, we're going to have some fun, though. We're going to get into it here in the mega stream. We're going to keep going on Stream Raiders. Holy mackerel, we're tier 43. 43 right now, trying to crush that 44. It looks like we're real close. A couple more battles, we'll get into 44. Don't know if we're going to get to 45 this time, but we're going to try really, really hard. Yesterday, did battles all day. I forgot when I even stopped. I think it was like 10, 11 hours, 12 hours of battles. It was a lot of battles. We're going to do a lot more battles today. Of course, we're going to be playing the wonderful Satisfactory. We're going to be checking in on the Christmas update. We have a bunch of stars running. We want to make sure that those stars finish so that we can go and take those stars and turn them in for the final tree. And then we'll have that event done. We're also going to look at our advent calendar, see what's up in there, see if we got any more goodies for whatever we're doing, which is very cool. And of course, we're going to be working on the factory itself, doing a lot of really fun stuff, doing a lot of underbuilding where we have a whole level where we're running all of our stuff. And then we're running it up to, of course, our main central hub. We're going to be in there working on all of that today. So we got lots to do. We got to get into it. EMZRT coming in, showing some love. I seriously hope that they stop FICS MAS soon. Why is that? It's annoying. What are you talking about? FICS MAS is awesome. It's awesome. I love it. It's a lot of fun. They actually said you can keep all your stuff, by the way. If you do take and make yourself like a whole tree farm and all that stuff, you will get to save that in your build, but you won't get the recipes after FICS MAS is over. So if you want to build yourself a little separate factory that has all the stuff for the Christmas event and keep it year-round, you're welcome to do so. Me, I'll probably take it out and then retool my factory since it's taking a big section of my factory right now. I like to have holiday themes in the holiday itself. Now, it tells you how well they did on this this event. Really cool to have a different events, you know, like holiday events, like Halloween and New Year's and all that kind of fun stuff. It'd be great to have those kind of rotating events in there. So there you go. There you go. Well, there you go. There you go. All right, so let's get into it, man. I just totally wandered off there. Let's get into it. We got lots to do. Let's go. Just so you know, I'm on a bunch of allergy medicine right now. I'm trying to fight back this whatever I got. I'm feeling it's majorly allergies. I got a thing running in the background which filters the air and all sorts of stuff. Taking a lot of medicine, so if I drift off like that, like I literally just drift. I might be a little loopy today, but then again, how is that different from really any other day? So let's get into it, everybody. Let's start our first battle off today. This one shouldn't be too tough. We've got, this is going to be pretty easy, I think, for you guys. Not too many peeps. Where am I feeling? Where am I feeling? Feeling up or left? Yeah, right there. I'll wipe these peeps out. Get ourselves a win today. Come and join us, everybody. You can follow that link right there in the chat. You can go ahead and join us in the battle board here. You can find me or Captain Kismet. It is free to play. You can play it on mobile and on desktop. It's called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun game. Absolutely love it. Boom! There we go. All right, we're in Satisfactory. As you can see, I've got my presents coming to and fro. They're generating over there, and then they're being split in multiple directions to create all the stuff for our Christmas event. Now, I only played it for a couple days a week. I don't play it 24/7, though I could. This game is very fun. Over here is where it's actually producing those stars. So it's just a matter of time now that we have it all set up in such a way that it will produce the candy canes and these decorations. And see, we've got over here, it's 1.2 per minute, and it's actually boosted I could actually probably produce these if I had it making more of these decorations. Probably could have it done by now. But let's go see where we're at. Let's see. We got 100, 200, 311. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. 311. Sounds good to me. Now we need to go up to our hub. Let's get over there. Actually, let's turn our sound on. How about that? That sounds like a plan. There we go. Let's go ahead and run on up here. Oh, I just noticed I'm in 1920 by 1080. Am I in the lower thing? I think I am. What the heck? Oh, yeah. I could totally tell. Yeah. All right, I'm not going to fix that right now, though. Normally I'm playing in 4K. I could totally see the difference in the textures in 1920 by 1080. But normally I'm playing in 2160 is what they call it, 2160p or 4K, which is really nice. Oh, super crisp and clear in 4K. But that's okay. See, if you don't know the difference, then you can't really spot it all that well, I find. But man, once you go, man, it is just super sharp and clear and awesome. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Where did I leave off? I left off on day 16, I think. Yeah, day 16 from last week. I know 17 was here somewhere. I thought that one was 18's there. Don't tell me now. Of course, part of the fun is me figuring it out. Now, I know I've seen 17. It was like written somewhere like this. It was like a white one. I don't know why my brain remembers that for some reason. But I thought that's what it was. But then again, I shouldn't look for it like that just in case that's not it. There's 21 there. Again, don't tell me. Part of the fun is finding it. Plus, I'm not going to look at the chat anyway. So, there you go. All right, I'll look at it after I find these because that's all part of the fun. There's 23. There's 19. Why is it that I always end up with the one that's the hardest to find? I can find everyone but that one. Now, here's what it is. When you can't find the one you're looking for, then you get systematic on it. You go back and forth, right? 25, and then you go 14. There's 18. 7, and you really want to look in these trees and stuff. Like that 12 was really hard. That one was tough to find. 20, 24. Ah, there it was. See, it was on that tree. I knew it was written somewhere. Oh, hey, thanks for those barrels. We'll take that. All right, 17 down. Spoiler alert, everybody. 18 over here. Candy cane, right like that, and then 19, where are you hiding, little 19? Again, there's 21, 22, oh, 19 was on his hand, yeah, there it is. Oh, hey, I could actually use that. 19, and then we know where 20 is right in the center. Got some snow. All right, awesome. Now, this is the advent calendar for the event, which is pretty fun. And then 21. Where do we see 21? There's 22. You know where that is. 21 was on the side of that. Yeah, that's where it was. All right, and we got some of this. All right, no problemo. 22. Oh, and some tickets. Oh, that's the best thing in there. I like some tickets. 25 was up here. 23 was... Where did I see that 23? Right there on the cup. Oh, we can't do 23 yet. 23 is tomorrow. And then I guess just 24, 25. Yeah. Yeah, that we'll probably come back after the holiday and do the rest of those. But I think we get 23 in tomorrow. Because we're going to be playing Satisfactory today and tomorrow, so we're going to get into it. So yeah, a little bit of goodies. I think the tickets are probably the best of all of that stuff right there. Because tickets do take a while to generate. I really enjoy the event. I think it's pretty fun. Now, we're up here on the top level here where I have my resources running to. And there's actually, these are tied in now. You can see I've got my stuff tied in there. If it's not full, most likely it's not tied in. I mean, it's not tied into my main resource generation. Another way you can tell is just come around the back and look, right? See which ones actually have the connectors. In this case, we've got that going. We've got our plates coming up. Nice to have our plates going now. Look at that. Wow, our plates are really cranking now. We were really struggling at the beginning of the game for those plates because we should have set them up probably earlier, but there you go. Now this double backs on the way down. See that? It goes down and doubles up and so on. And we'll work on all of these so they're all up on what I call a lift wall. And we'll put in a lift wall and have them run along there nicely. But right now we're just trying to work on optimizing not only the amount we're producing stuff, but the look of the stuff. And so we got all that taken care of. So let's head on back down here. Now you might notice, if you haven't been in the stream for about a week, that there's like no factory out there anymore. It's like, whoa, Kismet, where the heck, whoa, where did all your stuff go, bro? Well, some of it went up there, like my hub and all of that stuff. And I tore down all that spaghetti. I tore down all of that stuff. And the reason why I did that was to organize my base way better than it was before. Now, if once you kind of learn the basics of Satisfactory, you want to learn how to do things not only efficiently, but also beautifully. Beautifully, like in the case of this here, where it's all being bottom fed. It's being fed from underneath. And you got your nice catwalks, and you got your lifters and whatnot. And the actual footprint of your factory is a lot smaller. As you can see, the first line here is producing my concrete. As you can see, the limestone's coming in on that side, and then on this side you can see down there the concrete going out. Now I have the two production lines butt up next to each other, which is really a cool way of doing it. If you do it just right, you can actually put them literally right next to each other like that. And then you can see that this one is going out on that side with plates, and it's coming in on this side with that raw ore, with those ignits, there they go, into there, and it's producing our iron plates. Now, we have what we call the rule of 8. The rule of 8 when you're working with iron is you have three plates, right? 3 constructors of plates, and then you have 2 that are doing iron rods, and then down here at the end, we have 3 that are doing screws. That's the rule of 8. That's enough, just enough, perfectly set up to run 2 of these over here, which are our assemblers making our plates. So it's over here making those plates wonderfully. Now, before you do all of that, though, you're going to need a lot of this over here, which is our smelters. These are all smelting all of that raw iron, which you can see down there somewhere. That raw iron that comes in, there it is in the back side of it. And then it's coming over here, and then it's running those ignits down the line, and it's running them over to there. Now, it's also splitting it to the other side because we're running another line. We're running a second line where we're getting that going on as well. So we'll go up here. We'll see how we're doing. Yeah, this is rocking that out every 30 parts per minute, cranking those all out. And again, if we jump down here, we can see that we have kind of like a service level, aka the sandwich level is what it's mostly called. And that sandwich level is wonderfully micromanaging all of our lines so that we don't have to have it where we're running it through the middle stuff. And again, when you start working vertically, that's when you really get power over this game. When you really kind of master that that multiple line run, as you can see, I'm running one up above and below. I'm running a single line down here because that's 240, and the one up above is a 120, so it's faster than my actual belt. So I got to run 2 separate belts. But this one runs down, and it runs into the last 2. And this one right here, which is the third one, is actually an overflow of both sides. So you got so many on this side, 5, and you got 2 on this side. And then when you have that overflow, that 6th one is like 0.33 from that one and 0.66 from this one, and you combine those together to 0.9, almost a full run there. And you can see I'm running it back, all the excess back, to be running that final one. Now later on, we're actually going to be using our concrete in our production. But right now you can see it's stopped. And that's the way I like to do my production. I like it to go and then stop, right? I like to fill up one box and then completely turn it off. Now, you can have it continuously run if you want to, and if, say, you're trying to generate tickets or whatever it is you're trying to do, that's perfectly valid as well. But as you can see over here, same thing. We got our concrete coming down, and then that concrete combines, merges together because it doesn't go faster than my actual belt, which I'm using level 3 belts. I use probably 90% of the time after tier 4, I use level 3 belts. Why? Because they're easy to make. Steel's fairly easy to make. And we're going to be revamping our steel today, so you're going to see how I do that. As well as they're kind of the all-around good speed for just about everything. Right, now later on, of course, to maximize our factory, we'll want our belts to be combined even more, and we'll get into the high-end aluminum belts and all of that stuff later on. But right now, we're just kind of having fun, and we're not trying to be in any hurry, because we have, I've played through the game 20, 30 times. I've got to nuclear power. We've done all that stuff before. But what we decided to do is just say, oh, hold on a second. Let's just stop here at tier 6 and just go ahead and make everything beautiful. Now, you might notice that this yellow up above here, that's my road. That's a primary freeway for me to go to and fro. And I was talking about how to bridge things across from one thing to another. And we can see that by using it underneath the thing, there's no obstructions. There's no obstructions from bringing those ignits from over there to over here. Right? And you can see that's running in nicely. And you can see it's also running in this direction over here. And it's running up to these constructors. Now, these constructors are also the rule of 8, where we go ahead and we feed that main line up there. And you can see our plates coming through. And then also, if you notice that our plates rise up. The reason why our plates rise up right there is you don't want to combine your plates and your rods together. You don't want them to be in the same line. Because plates you need later for the assembler, which is actually at the end of this line as well. See the screws coming down there. But right here, this is generating our rods. And those rods are being run across here. And then you'll see them being run over here, up into here. And that'll get going. Now, when I see it's been a little while since stuff is running, there we go. It makes me a little nervous as to the amount of stuff that it's running. But right now, we'll go ahead and check in on all of that stuff. And why is that not running at full speed and all of that. But we'll go ahead and have this then. These rods will feed in here. They'll feed up to the upper part. The screws will then come down and then be fed right up here into our assemblers at the end. Again, we call it the rule of 8. The rule of 8 is, again, that combination of 3 plates, 2 rods. The rods then become screws, which you have 3 screw constructors, and then those will run to assemblers like this. Now, right now, I can see that my screws are going a little bit slower. Now, normally this happens when your production is not at full strength or full speed. There's something slowing it down. In this case, it's most likely that what it's doing is because it uses an overflow method or kind of like the first one overflows and then it flows into the next one and the next one, it's not equally giving all of the constructors the same amount of stuff. So as you can see, it's taking a bit longer because the screws are at the end. Now, I could force feed some screws in there, but what I really want to do is figure out why that is. Why is it not perfectly balanced? Why is it not going? And that's because of the same reason over here. When you're using an inline method, what happens is the first one gets most of it, and then the last one is usually starving for that particular thing. Like in this case, you can see this one has 100, right? And then we'll go look at the last one way down here, and we'll see if this one is starving or if it's just taking its time. See, that one's starving for iron ore way down there at the end. So that's what's causing it to go a little bit slower. Now, what we want to do is figure out the numbers, right? What is our numbers here? What are we feeding in? Why is it not feeding it across the entire thing? So if we take the 240, we can see that first one's working, but something down. Oh, look what happened. Oh, there it is right there. Because that number should work out is what I was about to say, but you can see I did something there. Now, how did I do that? I accidentally took out that part right there. And usually that happens when you're holding down control. You hit F and you hold down control and you're just going crazy. That's when that kind of stuff happens. And it should be an obvious thing. When you eyeball the conveyor line and it's not just cranking away, that should be a red flag for you. I didn't do that on purpose. I did that completely on accident. And what that's doing right there, as I can tell you already, is this is coming down. That's going into there, but it's only feeding the first one. Because I brought that up because I wanted to bring that other line over. over to there is the reason I think I brought that up. So I need to connect this from up here down to here, but it's too close. So we got to figure out, okay, wait a minute, what's going on here? Let's go ahead and take this out. Let's figure out why our thing was up there like that in the first place. I think I was readjusting it somehow, but I think it'll still work here on the bottom. So let's go ahead and readjust this. Let's put that into there. Let's bring this down to there. Let's go ahead and put back in our lifter. Again, the second I saw that, I knew there was something going on. I could just see it from the belt. When I ran up on the belt, see, look, this is how it should be. Watch this. All of a sudden, you should be getting crazy tons of these coming down the line. See? Now that is going to all of them. And because it uses an overflow method, all the rest of them now are out of iron. They used up all the iron that they had in them, and so it's not overflowing into the next one, into the next one, into the next one. And this is a 240 line. This is a pure node. So if we take it, we divide it out. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. She hasn't been listening to me lately because my voice has been messed up. What's 240 divided by 30?
It's 8.
240 divided by 30 is 8. So the rule of 8 again applies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's exactly the right amount of forges that are needed for that amount of input. Now, I actually have a lot of this backlogged, typically behind here. Actually, I'm not sure if I did on this one. Yeah, you know I didn't. I don't have it backlogged. Normally I have it backlogged so it would go even faster. It would go 270, which is the speed of the belt. But this will catch up here in a minute. You'll see it start to go down the line. Now, we need to look at it and make sure that every single one of these is lifting. There we go. Lifting this ore up there. And again, the one at the end is the one that's going to be most starved, right? The one at the beginning is the one that's going to have the most. And it should start to backlog. There we go. Backlog, backlog. This one right here is going to go at an even pace and then should all of a sudden start to slow down and then just kind of go a little slower like this one's doing over here. See the comparison? See, this tells me that this one's not filled yet, and that one over there tells me that it is filled. And as it uses one, it then feeds one in. Right, now watch the difference as this one eventually fills. There we go. Now watch as it just feeds one at a time. And then now it's overflowed into this one. Right? Now you don't want that to stop because now you have to wait for it to completely get up to speed. And this is the biggest drawback of an inline run. I call that inline, or some people call it an overflow setup. But I call it inline because otherwise you would be, splitting from behind. The thing about splitting from behind or straight splitting is that it's more even. Meaning that if you split it here and then it goes, it always splits them evenly between all of them. As opposed to filling this one, filling the next one, filling the next one, filling this one. That takes a while for it to spin up. But eventually, once it is in full production, all of these will be running evenly the entire time. Especially if you create a backlog first and then you let it run at the maximum speed of your belt based on, because this only feeds in at 30 and this is being fed in at 270, right? So you want to have that backlog typically just in case that stuff happens or you're rearranging it and whatnot. You can feed it in there as fast as possible, get it up to full production, and then you're off and running. Now, we also have that same problem with our ignits, right? So our ignits are now behind, and our ignits need to go in, fill this one with ignits, and then fill the next one, and fill the next one, and so on, until it gets all the way to the end, and then that will be up in full production. So we're going to let that run for a while. So there we go. Let me catch up on chat here. Oh, let's see. AG coming in. Space Engineers looks better, and it's better than this game Satisfactory. What's up with everybody today? Everyone's so negative in my chat today. Yeah, I have Space Engineers. Space Engineers is awesome. I haven't played it yet, though, but I got it on my list. Oh, what the heck is that all about? It's so weird when people come in your chat and they're like, this game sucks, and you suck, and this sucks. Everything sucks. I like this game better, and everything sucks. I don't get it. But hey, you know, you're welcome to your opinion. I think Satisfactory is one of the greatest games of all time. It's already a 10 out of 10. This is only early access, bro. This is early access. It's I strongly disagree. I think it's absolutely one of the very few games that's a 10 out of 10. Actually, it's an 11 out of 10 in early access. I would not listen to that guy at all. It has one of the greatest building in any game, not just a game. And I've been around. I'm the OG. I'm the original gamer from the 70s, from the very first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey. I've played Atari, Amiga. I've played mainframes. I've done stuff on silicon graphics machines. I've used $1,000,000 computers to do what Photoshop does today. Tell me, I've been around, bro. And I can tell you, this is an exceptional game. It is an exceptional game, and it's only in early access. The amount of stuff you could add to this game is incredible. You just go look at the mod list they have for this. They got so many epic mods for this game. It is incredible. Now, of course, you're playing with a crew. You come in here. I can't wait for servers. They said maybe next year. The second we get a server, everybody, boom! We're going to invite everybody in. We're going to have a good old time. Yeah, we're going to tap every node. We're going to build some mega bases. Now, it's already multiplayer now. You can multiplayer, but I would prefer it to be on a persistent server so no one has to host it, right? Because if you're the host, you're the one who's getting the frames reduction big time. Because this ain't your mama's building game. This is a serious game right here. This is all in, this one. You got to have a good video card. You want to go crazy like me. Because I played in 4K normally. I forgot to turn my 4K back on again. I've been testing recording 4K. Just to be sure, you're playing unmodded. Yes, I always play unmodded. And the reason why, and I don't even use alternate recipes. Even though I have them, I can use them. The reason why I don't do that is because a lot of people come into my stream to discover new things. They come in to discover new games and how do you do this and how do you do that. And I always feel like what you want to do is you want to learn those principles of the game first, the whys. The why are you doing it? Kismet, why are you doing this? Didn't you have a whole factory already built? Weren't you already at tier 7? Couldn't you have just gone on and done nuclear power? I sure could have, like I did many times before. But there's something about taking the time and learning these techniques and learning how to run that underneath it. So you're only using, look how much of that I'm using, right? That's like 2.5 of foundations wide. That's how much I'm using for that thing. And that's going to produce a lot of plates, which is typically one of the biggest first hurdles in the game. I mean, making plates and making rods and making screws, that's fairly easy. Making limestone, fairly easy. But the thing that always trips you up and the thing that you're usually behind on is those plates, is those reinforced iron plates. So understanding how to get past that hurdle and how to make it look beautiful is one of those things that make this game amazing, incredibly amazing. So over here, same thing, right? So how to get all your forges lined up, how to figure out the numbers, how to identify when you think it's not working. And you're like, wait a minute, why is there only 1 or 2 ignits coming down that line, right? Look at it now. Look at it now. That's what you should be seeing. You see 1 ignit going down that line. You're like, whoa, what the heck? What happened to my factory, right? Well, I disconnected it. That's what happened. But that's how it should look. And I know that's how it should look. And the second you know that, that's when you got the power. That's when you got that power. That knowledge, man, is the thing you need the most. Look at it cranking in there now. Now it's pumping those babies out. Now, where are those going? Well, those are all being merged together over here. Because this whole entire setup over here is for 2 things. It is for concrete and reinforced iron plates. I already have plenty of rods and plenty of screws and plenty of all that. But that's what they're doing right here. And you can see it's running way over there. So we can see one come down. There's a couple of them. And they're running way over there. And by the way, you can also use belts as transport. That's what we used to use before they had hypertubes. Very, very cool. And so that's really the 2 things that I need right now. I don't need the other stuff. I have plenty of that. And if I need it, I can also just tell it to stop on that part of the production, backlog some of that, and be just fine. So there we go. So how to underfeed your factory. So that is basically your iron and your concrete. Your 2 most important. Now, your concrete, I would say, is number 1. Because everything that you see here is built from concrete at some point, right? All the foundations, walls, constructors, all of this stuff uses that concrete. So you're going to need a lot of that. So that's usually the first priority for me, is to get those going. And I'm running it at a level of over 300 limestone right now, because I'm doing 240 and 120. So it's really 360 limestone that I'm running in and running that out to a point in which it's full. I got more than enough. It keeps the box nice and full. I could also keep it running. I could have it, I go, okay, now that it's full, run all the rest into the awesome sink. And we'll work with that later on. Now, what should I work on next? Well, way over here, I have it actually producing some ignits that goes along with the Christmas event, right? And what it's doing is it's bringing in a ton of copper right now. And this is the way you would traditionally do it, right? You put it on the ground, you run a bunch of stuff behind there, and then that goes ahead and it runs in the front. You're like, whoa, Kismet, you got like double decker there. Yeah. What that was doing was it was feeding up, running it back, and then feeding it under again, and then running into whatever kind of production I wanted to do, whether it was cable, wire, whether it was copper sheets, all of that stuff, that was right here, including a whole bunch of other stuff that went off over there and became Spaghetti City, right? That's what we built, Spaghetti City over here, which I think is funny. I love building Spaghetti City because I know it triggers not only my chat, it triggers people who are very first coming into the channel like, oh God, what are you doing, Kismet? Why are you running these lines all over the place? And then it triggers me too because I can't handle it either. I don't like it to run like that either. And we see we've got a bunch of extra stuff sitting right over here. It looks like we disconnected our power. How do I know that? Because it's no longer running. That's turned off. So somewhere back here, we've managed to disconnect our power to our awesome sinks. And we need to keep that running. Way over here. I can see it's running to this. From over there. Oh, that's running there. Huh. Why is that stopped? Ah, no, that's connected. I bet you this is SAM ore. I bet you that's what it is. Ah, ha, ha! Called it. Called it. Yeah, you can't put SAM ore in the thing. Where you at, SAM ore? All right, let's get all that out of there. Now, watch this. We're going to have some of this on the line. We got coal. But we can just grab this SAM ore out of there. Now, grabbing it in there is real tough. You can get that one. But this one right here is pretty tough. Normally, you got to crouch, and you got to get in there, and you got to give it a little something, something. But you know what's even easier? You just take the whole belt out. Take the belt out, run it again. Oh. You see if it's working. There it goes. All right. Now I'm just getting rid of all that extra stuff. Whenever I see that, when I check it to see if it's got power first. That's usually your first problem. The second problem here is this SAM ore got in there somehow. And so, go ahead and take that out and let it finish up. There they go. All right, now that's going to get rid of all of that. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got over here versus what we got on the other one. I feel like we could probably balance this out a little bit. And I got a bunch of other stuff on me too. Iron ore, copper ore. Let's get rid of that. Let's try not to put the SAM ore in there. SAM ore is the highest in ore in the game. It does nothing right now because, again, this is an early access game. And normally I don't rate early access games. I don't come in and say, hey, you know, this game is the worst thing ever, because it's still a work in progress, right? So if you come in and say, oh, this game sucks and da-da-da-da-da, it'd be like, you know, hey, you know, that bike that you're building there? Well, hey, it's only got one wheel. That sucks. Well, duh, I haven't put the other wheel on it yet. I always find that kind of stuff funny. Again, I don't know what possesses people to do that, but you know what? That's on them. They're welcome to do their thing. I'm going to do mine. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do this over here and put that into there. Let that run out a little bit faster. Take this third one out. And that's going to go ahead and finish up. Now, what we've been doing is we've been running a tremendous amount of excess stuff in there. Now, I had a bunch of production here, and I took it all out so I could... look at those up there. So I could just run it into the awesome sink. What do we got up here? We got some serious stuff in here too. Oh wow, why didn't I run that out? I did not run any of this out. Wow, okay. That needs to run out too. Oh, now I need to make I'll just make another awesome sink over here. That's what I'll do. Move that awesome sink a little closer. Run over here. Boom. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to get these to run into there too. So, that is an input. That is an output. There we go. I probably picked the one with nothing in it. That's always how it goes, everybody. All right, that one's empty. Take that one out. This one's got screws in it. And you're like, well, Kismet, why are you going to run that out like that? Well, the reason why I'm going to run it out is so that I don't have to manage it, right? When you have a lot of excess loot and stuff like that, you're going to have to manage it. You're going to have to pick it up and move it from here to there and the other place and all of that. When you really don't want to. You really don't want to do that because you can always make that stuff again. And you can make it to a really huge degree to where you don't really even need to spend the time moving it from place to place. Right? Like I've already got plenty of all of this. And so I can just go ahead and run that one into there. And then we can go ahead. Let's have a little fun with this one. Trigger the chat a little bit. More Spaghetti City here. And run that back. I don't think we're going to get that in there. Let's try that. Now this doesn't matter because this is only temporary. That one going the other way? That one must be going the other way. The reason why I know that's going the other way because it doesn't allow me to go into the merger. Now, one of the cool things, too, if you put a merger on an existing line, you can take it back out nice and easy like that. Hard for me to tell down here. Yep, that's an output. I can see the little arrow. This is the output here. Other one was an input. Again, all you can do, you can just go in and do this until it, there we go, until it lets you do it. It's like a little roller coaster. Now, again, it's your game. You can do it however you want. If you want to do Spaghetti City, you go right ahead. We're going to do that battle here in just a second. You want to do Spaghetti City, you go right ahead. You do whatever you want. I already did that, and that's how I ended up with all of this stuff sitting here like this. And instead of me taking it and moving it and moving it and taking all that stuff, I'm just going to run it in there, get a bunch of tickets, allow me to unlock a bunch of stuff, and then I'm just kind of clearing this entire area, and I would just remake those resources as I need them. Now, over here, again, you can see that we are running a bunch of stuff. And here in this section, we were working on a bit of our next step where we've got a bunch of these all in a row. Over here, we've got a bunch of these. Let's just go to this last one. And we're figuring out the offset, right? How can we run it in such a way to think of what the end result is? See, in the beginning of the game, you haven't unlocked stuff. So what you're doing is you're making rods and you're making plates and you're doing all of those things. But you're not necessarily thinking, hey, I'm going to make some reinforced iron plates, right? You're not necessarily thinking that. You're thinking, okay, I got to make rods, I got to make plates, and then I got to make screws. But if you're thinking of it more in the later game, you're thinking, oh, I'm making these things to make the next thing. Like here, right? So I'm making iron plates and screws. And to make screws, I have to make rods, because rods go and turn into screws, and then screws, of course, run into here with iron plates and make reinforced iron plates. And as you can see, I do have an alternate recipe, and I could use that alternate recipe, which uses iron plates and screws at a higher rate, and you end up with more at the end, which is actually a really good one. That's why I picked that one. But I don't typically do those in the beginning, so that, because you may not have the same thing as me, and then you're not able to figure it out, right? You're like, oh, Kismet, I don't have that. How do you do that? How do you get that? Well, it's random. It's really a random thing that you get, and then you choose from random patterns that you'll find out in the world. And the big thing we want to work on now is our modular frame. And you can see I'm kind of just working across in here to our modular frame. So how do we do our modular frames? Well, our modular frames are based on the reinforced iron plates that we already have, right, that we're already producing. How many reinforced iron plates are we producing? Well, it's pretty easy to figure out. It goes out at 5, and we have 4 of them, so it's about 20. So we go, okay, 20. Okay, so we got 20 of those going. what do we need to make enough rods to deal with 20, right? So how many of these assemblers do we need? It's just based on 20. So let's ask Suri. Hey, Suri, what's 20 divided by 3?
That would be about 6.
6. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, that's where we left off last time. So we know we need 6 assemblers. And each of those assemblers are going to make so many modular frames. They're going to make 2. So 6 times 2 is going to be 12 modular frames, which is actually a pretty decent amount of frames. That's a pretty decent. Now, of course, we're going to need rods too, right? Which is what these things are for over here. And we need to think about how are we going to get our items to go into here. And we need to also forge this behind here. We also need to forge it. Now, the thing I remember is we needed to move it forward last time because we want to bring up that raw resource. We want to use the forges. We need 3 forges. That's why I have 3 of them. We need 3 forges to create the rods that we need because we're already creating the plates. That's easy. But we need to create the rods, right? So what we can do is we can kind of smash it all together up at the upper level, or we can bottom feed it from underneath. I like to feed the raw materials from underneath, and I also like to put the final product underneath as well, because you have no obstructions. See, up here you've got your machineries, you've got wall, you've got lines, you've got stuff, your conveyors and hypertubes and all that other stuff that you might have up here at this higher level, where underneath you don't have any obstructions. If you go down here, whoa, look out, everybody. It's about a jetpack. Look, I had that jetpack on. I actually looked first before I jumped. Down here, you can see there's no obstructions. There's nothing blocking us other than maybe a hypertube that might be in the way at some point. But other than that, we really just want to feed it from down here. Now, we're going to obviously have to extend that, so we're going to go flying off the side there. But that was a lot of fun. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is figure out the spacing, right? The spacing of set by this. Now, also, we want to figure out the alignment, too. Right? How do we align all of the things so they're nice and straight as well? And that's what we were working on last time. And you can see this is too close, right? We're going to have this make ignits, take those ignits, and then those ignits are going to go into rods, right? And we've already got them in here, and we kind of got a general idea of how many rods we need. But if we're going to do 6 of these, we have to take 6. Oops, not right thing. We need to take 6 times 12, right? And so this is 12. So if we look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're like, well, wait a minute. I thought you needed 6. Well, the reason why you don't need 6 is because you have an overflow of 3 on each one. So 3, 3, 3, 3, and 3, which equals that 6th one. So you don't need the 6th one. You just need the 5, right? Because this goes in at 12, and this comes out at 15, right? So that's just learning the numbers, how to do the numbers. Now, you don't have to do the numbers at all, by the way. You can just put it in there, let it run out, do whatever you want to do. But doing the numbers is fun. I find that incredibly fun, trying to find that good balance. Now, let's go ahead and do this battle before I go on too long, and then we'll go and we'll do some more battles all day long. Let's do it. Hope you're feeling better. I'm on some allergy medicine right now. Everybody should play what they want. No reason to be a sucky person. Yeah, I don't know why people would come in and do that. But, hey, you know what? They got their opinion. Oh, well. Maybe they got some chip on their shoulder. Somebody did them wrong. I don't know. I think Satisfactory is incredible. I think it's an incredible game. And of all the peeps around here, I would know. I've played all the games. I played them all. Well, at least all the genres of games. I was there before gaming was popular. I knew it would grow to be the #1 thing in the world. I knew it. I knew it 30, 40 years ago. Before some peeps were even born. Open captain's chest. Bam! Let's see. I'm in it for the beer. LOC. Subi coming in overall MVP as well. Look at that with 15 kills. Way to crush it, guys. Right off the bat, kicking some booty. We're going to do battles all day long, so if I run a little bit behind, I'm just trying to finish my thoughts there. I'm also on some heavy medicine right now, allergy medicine. I think this is allergies more than it's anything else. So I'm on some heavy allergy medicine. So expect me to be more loopy than normal. This doesn't look good. The way this is set up is pretty iffy. Yeah, that's our tougher one down there in the corner. I'd probably say here, hit this one and then swing for that one. Yeah, I'm going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon for this one. Even though this one's a lesser... This one's a level 1, but it has a lot of units backing it up. And if we push into that one, hopefully, instead of it turning around and going back that way, it will go down and take out this tougher one, which is that level 5. Or maybe I should have went here and then definitely pushed down. Then he might have went left. I don't know. We'll see what happens. That's part of the fun, trying stuff out. Right? There we go. Knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe! Yeah, exactly. Knowing is half the battle. In fact, knowing is all the battle. It's not just half the battle, it's all the battle. Then, of course, I guess doing is a portion of the battle too, but I would say knowing is the battle. Because once you know, then you're good, right? And then nothing else really matters after that, because now you know what needs to be done. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take this out, because we've got to work on our spacing. So, this comes out of here. Right, and we need to take it, have it come out of here, and then feed these iron ingots into all of these. Now, why was I pushing that forward in the first place? Maybe I was getting punchy. We got to get iron ingots. So we got to get the iron ingots to convert in there, and then go right into here, and then run down these lines. Oh, mergers and splitters. Oh, that's what it is. Mergers and splitters. Because you got to merge this together. Because this is going to be producing more ingots than what's being used. That's exactly why. See, this is coming out at 15. And so this is coming out at 30. So one of these does 2 of these. So you need mergers and splitters. Though, here's what you could do. I'm glad I actually didn't finish this. Because... really what you could do is you could line these up on the side like this. Take this out, and then this one comes out. Yeah, I think you can still use what we have. See? And then this comes out, and then that just splits into 2. And then you could just go like this. And that would be input there. And that's just back just a little bit. Like that. So that would come out here. Go into that one, and then run both of those. And that's what we call an even split. An even split is when you're splitting it just into the ones that is needed. So that actually is really nice. All right, well, I'm glad we stopped there and we came back to it. So now that single one will run both of these perfectly at 15 and 15. So we can do the same thing over here. We can offset it. Now we got to use it on the other side too, and just done it the other way. I kind of like it... kind of like it like that, except for I don't like this right here. I'm going to show you a great little trick. One of the things when you're working in Satisfactory, it's not only the what you're doing, it's how you're doing it. So when you line it up like this, and you can see it's perfectly lined up with the green lines there, you just back it up by 2. 1, 2, like that. And then you can make yourself a perfect, beautiful 90, like that. See? It's not only how you do it, I mean what you're doing, but how you're doing it, right? So that nice 90 looks awesome. But you know what I would do? Because this is not perfectly centered, that kind of drives me crazy. And that's because the distance between the splitter and that one is different than the distance between this splitter and the other one. I like to do it this. This is my favorite way of doing it because it looks awesome. That's why I like it, and it lines up nicely. And then also, it's very even in the way that it's feeding. So right away, both of them are going to be fired up. And this is what I call the center split. Right here, where we're splitting it on both sides. It looks awesome, right? Very cool. And then we can go ahead and grab our smelter. Like this. Now, what I just did, by the way, is I hit F. I took that one out, and then I middle mouse button that one. With middle mouse button, it's like an eyedropper. It actually picks up that item and says, hey, I want to make one of these. Basically, without me having to go in there and press any other buttons. It basically just picks that particular thing up. Oh, that's going the wrong way. Now, one of the things it doesn't do, which is really annoying, is it doesn't pick up the orientation of the object that you're middle mouse buttoning. See, it's changing it into the opposite direction. That trips me up a lot because I assume, as most people would, that it would also copy the orientation of the thing that you're picking up. Now, there we go. Now, again, this is typically how when I started the game, this is how I would do it with a centerline split. Ugh, what is going on with my mouse? It's crazy. Now, centerline splits are the most even way of feeding anything in there. Now we can just go ahead and do this again. We can put this back over here. Gotta put our thing in first. Build order is also very important in this game, just like everything else. You want to be able to build stuff in such a way that you can get it going. Right now, this is the same problem over here of mergers and splitters. What you want to do is you want to have the ability to merge this together and then also split it up as it goes along. So as you're merging things going down the line, it then also needs to take that merge and run that split into all of these as well, right? Because it's producing more than you need in this one for the next thing, right? So this is producing 15, that only needs 12. So if I run it in there, there's going to have 3 extra each time, and thus it's going to not allow me to do that last one at the end. So we need to think about that as well. So that's working pretty good right there. Now, as that's produced, again, we'll want to merge that down the line. But let's go over here and work first on our forges. And I think this is a much better way of doing it, where we just, instead of merging it and running it in inline, that's what I call an inline, or it's called overflow, we can go ahead and just nicely line it up with a center line, right? Again, I'm glad I came back to that. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. I should have thought of that with a nice little center line there. And there we go. And now we grab our last one. Over there. Oh, I got my thing in the way. There we go. And we'll line that up. And I'm looking at the green line, so it's lining it across to my smelter I've already got. And then also the splitter right here. Again, like this. And like that. And those are nicely done. Now, we've got this one at the end. And really what we should do, if we're going to go ahead and do this anyway, is we should go in and we should set it up where we're using the last one anyway, right? So this last one is going to run it into here, right, into that. But we can also use this particular one as our rods, right? So giving us our excess rods as well. That's a merger. There we go. We need to make sure that our inputs are in the right direction. There we go. So that's going to input that, and it's going to come out of here at 30, go into here at 30, right? But if we go ahead and offset it this way, and we'll come back to running that and all of that, we'll actually probably run that down underneath. Now we've also got our rods, right? Because we got an extra one, right? Because this is going to be producing 30 when it only really needs to be producing 15 to run all the stuff in front. Right, so all the numbers work out well. And then, all right, now we got that lined up nicely. Nice little center split there. And then we're going to say, okay, now we got to merge these together. So we need to go, okay, merger all of these. Now, again, we can do an inline merge, which is always a fun thing to do. Now, you can put these really close if you want to. If you look at these white lines, they're telling you the three-dimensional space of the object, right? How if it's like this, it's in the other object. That's not going to work, right? So you want them to just be right next to each other. That's what those white lines are trying to show you. And then boom, we put that right there in the front. We've got that merged. And then these green lines here are going to help us line up off the one we've already got. And this is an inline merge where we're just merging it down the line. Like this. All right. Like that. So now all of these are going to go into here and they're going to come down this line. Now, another way of doing it is I could have it come out and then split and do all of that. But the problem is you got to find that math, right? The math that works out. So if we're going to be creating frames and we're producing 15 rods, right, in each one, where's the math work out? Yeah, that's one of the most important things, right, is to figure out that math. To go 12 and 12 is 24. Then you go, okay, 12 more would be 36, and so on. And then you go 36, 48, and then you got 60, right? So the 60 is where it works out, right? Is that right? Hey, Suri. He's not even listening. Hey, Suri, what's 60 divided by 12?
It's 5.
It's 5. All right. I was right. Wow, I can do math even with heavy allergy medicine. Look at me, I'm special. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have 6 going on, right? So that math will work out at 60, and so it'll work out at the 5th one. But you still gotta, if it's more than 2 or 3 split, then you gotta merge in a line to make all of that math work out. Otherwise, it just doesn't work out well. And that's why a lot of people use an inline or an overflow technique to make that math work out. So one of the things we can do to make this easier is we can do a merger and then split from up above. Now, when we split from up above, what we're going to do is we're going to have a splitter come down the line. And that splitter up here, which is going to save us some room, should actually be 2 up. Now, why should it be 2 up? That's because your lifters here only go, the minimum size of a lifter is 2. Like that. Now, we also got the problem of that's going to be really, really close. But that actually will work. That actually will work. That's about like the minimum distance you can go. And that'll work out perfectly. So we can merge it in from the bottom, run it down to the end, bring it up at the end, and then have it come back. And then that will then go into all of these as it goes along. Or we can do it the other way. We can have it come down this way and then lift it here at the end and then have it go that way. So if we lift it here at the end, we can just go again with our conveyors and whatnot right there. But we didn't leave enough room at the end here. Now, I always put it at the other end. That's just the way I do it because I have it come in, go to the other end, then come back. And then when it's coming back, I can see whether it's working or not. Also, if I need to divert those, right? Say I need to divert those rods for whatever reason, I can divert them on this side and divert them to a box or whatever I need to do, which I did. You saw me do earlier, which I'm doing right over here with those copper ignits and whatnot. So that gives you a general idea of what we're going to do, right? We're going to run those down and try to maximize that. Now, we can do the same thing, by the way, by feeding it down below and doing all of that. Why do we not want to do that? Well, in this case, it's actually more cumbersome to feed it down below. Why is it more cumbersome? Because you're going to have your lifters and mergers and all that stuff going down below, and they're going to go forward. Now, if I put it down there, right, so say I have it lifting from behind, and then I have it going down, then I have it coming back up again, all of that is going to cause me to get further and further apart from each other, right? There's an advantage, and then there's a disadvantage. The advantage is this, right? Really small footprint coming in, going out. But when you're in a chain of things, when you're chaining them, right, from one to the next, you actually lose space, or you actually increase the space. So you lose that compact ability to compact it together really, really close like we're doing right now. Now, we also need to bring this from down below because we need to bring in our other item like this. And it's really cool when you're going up above and down below at the same time because it actually maximizes your space. Because you've got up above here, which is feeding all of your rods, and then your plates are feeding from underneath, and then you have your final product, which I will then run down in there and then run those modular frames all the way over to the other side, right? Which is a really cool way of doing that. Now, one of the things we do need to do, though, before we get too crazy here, and we do the ups and downs and all of that, is we need to extend our foundations out so that we've got foundations underneath here. And again, look how beautifully this game built. It's just so easy in the way that it does it. It's so precise in the way that you put down your foundations and all of that. It's pretty awesome. Now, we need to go get some concrete because I'm always out of something. I always find it's really funny when I'm out of like concrete and stuff like that because there's a crazy ton of it laying around everywhere. I could have just flew up here with my jetpack. I wonder why my light goes off so often. Oh, that's a bunch of Christmas stuff. Man, all this stuff needs to go awesome sync. Oh, yeah, that stuff. We need to take all that out. Let's drop all this stuff. All right, we're going to drop all this stuff. And then we're going to make another one over here. We need to awesome sync a lot of this stuff. There's our Samor. Let's get all this stuff off of us here. Actually, I probably need that. Sort all that. All right. What I'm going to do is consolidate all that stuff because it's just sitting around over there. We could probably put it all into a single box. There we go. I could have left it in there and just emptied my bag first and then removed it from here, and then it would automatically go in my inventory as well. Yeah, that stuff definitely needs to be awesome synced. Let's take some of these rods out of here so later on when I need those, I won't be looking for those. All right, good enough. All right, we'll get our concrete out of there. All right, didn't have what I needed, but it at least it had some stuff in there. Let's go this way. Now, as you can see, I've also added a hypertube here. I'm going to zoom my way over here. Now, if you want to know what's in these boxes, it's going to be hard to know. But if you hit F, like you're going to take it out, you can actually see, look, I've got a 1600 concrete in this one, right there. Great way to know where stuff is just to use that like you're going to take it out. Hit the F key. Pretty awesome. Giveaway. Yeah, no giveaway yet. I'm going to go ahead and start it right now. Now's the perfect time to start that giveaway. Let's get it fired up. That's right. We're going to start with something big today. We're going to get it going on. Well, not that big, but I guess a little big. We're going to start with a $10 Steam gift card. You can pick your own game. Maybe you can put it down on this game or other games. It's up to you. Boom. There we go. We got our giveaway going. We're going to do a couple giveaways today. Get it going on. Let me see. Let me get Saltbot up here to tell you how to be part of the giveaway. And while I run around and build some stuff. Let's go.
Hello, this is Saltbot. You might be wondering, what are Kiz Caps, and how do I use them? They are loyalty points for watching Kismet stream. There are many ways to earn Kiz Caps, whether you are a streamer or viewer. Some free, and some are for above and beyond supporters. Let me show you how. The easiest way is to hit the follow button and earn an instant 1000 Kiz Caps, or by hosting by going to your channel by using the Twitch menu in the upper right corner, open your chat in a new window and type /host Kismet. Another way is to team up with other Wasteland Tycoons in the chat and earn 500 caps for every 5 retweets on Twitter. Each time you unlock another 5 retweets, the amount increases by 500 each time. So you get 500, then 1000 more, then 1500 more, etc. Use the RT command in the chat at any time to find the right tweet. Earn even more bonus Kiz Caps by participating in the chat with some GGs. If you want to go above and beyond, you can donate to the stream or subscribe using your Twitch Prime. Or choose one of the 3 levels of sub support. This will get you instant and 5000 Kiz Caps, plus Kismet emotes. Earn 3 times Kiz Caps just for hanging out in the stream and 3 times the chance of winning contests and giveaways. Let us talk about how to enter Kismet's giveaway. First, type !loot in the chat to check how many Kiz Caps you have. Remember that each ticket costs 10 Kiz Caps. You are now ready to enter the giveaway. Type !ticket, then add a space and type the number 1. Everyone gets a free ticket and a chance to win. If you would like to buy more tickets and increase your chance to win, you can buy more, like 10, 1000, up to 10,000 tickets per giveaway if you have enough Kiz Caps built up. Thank you for being an amazing part of the stream and good luck.
Trying to see how much of this I could add while you guys were watching that thing. A lot. A lot. Look at that. Look how quickly I added all of those. Just in the time you were watching Saltbot tell you about those giveaways. It does help my voice, by the way. Saltbot's telling that same stuff over and over again. Because I have a lot of peeps who come in my channel, a lot of new peeps, and they ask usually the same question every single year. Hey, Kismet, how do I be part of the giveaway? Well, there you go. Now you know. Again, this is one of my favorite parts of the game is is that ability to build at such a quick and easy level like that, where I could build out all of those foundations within just a few minutes, which is just awesome. And you have real precise control over where they go and what they're doing and all of that. And now we've extended that out. Less chance we're going to fall to our death, though there's no guarantee that in this stream. You know it's going to happen at some point. But there we go. So now we can very easily feed that stuff up and use up our plates. Now, what I'm doing right now, while I'm building this, I'm building a backlog of those plates so I can use those plates to build more stuff down the road. But eventually, I'll be using the entire production for making modular frames. And so if I get to a point where I run out of those plates, I would have to stop my modular frames and do it. But you can create whole separate lines if you want. But I am retooling my entire factory from just a few lines. So I only have 3 iron. They're all pure nodes. I have 1 copper node and then 3 normal limestone nodes. And that's it. That's all I'm using to run what I've got going so far. Now, I also have coal, which is, of course, powering it up. We've got oil going. We got sulfur and cadmium. All that stuff is separate, though. But from what we're doing right here, just those few nodes are able to produce all the way up to tier 6. I could be in tier 7 right now. I could easily be in tier 7 doing nuclear power. But we decided, hey, hold on, hold the reins here. We're going to back up, and we're going to work a bit on doing this. So, now that we already have an idea of what we want, we already have all of the stuff in place. Oops, I didn't mean to take that out. We have all the stuff into place. We want to go ahead and just run all the lines and do all the things that we need to do, right? Now, one of the drawbacks of this right here is that this next one is not lined up. See that, how it's not lined up? This is going to be a lot of alignment in today's stream, by the way. A lot of how to align stuff so it matches up. Now, if you notice, I didn't add the lines over here because I can tell you this is all not going to match up to the rest of this, and including all of this. So we're going to take that out as well. Now, we ran these lines back here, but as you can see, I'm kind of starting from the beginning and working forward, which is not what I want to do. I find one of the best ways, if you have enough room, is to start from the end and work your way backwards. And this is true not only in this game, but in everything, in life. Right, you want to figure out what you need to do ahead of time before you get into the thick of it. Because if you get into the thick of it and you're not thinking that future merger or that future item, then you're going to run into trouble. So I want that merger actually to go right there. Right, I want it to be offset. So I'm going to go ahead and take this one out, and then we'll go ahead and take this out. And this out for now. We'll take out all of our lines. I usually don't run the lines to the end, by the way, until I get everything all aligned. And so you want to work on that alignment right there. And then now this one's aligned with the splitter. It's aligned with the input. It's aligned with the one next to it because we can see the green line coming this way. And now that one's aligned. Except for it always does the weird thing where it takes it and it flips it the other way. Even though I pulled it from that one, it doesn't take the orientation of that one, even though I took it. And the way we know that is because it's green in the front. Green is an output. So we want to turn it around like that. There we go. Now we got it lined up. Now we got it forward. Now we got it aligned in both directions. Let's see if we can try to get it aligned in both directions. There we go. Aligned in both directions. Like that. And I can tell you that this splitter here is lined up now that way and lined up this way. That's all lined up this way. We can go ahead and double check that this goes into there. Yeah, it does. Does this go into there? Yes, that's an output. So all that is looking good. And then, of course, we're going to merge this way anyway. So we're going to merge that way and merge the other way. Now, why do I want to line that up? Well, as you can see over here, we're going to be putting that down in there. If I don't have that lined up, the top one, so it can sit on there, then it's not going to go in there right? So all of these are going to be screwed up down the line. So again, working from the assemblers backwards is an important part of what we're doing. And so it's probably a better idea to go in and say, okay, let's just line up all these mergers first, put them in the correct direction. Now, one of the things that it also does is it doesn't always give you the other green line. Notice how it's not giving me that other green line to line up with that. It doesn't always do that. Sometimes it actually messes you up too. It gives you the green line in the center of the assemblers. I don't know why it does that. I don't make the game, I just play the game kind of thing. I would think that it would give you that green line, especially if you did this and you hit it with the thing, telling it, hey, this is where I want to line this up. But I just do it visually. I just go like this and just visually line it up. See how I got the line at the end there? I don't know why it is a game. It's a in progress game, but there we go. And so we'll run those across like so. Okay, and then this should run into there. That should run into there. Now, again, back over here. We'll turn this around. And we'll get over here. Again, we're watching the two green lines. So the constructors are lined up and the mergers are lined up. And there we go. Next one. And this definitely takes some understanding of how all the stuff works. Again, we should end up with 5 constructors. And so we want to count them before we get too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about this one at the end? Well, I don't need the 6th one. Because if you figure out the math of this, 15 times 5 is enough to run 6 of those. 5 of these run 6 of those. So I don't need the last one. But it's nice that they're all lined up now, because I can just then run that straight into there, right? From here. But this is actually not going to run from this lower side. It's going to run from the upper side. And again, we need to look at how that first one is, right? The first one is going in that direction. It's coming back. That middle one doesn't matter. That top one does. So here, and then the other way. Now, sometimes what it does, once you do this, if you keep doing the same thing, it will remember what you're doing. I'm putting splitters in. It'll remember what you're doing. Oh, no, I should be putting splitters in. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes every single one of them, you have to rotate it in the proper direction. I don't know what the trigger is that makes that work. But there we go. Okay, so that does that. And then I would definitely always put in your items first before you put in your lifters, or put your lifters in temporarily just to see your spacing. And then once you put your spacing in, then you should be able to run that out of there into there. Really, it's going into there because it's splitting. It's coming down the line. So then we'll go ahead and put all of this in. We got to get to our copper today. Maybe it's a steel. We'll see if we can get that going. All right, and then we come all the way to the end here. We take the middle one out. We don't need the middle one. And then we'll do the bottom, and we'll have it come back up. So it's merging at the bottom, and then it's lifting and coming back down. Now, I could do the opposite. I could just have it lifting first, and then coming down and going out of the bottom. It's really up to you, whatever you want to do. Really, as long as it works, that's the most important part. That's the most important. Now, before we get too far, let's make sure that we have started at the beginning. We've run our line. We're running it out of there. We're running it out of this one. There we go. We got to make sure we get this one good. Run it out of there. Run it out of there. Run it out of there. All right, looking good. That's going to run in. Now we look up at the top as it's going in the right direction. Now, how can we just visually look at it and know which direction it's going? Well, if you see an orange is an input, right? Or the 3 lines. And then anything that's silver on the top is going to be an output. Or if you see the green kind of arrow thing there, that's a dead giveaway that that's an output. So a very easy way to just kind of eyeball it, especially on mergers and splitters. If you put one in and you're like, okay, I want to split this, and it's got 3 orange at the top, you know you put the wrong thing in. That's a merger. That's not a splitter. Splitters are mostly silver on the top. Mergers are mostly orange on the top. How do you know? Well, when I put a merger in, you can see that up on the top of it, we've got orange on that side, orange on that side, orange on that side, and only one silver side, right? And that's saying that it's got 1 output and 3 inputs, which is what a merger is. So there we go. So that makes that easy. And let's go ahead and grab this. Let's go ahead and put in our lifters here down the line. And normally I don't put them this close, but now I'll just show you as an example. You can put these you can really jam these together if you want. But that's like the minimum distance that you can run that. Very nice. All right, so that's done. All right, so now we've got all of our stuff set up in the way. It's all aligned nicely. It's lifting. It's coming down. It's merging. All of it is very compact, right? We're using the minimum amount of space that we need, and we're running 2 separate lines in the exact same spot. So very, very cool when it comes to your space usage and then your overall footprint in your thing. Now, again, we could run it underneath and do all of that, but that actually would take more space and would take more time to run it down, run it up, run it down, run it up. Really not going to be that useful. This is probably the most compact way of doing it. Now, we still need our stuff here in the back, right? We still need our smelters, and we could merge it and do the same thing we just did over there, where we run them all in a row, we merge them all, we do that. But really, these perfectly work out to 2 of these. So it's just easier to go in, put your merger in the center, splitter in the center, and we're going to rotate it so it's right, like that. And then we'll tell it, all right, now we want to go ahead and put in our smelter based on that. All right, like that. Very nice. And then again, we'll go ahead and do a nice centerline split. Except for it's going to be offset just a little bit more than it was before, right? Because we've moved that one off to the side a little bit, but it's still a perfect center line split, which means it's going to be super even, and it's going to start up right away. Both of those will start up right away. And on to the next one. Same thing, splitter in the center. Rotate the orange so it's facing me, so that means it's input. And then output here. And so you can use a combination. You don't have to use the same technique on everything. You should use the right technique for the right moment, right? You don't want to, oh, well, I want to do everything as inline. Well, not everything is necessary to do inline. In fact, sometimes it's a detriment to what you're doing, right? Like that is nicely done into there. Now, if you want to square that out a little bit more, you want it to be more round and whatnot, you're welcome to go ahead and go in there and fine tune that so it's, you got your nice 90 like this, and you line it up and you go 1, 2, right there, and then you got your beautiful 90. There you go. That's what we're going to do. So again, we line it up, back by 2, 1, 2, and then there you go. Now, one of the drawbacks of doing that, by the way, is that you have 2 separate lines. And so since it's 2 separate lines, if you go to upgrade that later, most likely you're going to forget that small one. And then it's going to be going at a slower rate, which is not good. But I'm using all level 3 belts, so even if it does have a problem, it'll be fine. It'll be fine for sure. Okay, and then this one down here at the end, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put our splitter in first. Again, this one here at the end is going to, any overflow rods is going to go back into the system. And that's going to allow us to use those rods later on. And you don't really want to make a lot of extra rods because what happens is you just have boxes and boxes and boxes full of them in the beginning. Though screws are the #1 thing that the very first thing that uses a very high quantity, right? Like you'll start using 500, 1,000, 2,000 screws at some point. You'll be using a lot. And again, well, our excess will run off somewhere that way, but actually it'll run down below. Now, if I want to run it down below, another thing I can think about is, wait a minute, how close is this to going down underneath? Right, so if I go in here and I say, oh, well, hold on, let's put a lifter in there first before we do it. Right, based on how we have it set on the ground, it's going to have trouble going down there. But you can always just add a little something like this, and then add a little something like that, because you can't attach them directly to the conveyors. And also it allows you to see if it's working as well. Now you can also have a little bit more fun than that if you really want to get into it and take that out, and you can try to put a wall in, though I think it's going to be obstructed, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, see, you can put a wall in if you got it lined up to that wall. Let's go over here. If you got it lined up to that wall, it'll hit the wall, and then you can use it to go down like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just do what we did right there, where we'll just go ahead and add that little bit of something, and then we'll go ahead and use our lifter down into there, and that will be our excess rods down there. All right, awesome. Awesome, awesome. And there it is. That's it, right there. We done. All we need to do now, we need to feed some stuff in there. We need to feed some loot in there. Now, another fun thing that we've been working on in this build, and again, I'll do that battle here in a second, is we've been working on our power, how we do our power from up above. They've added the ability to put it right above. You can see it happening right here. Right above where you would normally run the lines, right? So say right here, we're going to run that line. Well, we can run it right up here, and then we can run it down. Turn my light on, and we can run it down directly into there like that. So you don't have these wires going all over the place. I absolutely love that. I think that is awesome. It just makes your base look so clean, right? So clean with that just straight down deal like that. Now, the hardest thing is to figure out exactly where straight above it is, but that works out pretty good. Oh, see, that's not quite perfect. Go ahead and give that another shot. I find standing right behind it works pretty well. And I'm just hitting F, middle mouse button, to pick that up. We're just using a wall outlet 1, and it allows you to connect it to the ceiling. And that's why we have these things over the top, is so we can very easily run that. And then we can run them all to each other. And it creates a whole, like, network of circuits that it's running up there. It's just so super clean, right? This is how you would want to run your stuff. If you're going to run your stuff, you're going to want to run it from up above. All right, that one, I don't like that one. I don't like it. Let's try a little bit nicer here. Let's try that one. There we go. All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Again, I'd run behind it and just kind of see if it's somewhat lined up. This one looks offset, but it's not. That's lined up. All right, and then what do we do here? We got a little extra up in there. Let's take that one out. All right, we'll put that across there. Now, also back here, we want to go ahead and do it over here. We'll grab this one. We'll grab it right above here. Let's say right there. How's that look? That looks pretty good. Like that. Let's get over here. Look at where the inlet is. Let's say right there. I love that. I think that's an incredibly great addition to the game. Vertical power lines. Very, very cool. Makes you want to put foundations above your stuff now. Gives you a huge advantage when it comes to your power systems. And then we can cross connect like this, and then cross connect this over here. And off they go, right? Now I need to also tell them what they should be doing, right? The job of this right here is to produce iron ingots, right? And then it is to put those iron ingots into those. Those are to create rods, and those rods will go to making our modular frames. And we'll work on the plates here in a second, but let's go ahead and turn these all into rods, like so. Also notice how easy it is for me to move around. I can move in between here. I can move around. I don't like to have my stuff so incredibly compacted together that I can't move through that particular object. Good to use the back of these two. Works pretty great. But we're going to be removing the underside here, and we're going to be feeding it from underneath, which is really fun to feed from up above and underneath. Okay, so now we got that explained. Let's get into some more battles. Again, sometimes I'm busy. I'm busy explaining stuff. We're going to be doing lots of cool stuff in game today, so settle in, everybody. Oh, look at that. Everybody wants that $10 Steam gift card. Snatch it up. Let's do it. How many peeps? We got 60 units. We hit 100 units. I'm going to give you 1,000 kiss caps every single time. Oh, that worked great. Nice job, Rogues. Rogues went down there and took that sucker out like nobody's business. Awesome. Oh, we got a little problem here. Good job over here slowing them down. We gotta watch out for the peeps in the back. We're gonna get hit from a twofold. We're gonna get hit from the back and then also from the side. Let's see. Oh, perfect timing. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Me and Keyblade Knight will take it, take the brunt of it while you guys wipe them out and get that sweet loot. Subi also in there, wiping them out as well. Rocking that legendary Faraday coming in, using that legendary Bannerman, giving us all a boost. Way to crush it! See, I'm telling you, it's that yellow fedora that does it every single time. That's how we bring in the W's, everybody. Nice job. Nice job. Great teamwork there, everybody. That was a good battle. Let's see. Grants rewards. Keijin coming in. Subi, EMZRT having some fun. And Keyblade Knight rocking the big numbers with that 43 assists. Faraday being no slouch with 48 assists as well. Subi coming in number 3 with a 31 kills. And LOC coming in with a 14 and 19. And John Deere rounding out the top 5 with 25 kills. That was a lot. That was some big numbers with only that many people. That was only like 60 people, and we put in the big numbers. Very nice. Very nice. Let's go. Let's do it. That's your first double-digit kills? Well, congrats. Hey, there you go. You're off and running. Let's do this. What do we got? You know what? I'm going to use my flying rogue this time. I think we're going to run down there and get a little pew-pew going on. This way I can wipe out these guys here behind a little bit while you guys push down, get those dinos as quick as possible. This one's really tough when you have a lot of people between you and those dinos, because once those dinos come up, they actually AoE your entire crew and do some serious damage. All right, let's keep this going. So we got that going. Now we need to tell it what we want to make up here in the front. Then we're just going to connect in our stuff, and we'll be off and running. So let's go ahead and tell. Oh, we already did. Already did on those, all right. Already did. Now, I actually have the jetpack on me, so I can jetpack around if I want to. Typically, I prefer the skates, though. The skates or the rollerblades, because they allow you to go faster, allow you to jump higher and land further from further up and whatnot. Now, I hope you all are having a great holiday. Don't forget, we got more giveaways all week long. We're giving away a $10 Steam gift card right now. We got a bunch of other stuff to give away later, and all week long. So settle in, well, until Thursday, until Christmas Eve, and then I shall be out after Christmas Eve. I will be out for Christmas. The 25th and 26th, I shall be out. So Friday, Saturday this week, and then Friday, Saturday next week for New Year's, which will be the first time I've taken that off in 6 years as a streamer. Yeah, this will be the first year. Typically, I'd stream on those days, but this year, I think I've earned it, so I'm going to very much work on my allergies and hope I don't get sick. See, my problem every single year is that I have really bad sinus infections due to those allergies, and then I get really, really sick, and it feels like I'm going to die. And so I don't want that to happen this year. If I can get through 1 year without getting sick at the end of the year, I would greatly appreciate it. Talking to the Almighty on that one. Please. Please give me 1 year where I'm just not totally sick. Got this cough coming on too. See, I'm the type of person because I have my immunity is bad. That when my wife, she'll get sick for like a week, right? So she'll be sick for a week, then be just fine. I get sick for like 6 months, and then I'll still have that cough. I'll still have that congestion. I'll still have all of that stuff for a very long time. And that's what happens when you get older and your immune system gets weaker, that you are sick much longer and you have a higher chance of the big Reaper coming in and say, "Hey, Kismet." I'm like, no. I'm here playing games, bro. I'm trying to bring moments of joy. I'm trying to dodge that Reaper. And I've been dodging the Reaper a lot lately. I've been dodging them for like 6-7 years now. Big time. All right, there we go. Put that right there. I ain't joking either. I ain't joking. I've been trying to dodge them big time. I am, well, I'm kind of sort of joking, but I'm not really joking, if you know what I mean. And I'm sure a lot of you out there know what I'm talking about. Who have your own medical issues you have to deal with every day. Just to get out of the bed is like a gigantic undertaking. Every day for me. Every day I get out of the bed, I'm like, okay, here we go. Come on, we gotta make this happen. I gotta psych myself up. I gotta psych myself up just to get out of the bed. All right, come on. We're gonna get up. We're gonna get these giveaways squared away. We're gonna get everything ready for the stream today. We're gonna get all the stuff started up. We're gonna get all the computers going. We're gonna get all the stuff going behind the scenes and all of that. Get all that rocking and rolling, because that is a giant undertaking. I tell you, this stream is a lot to keep going. But, we do what we can do. Right? Every day we try to get up, try to make it happen. It's funny because we're running all that wire. We're running into the Awesome Sync right now, and I need some wire. But then again, I have my storage back here, and I put a bunch of extra resources in here, so I can literally just run back here without having to run all the way to the top every time. And we also have the upper level, which we can use later, because we can run all of this into that upper level. And it's totally worth your time, by the way, to go in and build. Now, you can build this from the very beginning. You're not going to have all the pieces and parts at the very, very beginning. But as you go along, very early on, tier 2 or so, you're going to have your mergers and splitters and lifters and things like that, where you can get all this stuff going. So let's get back to connecting this before I forget what the heck I'm doing. Again, I don't know why it always turns my light off. Stop turning my light off. Every time I go in the hypertube, it turns that light off. I want the light on, and I don't want it ever to go off. All right, we'll just run that across back to there. Whoa, hey, look out. That made my stomach sink. That's why it's good to have the jetpack, just in case. All right, now let's go ahead and see if these are all yellow. If they're yellow, then that means that they are ready to go. Now, at the very end here, we want this to go ahead and go down underneath. We can go ahead and just take that out and just have it laying over there. Make sure that we can put it down below. Yes, we can. I'm going to go ahead and tilt it backwards like that. All right, that's looking good. And then on this side, we want to make sure that we can go ahead and feed this up from down below. And so we'll take this out. And we'll just have it kind of straddling that foundation. Now you're like, well, Kismet, I've done that before, and it wouldn't let me put it down when I have that in. That's because in each game that you play, there is a build order. Once you understand that build order, it's going to help you a lot. Like when you're doing this, before you go and put it from underneath, and before you run it out on the other side, you want to do all your same level stuff first. Then that's the last thing you do. The last thing you do is you take out those foundations, and then you can run it from up above or down below. If you build it in the opposite order, it won't let you do it. It'll say, no, there's not enough support. I can't put the thing down. So if I take anything out now and I try to take that out and put it back in again, it won't let me do it. I'll have to put all of the foundations back in and then put it back in, then take the foundations out to rework that. So again, knowing those game mechanics, vitally important. All right, let's go down in here and let's say, okay, where do we want to run our ore from? Now, we have it running from way over here, like so. And I kind of feel like I want to move some of these over to be more convenient onto this side. Now, we have a whole nother one and another one, a whole nother pure node, right? So these are 3 pure nodes coming through. That's 240, 240, and 240. Now, one full 240 is being used to run our heavy modular frames. And so, or reinforced modular frames, or reinforced iron plates, reinforced iron plates. So one of those is being used for that. Now I could use any of these, it doesn't matter which one I'm using, but the other ones I want to move over here. So I want to kind of figure out exactly where I want that to feed down from up there. Now you can see we got kind of a bit of a mountain in the way here. We need this to come down and then feed across up into there, right? Or wait, or is it up into here? The best way to know is to go and look. Yeah, there we go. So we want that to feed into there. Now, I want to try to keep it in its own kind of line, so we're going to go ahead and run it that way. And let's run this down. And this, I love underfeeding, right? Underfeeding or overfeeding. You also feed from up above, by the way. We could also do the exact same thing we're doing, but have it come down from the level above. And you make a sandwich level above and run it down, too. You do it either way, which is really great. That's what I love about this game. It's really, there's like 1,000 ways of doing the same exact thing, and there is no wrong way. There's no wrong way of doing it. You don't have to do it like this. If you don't feel like in the moment, that's not how I want to do it. I feel like it would be better this way. That's what's so great about the game, is that even if you just run lines however you want and just make Spaghetti City, which, throw some tomato sauce, maybe some meatballs in there, whatever you want to do, that's the fun part. It makes it a lot more fun since you can go in and do that. Now let's go ahead and work on all of our stuff underneath here, like this. And we're going to run all of our lines down, like so. Now I have those lines running inward like this, because these lines here are all being fed up over there and down over here. Now I need to think about, okay, I need to feed that in, right into there. right into up to there. Where's that coming from? It's coming from over here. These ones are producing. When it comes down, it's going to come down and it's going to run over here. Actually, is where it's coming down. It's coming down and it's running across here. And then that one over there is running there too. See, there it goes. This is running to this. This is merging with that one. So all of this is going to need to be reworked too. This needs to be turned around and run back this direction, which I'll run it probably underneath here, right underneath there nicely. And then we're going to need to run it right to these ones along here. And those will be our reinforced iron plates. And then in the back here will be our ore. Now, we've only got 3 of them going. So we really don't need a full 240 to make this work, right? You're going to see us actually use diminishing returns as we go. We will need less and less iron ore. So in this case, it's 30, 30, and 30, which is 90. We need 90. We have 240. So we're going to have extra iron that we can use elsewhere, raw iron. And we're going to have extra rods, which will feed into our system, run those rods way off to the end. And then we'll have the ability to, we're running out of plates. Well, hold on. Let's turn our modular frames off. And then we'll go ahead and turn all that stuff in. Now, the easiest way I've found to turn a whole entire group of your things, because they don't have on-off switches yet. I mean, they have an on-off switch for all of your power, but you can't just say, look, this section of my thing goes to this switch, and if I walk up there and turn that switch off, you can turn it off. Now, there is mods for doing that. I have seen them do that in the dev stream before, where they go in, they add a control panel. You can turn off different parts of your factory. I feel like they're going to add that to the game at some point, I would imagine. That's going to be really, really useful if they do. All right, we're going to add that down there. Let's go ahead and fix this one. Like this. Let's get these all lined up. Get a general idea of where we're going to put all of our runs here. Now, when it's an input, it's a splitter. When it's an output, it's a merger. It's as simple as that. So in this case, I usually start on the left side. I'm going to eyeball it because it's not giving me that green line, which is really annoying. But we do what we got to do. And then we go ahead and offset it. I'm going to just go, let's say there. Right? I'm just going to guess. Nope. A little bit closer. A little bit closer. And what I'm doing is also looking at the foundation. I'm looking at this line here, how that lines up, where this was sitting on there before. And then when I put the next one down, I will nudge it a little bit closer. Like that. Right? That's pretty much the gist of that. All right. Now we're going to go. Now, one of the cool things is when you're running your stuff, you want to run it all at the same time. So the same kind of thing. If we're running splitters, run all your splitters first. So that you are going in the same orientation. And it has a tendency to go a bit quicker. Right? When you're running it. Now, look what happened. We got all off, right? How did it get all off like that? I wasn't watching. I wasn't watching this one right here. I started talking. I looked away. It was my bad. And then we want to line that up like that. There we go. We got to look at that green line. Make sure that green line. And again, I like standing directly in front of it. Makes it easy for me to see what's up with what's up. And there we go. And again, you definitely want to double check it. Now, do not trust these. Do not trust those. Take those suckers back out again. No, 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 no. Number one thing that screws up my factory are these lifters. You'll be sitting there and you're like, why is it not working? That's because you always put your lifters in last. Last thing you add is your lifters. Especially if they're an input. But also outputs, same thing. All right, too easy, right? Too easy. Lifting that from down below, running that into there, looking super sweet, easy mode. Running that second resource in there. That's all of our plates. So let's go ahead and get those reinforced iron plates now diverted, because we probably got a good half a box or maybe a full box by now of those plates. So we want to go ahead and look at how our output is doing. So our output's coming out of here, and we're going to stop that, and we're going to go ahead and turn this merger around the opposite direction. And so we are going to go merger. Which way I want to do merger? I'm going to do merger out this way. Yeah, and that could allow us to run that way. Okay, now this one's going to come from up above. It's going to come down, and it's going to try to merge into that. Uh-oh. Can't do it, right? You can't merge that close. It's too close. Two of those is too close together. So you really want to merge from up there, but that's also too close when it comes to the height. So what do? Well, we just go like this, take this out, and then we merge this down further, right? We say, okay, you know what? We're going to take all this and re-figure out how our merging is happening here. All right, so we'll go ahead and say, okay, we'll go in between the two, right? We can see the two outputs there. And what we're going to do is tell it to go that way. And then we're going to bring these mergers down. Right? We're going to aim it that way. Bring this merger down and aim it that way. Now, if we lined it up well, we can go ahead and do this, but that needs to go back by 1. I can see already. And so we'll go ahead and line those up. Again, going out on the far side. Like that. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just move it a little bit closer so I can touch it? Well, that's because over here, where we're also bringing out and merging all of this stuff together, which we'll take this out now. We don't need it. Notice it left the line. That's because I added it after I did the line. Very, very helpful later. So now we got a nice clean line. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to divert all of this out of here. It's going to let me. There we go. Divert all of that out of there. And run that into there. Actually, I could probably make that a little nicer. And we got that beautiful 90. And now all of that being over there, which is 10 per. And these 10 are now being all merged into the same spot, which then is going to go ahead and keep going through here. So I'm going to say merger here. It doesn't really matter what I do. I'm just going to do that so it's easy for me to go like this. Right? And then just kind of run that under nicely to control that. And then we want to go and have this do the same thing. And again, we'll run it over this way. We'll line it up by using our green lines. And then we'll push it back by 2. It doesn't matter if you run it at the ground level here, right? Because this is it's not obstructing anything that you're building. It's nice to run it at that level too, because then you can just look. Is it working? Yes, it's working great. And this is in our sandwich level, and there it goes. It's now feeding that up there, and it's going to continue to do so. Now, back here in the back here, we haven't got our iron going yet, because we need to figure out where we want to run our iron up here. So let's go ahead and take this out a little bit. Give us a little idea of where we want to run that. Probably right here. Now, we got a problem of this rock face in the way. So I would probably move it forward just a little bit. But where's our road? Right? Because we got a road coming along here. Yeah, see, that just happened to be right in the middle of our road. And blocking our ability. Right now, we're using this one right here as our feed area. So if we want to keep that consistent, we actually want to move it back a little bit. But again, we've got this in the way. So I would kind of push it forward. I would probably push it to here. And that's going to make it easier for us to run it. Misclick. Down there. And I'd probably say one more. Let's say one more. Let's fill this back in. We want to keep our road. Let's say here. All right. That's where we'll feed our other iron node. And so we'll grab our wall. And we'll say, okay, this now is where we're going to feed that. Now we're going to feed only a single line down there right now. And we're going to basically divert one of these lines and run them over there. Now I'm going to take the outside line. I hate it when these touch each other. I don't like it when they're merged. And I'm going to take all of these out. I'm going to take all of this out. I'm going to rework this a bit. Because I only need one line in there. And now I know that. See, maybe you may not know it in the moment. And that's why we ran all 3 lines. But now I know I only need one line. So I can go ahead and take that one line. Run that one line down there. Like that. And then I don't need to go down all the way to the bottom either. I can go ahead and go up just a little bit. So when I'm running around down here, I can just go right underneath it. And then that will then just feed that nicely into there. All the ignits going where they need to go. It's just such a wonderful thing, everybody. It just makes you giddy inside when when you have it just so beautiful like that. When you got to have it so perfectly lined up and everything just going where it should go, and you don't have all the obstructions of the machinery in the way. And when you're running along, and you've got your little safety thing in here, in case your inspectors come along and get you, right? So I think it's really fun to do that. See, first you learn the mechanics, and then you learn how to make it exceptional. All right, so we got to, speaking of making it exceptional, let's go ahead and bring another line over this way. Actually, probably should bring both lines this way. Let's go ahead and do a double. Get our walls. Bad clicking. Bad clicking. All right. It doesn't reach. Doesn't reach. What a shame. That one on that side. This one on this side. Now look at this. No, 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 no. No. Bad. No. I don't like it. I don't want it. Don't give it to me. No. How can we fix that? Well, we're going to go in here and we're going to go ahead and turn a corner. Like this. So we're going to basically do this. This one's going to turn that corner. Nice. Now we got that one squared away. Right? Middle one. What's up with that? All right, it's doing that. Let's see how we can fix it. We're going to go ahead and use our conveyor poles, right? We're going to stack our conveyor poles up like this. We're going to run that into there. Oh, too close. Too close. So what you can do is you can use your conveyor poles to control your rotation of it. I'm going to put it one back. There we go. Control the angle at which it rotates around there so they're not clipping. And then this one would be the same thing. See how this one's kind of the center of the other one? And then this one can be the center of this one. And we'll go ahead and do that. Center of this one. Up we go. This comes across. This goes into there. And look at that. Beautiful, right? Beautiful. All right. Now, let's go ahead and run this one over to there. Now they no longer touch. And then this one is going to run over there. And they no longer touch, right? And I could keep going and really fine-tune it if I wanted to. But as long as they don't clip, I'm good. I'm okay. I don't like them to clip. I don't like anything to clip. The only thing I let clip typically is the ground. Because there's nothing I can do. I can't take that out. This is not a voxel shaping game. I can't go in and shape out the world and whatnot. There is certain limitations that we have. Now this one here that's closest is the one we're going to run here, and then eventually that other one is the one we'll run on so that they don't cross each other when we're trying to run them forward. Right? Good to think that out. All right, down here we go. We're going to go ahead and feed our line down. Man, we got a lot done today. We're crushing it. Crushing it today. Okay, so we got to get this to feed back over here to line up with these. So again, we're going to do some splitters. And we got to watch out that we don't do it on the wrong splitter, and we make sure we got it going in the right direction. Again, that looks a little too close. Though that would actually work. I don't like it to be that close. That's just my personal preference. All right, that's nice. Again, forget everything else. Just go ahead and run it by eyeball most of the time. There we go. And again, don't trust these, because I don't. And we run them again. Make sure your arrows are going the right direction, right? That arrow should be coming out. Green should be going into orange, and so on. Take this one out. All right, feeding up, feeding across. I think you guys get the gist of this. There we go. And we want to control that input. So we'll put a nice little wall here. Run it from there, through the wall, into there. And now we want to watch it. Now, whenever you get anything going, you want to take the time to make sure it's working. Right, so that should be lifting there. That's lifting there. That's working. That's lifting there. Okay, that's working. Now, we go up here. Does it have power? Yes, we see it's green. That means it's working. It's starting to make the iron ingots. Now, we screwed something along the way, screwed something up. We're going to know right now. Now is when you know. So that's going to go ahead and run those iron ingots. That's running those. Look for the green light on that. That's looking good. That's looking good. That's running those iron ingots out. Notice that the extra iron ingots are running out that way, which we're going to use later on for extra rods. If I'm stuck or something. Stuck. Dang it. Yeah, I'm stuck. All right. There we go. Got stuck up there. It's easier for me to take out the thing above it than it is to take out the smelter. Then I have to rerun all the stuff. All right, there we go. So we got that going in there. Now look at this. This is red. Why is that red? What's the problem? No power. Oh, there's something going on. Why is there no power? That's because I didn't chain it across. I need to chain from this side over here somewhere, forward into there. There we go. And that's going to get all of it going now. Okay, so now this should be producing rods. We should be seeing the green. Green. What's going on here? Oh, look, this one needs to be connected. Not good. Again, looking at those lights are going to tell you. All right, now there we go. Iron rods firing up. Over here, how we looking? Iron rods firing up. Looking good. Looking at the green. Everything seems to be green there. Iron rods rocking and rolling. All right, now we should see our rods feeding back up on the top side of this. And eventually it should equal here. But, again, this is an overflow method. So the first one we're going to see is typically going to be on this side. And so we want to see those come down. See it raise up and run down that line. Yeah, there it goes. There they go, running down the line. And we want to make sure it goes all the way down there. Now, we want to also go look at this first one over here. See if it's producing. Working well. All right, nice. We're going to have to put all our mergers in later on. This one looking good. Is it green? Is it green? We got 3 green now, where this one's over here is waiting for more rods to get to it first. I could manually feed it, but don't want to do that right now. I'm going to let it backlog. Now, again, see, it's going to fill that one, then go to the next one. Fill that one, fill that, fill that, fill that. And eventually it will work itself up to 100% production. We also want to take these front ones out. And we want to go ahead, jump down below, and line up our mergers. All right, so those are starting to feed down. Now we're going to merge all these together and send it down the conveyor belt till it backlogs a whole bunch of our frames here. I kind of like doing it this way. That's a much easier way to see that it's somewhat lined up. Oh, that last one. Looks like I moved it at the last second. Yeah, moved it at the last second. Happens. Huh. Weird. All right. Wasn't eyeballing that good enough. Take those out. Don't ever trust them. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me, my name is Kismet. I love talking to peeps in the chat, though sometimes I do get focused on what I'm doing. Doing a lot of, somewhat complex stuff today. Oh, boy, I forgot to do, whoops. I forgot to do these down here at the bottom. I forgot. And I do get back to chat. Don't worry, I will catch up on chat. But if you come in my stream and Kismet, you didn't talk to me within the first 30 seconds of me being in your stream. I can't believe you didn't do it. I'm going to go ahead and whine and complain, and I'm going to leave. Go ahead. Bye. Don't get entitled, bro. Don't get entitled in my chat. I don't mind talking to you. If you don't mind me playing a game and doing about 50 other things, which is what streamers are typically doing a bunch of things at the same time. I typically watching my redemptions, watching alerts, and stuff like that. So, thanks for coming in, hanging out, and also doing a giveaway right now for $10 Steam gift card. We're going to be giving away tons of loot today. Settle in, everybody. Hope you're having a great holiday as well. Speaking of, let me catch up on the chat a little bit here. Let's see. Yeah, 14 kills. You were crushing it. There you go. What's up, Riverdog? Hey, kids in chat. Everybody say hello to Riverdog, my awesome mod. Hanging out in the chat. He's got my back, everybody. You have his back in the chat by following those chat rules. Make his job nice and easy as well. All right, let's keep feeding those down in there and running those along that bottom area. I want to see some coming out of there. There we go. All right, there they go, coming down. See them backlogging that back one. Okay, now we should see all the green lights up and running. There we go. Now the overflow technique has worked. It's filled all of those up. We want to look at this last one over here. That one is working beautifully. All right, nice. That is perfection. That is good. Now, one of the things I would do, just to, you know, kind of do my thing, is to take out this middle row. Now, why would I take out the middle row? Because, you know, why have stuff that I'm not really using for anything? I'm that kind of person that tries to make it as absolutely efficient as possible. And one of those efficiency is your screen redraw, right? Why have that in there if it ain't doing nothing, right? Might as well get in there and get her done. Okay, so now we've used all of this to make the next step, which is our modular frames, right? And we want to get those modular frames running all the way back like we did over here. And so we want to go to kind of line it up here at the end. And so we'll go ahead and just use our walls right over here. I'm actually going to double this up like that because we're going to use this bottom one later. But right now I want to go ahead and just take this. And see, the great thing is you can always come back and readjust all of this later on. And we'll go ahead and count our way out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. To do a maximum belt distance, which is, of course, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I always try to run it up above, just because it makes it easier. 1, 2, 3, 4. It makes it easier for me to run all the lines. Now I'm going to go ahead and put in some more walls here. Back up just a little bit. Easier if you back up. You can probably guess why I'm doing that, right? Now, I've already have a line right here, which is for my plates, right? Now, if you notice that I'm not using a lot of overflow, meaning I'm not making stuff just to go into my box. I made a bunch of stuff to go into that box to use while I'm building, but that's not the primary use of my construction anymore. The primary use of my construction in a very perfect way is to make one thing that makes another thing that makes another thing that makes another thing that makes another thing, right? So I'm trying to maximize the use of my current nodes that I have. Note that I only have 4 iron nodes, or 3 iron nodes, sorry, 3 pure iron nodes. I have 1 copper node, and I have 3 normal, those are all pures, by the way, and 3 normal concrete nodes. And that's it. I didn't go and tap every single node in the world. You don't need to. In fact, I'm already tier 6, and I've only used those nodes. Other than, of course, I have coal as well, but I have 3 pure coal nodes. Once I saw those, I was like, I'm building my base right next to those. That's for sure. All right, so let's go ahead and get a nice wall mount here, and we're going to just kind of eyeball where we want this to go. And now we're going to run its own line right over to there. Beautiful. And then we'll go ahead and run these down. And then we've already got these already set up right here, so we know where these are going to go. So I'm just going to run along the wall here. Very easily just add those in. And we'll add some more walls. Try not to fall off. No guarantee. And so my goal of this right now is to take a bunch of these modular frames and run them all the way to the end. I'm out of Plates, of course. All right, well, let's go get some plates. How convenient that I just happen to have a thing right there, because that's usually where I run out of resources. Let's run over here, and let's see what we got hiding in these boxes over here. Oh, we got a bunch of plates and computers and all sorts of stuff over there. But we want to go ahead and get these plates right there. Then I like to keep a little bit of something laying around so I don't have to run all the way up to the top every single time. Makes it a lot easier. Okay, let's keep it going. Now you're probably thinking, Kismet, why don't you just use your existing line? I could do that. I could use that existing line, but if I at some point need some more plates, I could also divert my plates back into there. Or what I could do is I could say, hey, make me so many plates that that you start to backlog, and then when you start to backlog the plates, then go ahead and run it in my constructors. Right? You can do that as well. A lot of different options, a lot of different things you can do. These are all turned opposite directions. All right, so we want to go up there and say, hey, where are we going to run our modular frames, right? Where are we going to run it at? Well, it just so happens I happen to have an hypertube right here. Boom. Let's go. Good morning, Caveman. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for the awesome streams. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I do love doing this kind of stuff. Love hanging out with all you guys, talking to all you guys. Now, while I'm over here running, figuring out which one is my frames, let's go ahead and do another battle. Let's go. That's why we call this the mega stream. We do these battles every 30 minutes. We're going to get it going on. How we doing? Oh, getting those dinos. Get them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've actually seen these dinos own us. I think the 2 times that we lost yesterday was due to these dinos. God, they do such a huge AoE. Look at that. It's a massive AoE. That's why you got to range them suckers. No, don't get my healer. No! Oh, now they got to die. Oh, this is getting close. Range for the win! Who's taking him right there? That was Cookie! Cookie in there, tanking him at the end. Way to go, range on that one. Of course, a lot of us had to sacrifice ourselves to make that happen, but that was very nice. Open captain's chest. Hey, we bring in the win. That's all that matters. Grandson rewards. Let's see. Keijin again. I'm in it for the beer. LOC, Riverdog, Fox Vera, all getting some love. And Tall Forge right there with a 21 assists. MVP of that round. We're going to try to get right here to this chest. Let's go low side. Path of least resistance. Where are we going next after that? I feel like, I hate doing a mystery one at the end. We can't go backwards. We always have to go forward. Probably dodge those dinos. So down up here. We might take a shot at that mystery one. If we croak, then we'll go down that way. So yeah, let's go low side. Always good to take a minute and strategize before you just rush in there. Let's see. Which side am I feeling? Probably low side. I'm going to go real low side right there. Let's go right there. Let's get it done. Get you guys some loot. I would definitely throw in some tanks on that one, some ranged, and then also throw some rogues in there so you can run your rogues in there and grab all that loot. Advantage of watching my stream versus just battling without watching. There we go. We will drink for the fallen. There you go, Burgle. I like the way you think. All right, everybody. So we're back at my primary base. I'm way up here at the top, which I call the train level, which I'll be running all my trains and stuff from up here. But you can see that we already have a box for both of these things. And we have this running in here. That's a lot of those, man. We really backlogged a crazy ton of those. Nice. Because we're always hurting for those. You're hurting a lot for those in the very beginning. But if you learn that rule of 8, then those work really, really well. Especially even if you only have like a normal node and then you turn it over, you can use that rule of 8 on one normal node, and that will get that going for you straight away. So you're making them plates very early game, making those reinforced iron plates. Now we want to make modular frames. So we go ahead and say, okay, this one and these. Notice that these two have a gap. There's a gap here and a gap here. That's because these kind of two things are the things we're working on. So we're taking all of this stuff over here. Except for the concrete, well, kind of the concrete, because that's how we make the constructors. But we're taking all this stuff over here, and we're making this. Then we're taking this, and we're making more of this, rods. And then we're making the next thing, which is modular frames, right? And in a second you know that, then you're under some powerful stuff. Because now you know that once I make this, this goes into this, and this goes into that, and so on. And so we want to go ahead and bring our modular frames up so we can backlog a bunch of those. That we're going to use to make stuff. And then we're also, we're going to run that down just like we did on this one over here. There we go. And then we're just going to kind of run that same way. But notice how this one is actually turned the other direction. So before we do that, we want to kind of think of the same thing here. We want to run that down and turn it in the same direction that we have the other one turned, like that. And that'll allow us to line it up much easier. Like that. There we go. And then whatever you do, you want to get, you get close to the edge, but you don't want to fall. Oh, my God. Oh, no, I'm going to die. Somebody save me. Oh, look, I got a jetpack on. And yes, I did look first. See how much fuel I had. There we go. All right, we're looking good. And down we go. And again, we go ahead and turn this around. Real easy. Right down in there. Looking good. Now, I suggest to always have a good amount of concrete on you because you're just constantly making foundations, which I love. I love making foundations. That makes it awesome. All right, now we're going to have a bit of a problem here. This is going to be a little awkward right there. Yeah, it's not going to work. So we got to go ahead and do that one again. But that's okay. This game works from really far away. We can try to do maybe this. That work? No, that doesn't look good. No, we don't like that. And again, just kind of rework it. Now we're going to rework this into a lift wall eventually anyway. And we're going to line all of this stuff up. But right here, it'd be better for us to kind of push this another one and then just have it backlog into there. Now, again, the goal of what we're doing, and again, I could just use this line, take the end of it off, and connect it over there. But I know eventually that I'm going to be using these lines for other reasons later on. So let's go ahead and go back to what we were doing here, which is running our lines way along here. We already put that in. Yeah, we did. Let's go ahead and run this line down the road. Now, we want to go ahead and get the line going. Where's my skates? I think I took them off. I don't think I even have them on my character. What we want to do is we want to run the line so it can actually run those frames, which you can see them there, out of the constructor. Otherwise, eventually, it's going to fill up and then then stop. We don't want it to stop right now. We want to keep it going. And by the way, your actual belts act as storage. Did you know that? That's right. So you got more on the belt, which means you can more of them can sit on the belt and actually act as additional storage for your stuff. All right. I think we got about right here. Yeah, we got right here, and then we ran out of our plates, which is always something funny to run out of because I usually have a crazy ton of plates. That didn't look right, and I was right. And I always feel like doing the same thing. Like if you're going to run your wall mounts, run all your wall mounts, right? Run all your wall mounts first, and then come back, do all your conveyors. I just feel like that works out better. Now, because this is flat plates, we can run that real close together and not really have to worry about it, not worry about it clipping. I don't want it clipping through anything. And that's why also I'll watch that height level there. Make sure that doesn't clip either. And then this is going to end up down there. Now, because I've already set the direction there, if I go back and I do this, it's already going to know the right direction. See? It's pointing in that way. Even though I'm telling it, hey, no, I'm running it from there to there. It should be going that way. But I set the precedent at the end. And also this set the precedent as well. The lifter itself has set the end goal of which direction it's going. So we'll go ahead and just backtrack now. And, you know, I feel like, you know, you go forward, you go backwards. Like this, as you go along. It's just more efficient than running all the way to the end and then running it again than it is to do it on your way back. Now, normally I highly suggest doing the top ones first, but we're doing this as we go, meaning running the top ones first. Because otherwise the lower ones, they obstruct your ability to run your belts. And what we're doing is we're running this on a lower level, a kind of sandwich level, or a resource running level, where we can go ahead and just run this on that lower level. And there we go. All right. Boom. And away they go. Notice they're not clipping. No clipping. I was torturing my kids. Went and got my hair cut. I got the whole family's haircut for Christmas. And while we're over there, we stopped by Subway, right? And so we stopped by Subway. I forgot to tell you this story yesterday. And we stopped by Subway and we got ourselves, you know, a Subway sandwich because it happens to be right by the haircut place. And then also we got some cookies, right? You know, you get the 5-for-1 cookies or whatever. And I have 5 of us total, me, my wife, and my 3 kids. And so my daughter, who gets embarrassed easy, or actually all of them do, but one of my daughters, who's the redhead, gets embarrassed easy. So I'm like, hey, everybody, Num Num Cookie, Num Num Cookie. Now name that show, everybody, where the father's running around with a cookie trying to find the child going, Num Num Cookie, Num Num Cookie. So I started doing that, of course, embarrassing my children, because that's what's fun in life, everybody, is embarrassing your children. All right, run that up there. I give 1,000 Kiss Cats. Everybody knows that movie. Where the father runs around, he's trying to find the child, and he's like, Num Num Cookie, everybody. He's like, hasn't slept in days either. With another hint. Now, is this working? The only way we'll know is go up here and see if that's starting to fill in. Yeah, that's what we want. We won't backlog a lot of those for me, so I don't have to make those. So when I'm expanding my factory now, whoa, those are a lot of them in there. Holy mackerel. And it'll have a lot of extra, so I can just come over here, grab the thing that I need, and backlog those. Now, I could go in and run plates, and I could run rods, and I could run all of those things. I could run every single thing in here, but I'm coming to the realization that that's only good in the beginning. At some point, when you get to this point, when you're at tier 6, which is where I'm at right now, going into tier 7, you want to only do the things that you're most out of, right? Like if I go look at plates, I got plenty of plates, but I'm running no plates into this box. And you're like, what? How can I have plates in there with nothing running in there? We go around the back, there's nothing running in there. There's no plates running in there. There's no rods running in there. There's no screws running in there because I made a bunch of that already, right, when I was first building my base. So I don't necessarily need a bunch of rods because, look, I got a whole box full of rods. Over here, got enough screws. That's plenty of screws that I'm going to need. But what I do need is a lot of that. So I don't have to make that because that takes a while to make that. And I need a lot of these because that takes a while to make those. Now, same thing over here, right? Got tons of wire. Don't need it. Got tons of cable. Don't need it. Do I need a bunch of this? Yes, because we're going to use a lot of that. But I've got plenty of it right now. What do we got here? Wire at the end. But what does this copper make that goes along with this, right? These 3 things make these 2 things that I need. So what do these 3 things make that I need down the road? Well, we'll go ahead and make ourselves a little play yard over here. What I like to do, boom, put a constructor out here. Put an assembler out here. And let's just look. All right, what can we make in here? Well, we're going to make wire out of copper ingots. We're going to make cable out of wire. So one's going to go into the other. Quick wire, we don't need that. What do we need for copper sheets? Copper sheets, we need copper ingots into there. But what uses those things? All right, let's go look over here. What do we got? Encased industrial beams, steel beams, and concrete. That doesn't have anything to do with copper, right? Steel beams don't use copper. Let's go in there. Let's look at rotors, iron rods, and screws. That doesn't use copper. Stators, steel pipe and wire. Aha! Now we got somewhere, right? We got somewhere. Okay, we need to make copper so we can make that wire so we can make them stators. All right, now we got something going on. How about motors? Motors use stators and rotors. So this is basically iron, and this is partially copper. So that's when you first start using your copper, in this particular line that we're doing. So really, in case industrial beams, what we need is concrete and steel, right? So that's what we really need to do to work on the next thing that we need along the road, which is encased industrial beams. And so if we go over here and we happen to look, aha, steel, steel, and then the thing that it makes from steel, right? That's why I have those next to each other. And then here we go. We got our rotors, which comes from iron, and then our stators, which comes from a combination of copper. And then the combination of those two equal this thing, right? And then we have our heavy modular frames and then our computers. And those things will then combine with these things, plastic and rubber, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. You get the idea. Now, that's how I set up my construction, right? And really, I keep iterating on this each time, iterating, until such a point in which, one thing leads to another kind of thing, right? That's a song. One thing leads to another. Yeah, I wish I could sing it, but I can't because I can't sing. There we go. And DMCA. That too. I don't know. They start to just sing it on stream and they'll just like get all trolly on you. All right. So we go ahead and we run all of that over there. So now this stuff eventually is going to make this stuff over here. But really the next production, more than I need copper, because again, I have all of that already, is I need to start my steel production back up again and then combine that with the copper to make the thing I need. But first I made the steel. Now, steel is one of those things that I make the most of. And the reason why is because steel is used to make these boxes. Steel is used to make my level 3 runs. And you can still see I got a full box full of this stuff and a whole bunch more laying around down there. And this is just from what I've made before. I don't even have any steel production running right now. And I still have massive amount of that. And that's why I skip over tier 2 belts. I do tier 1 belts, tier 3 belts, and then the maximum speed. Because there's no reason to use those tier 2 belts because the tier 2 belts are very time consuming, which use the ones that we're doing now, though, I guess not as time consuming now because we know how to run them now because we're using our rule of 8, right? Our rule of 8 leads to our ability to have lots of reinforced iron plates, especially if we just let it run for a while and we got a bunch of them, we're good. Now, we've got our heavy modular frames done. That's awesome. We got some loot sitting out here. Let's pick that up. Boom. And now we're getting to the point where we need steel. Now, this actually is iron ingots over here. This is running. Why is that stopped? See that? Oh, there we go. Oh, because it was full. It's full. It's made so much iron ingots that it's actually backlogged the entire line. Yep, that's exactly what it's doing. This whole box is probably full. Yep. Where's that line going? That line is going up and about in this direction. See, I don't have my iron ingots going either. I got to figure that out. I got to put some iron ingots up there. We're going to use our excess for that in a minute. But let's see how our presents are doing over here. These are all feeding in. Now, again, we're doing the Christmas event. Oh, look, that's backlogged too. That's backlogged. All this stuff seems to be running just fine. Oh, no, we've got an empty line there. I see an empty line. I know there's something afoot. Yep, that stuff's not coming out. That's most likely because it needs the iron ingots. All right, so we're going to come back and check on it. Make sure that our Christmas stuff is going. And so let's work on that in a second. But let's first go see how many of these we got in here. I think we were 311 before. Whoa, okay. 100, 200, 300, almost into 400. I'm going to go ahead and just take all those out. Let's go ahead and just feed those into the MAM. Right over here. And holiday event. Right here. Oh, we already put some in there. We already put some in there? Oh, no, that's how many we have. 351. So we're at 351, and it's probably stopped. It's probably stopped running. Now, what I'm going to do is actually just, very rarely do I use one of these, but I'm going to go ahead and put these right here, and I'm going to put all those in there, and we'll grab them from there later. So 351. We need about 150 more. Right? But what had happened is our production line is stopped because I diverted those ingots over to the other side to be used for our plates. So we're going to need to make some just for this. So let's go over here and utilize our excess that we're using, right? Because we're just using 90 right now in the current line. I'm going to use a 240 line of raw iron ore for our steel production, and then our excess that's not being used right here, because this is a 240 line of iron ore, but it's only using 90. So that's going to allow us to do some more smelting and to run some stuff wherever we need it to go. But we want to go ahead and utilize the end of it here. And we're going to go ahead and run that splitter this way. And we're going to go ahead and do something a little fun. And we're going to try to lift that all the way up into there, into that higher level. And we'll use that excess up there. I feel like I'll go ahead and turn it this way. Right there. Okay. And then any overflow into that last one is going to go into here. So we're using 90. We've got to take 90 away from 240. Use our jetpack. Okay, so now we're just going to use the excess up here so that we can do the Christmas event, but this is not going to be a long-term thing. This is just going to be a short-term thing during the Christmas event because our stuff has come to a stop. And I think probably today and tomorrow we'll be able to get it done, if not just today. We'll see. What are we doing? We're doing smelters. And so basically we need to go, hey Siri, what's 240 minus 90?
240 minus 90 is 150.
150. Hey Siri, what's 150 divided by 30?
150 divided by 30 is 5.
All right, so that's 5, right? So we want to go ahead and bring this up and merge it in there. And I can bring it up and just attach it to one of those, but we just want to merge it real quick. Now I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind. I mean, we're going to split it, then merge it. And I'm going to speed up a little bit. And I kind of feel like this is not the right side to do it on. It's actually to do it this way. Now, the reason why I want to do it this way is because it's going in the direction in which I want it to run to. Right? I do it that way, and then I'm running it that way, and I'm running it back, and I'm doing all of that. That's not the way to do it. So let's go ahead and do it in the direction that we want our lines to run. We know it's 5. Like so. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And all we need is the ignits itself. Not the raw ore. If we run the raw ore down this line, we'll be in trouble because it's going to backlog and get it all screwed up. We don't want to do that. So let's take all this out. And then we'll go and we'll look way down there. Bring that up. And we'll turn it like that. All right, awesome. And then we want to split this down the line. Again, using our inline technique. Bad button pressing. All right, there we go. Now, because this is not a permanent thing, we're not going to be running this for a long period of time. I'm going to go ahead and just bring up some power. Right over here. I love the double wall outlets. I think they're the greatest thing ever. And just put a nice one up there. And then we'll tap into this power down here. Up to there. Now, I could put it into here, like that. It defaults, by the way, to a single side. So it doesn't default to the middle, to the double one. I wish it did. I'm sure there's a way to fix that. But we're going to run that power line. I'm going to update this power line to a Mark II. And then I'm just going to run them all from my single line here. And now we'll merge them together. Which way we want to merge this direction? Now we're going to merge this way. Oh, that's too close. That's too close. I can see it by that white line. There we go. I don't like them to be too close. I like to be able to kind of glance at it as I'm running by. I've found so many mistakes that I've done by literally just running along and going, oh, wait, there's something messed up there, because I can see that it's not running. That's it. All right, awesome. Now we got to tell it what to be, because it ain't going to do nothing until you tell it what you want it to be. We want this to be a whole lot of extra iron ingots for our Christmas event. So we also have the extra, kind of work that we have to do just for this Christmas event. That's what these copper ingots are also doing. And we diverted it last time, and we needed to come back and get it going again. Otherwise, all of the production over here is going to stop because the one item that it needs to make more of the rest of the items is being blocked. We'll go on a little roller coaster ride here. That's going to go down to there. And then we should see some stuff coming out of there. We don't see, if you see an empty conveyor, that should be a red flag, right? I could see it the second I saw that conveyor. I was like, oh, nope, something going on there. Something going on. So this is making the white bulbs, and then those white bulbs are going out of there, and those are feeding in over here. We can see we've got tons of the other one, the copper ones, and there we go. There's those white bulbs going to there, and then it's going to go back and forth. You can see I've got them both vertically lifted over each other, and we can see that one's now started back up again. Awesome. Now I can also do this, since there is a stop point in between here. I don't need to keep these. There ain't no reason I need them. So I can put them in here, and they're now going to flow down there and utilize those, because I don't need to save them for any reason. So if I do have extra laying around over here, another smart thing is to take it and move it over there. So if we go over here and say, okay, hey, hold on. Our white ones are our trouble ones right now. We could really speed this up by taking those and running them over here of where they're running out in the first place. Get them back into the production line like that. And again, they're going to run at 270, which is the maximum speed of my belts right now, because these are all level 3 belts. And that's going to speed up the startup of your production, because this still needs to bring in a bunch of ingots to get all that other stuff started up. So a great way to kind of, supercharge that part of your production. And there we go. Now it's producing these 3 little bulbs here. It's running down the line. If it got backlogged, I do have a backlog here just in case. And then it runs in here. It looks like we got definitely a huge backlog of that, which is nice. And those are running into these other ones over here as well. Now, one of the things I would do, depending on your production speed, is always have that primary one primed with the most. And then these ones over here, not so much. I can see there's 3 in here. And then there's 3 over here. 5 over there. I'm going to let that one run. So I'm going to grab the 3 out of that middle one. And I'm going to kind of overfeed this first one. The reason why I'm going to overfeed that one is so this one never stops. This one will continuously run. And if I do have an overflow, it'll go into those other 2. That's just a way of keeping that first one running now. Look at it go. Look at it go. And the cool thing is also I already have a backlog of all the copper ones. So this is probably full, right? Both of these are already full. So that's cool. That's going to crank those out as fast as it can. Now once it does that, it takes the multicolored bulbs and the leaves and puts those together. It then makes a wreath. And that wreath is then run back across all these kind of conveyors here. A little spaghetti going on, but not too much. And the presents are what you start with. It's going to run back to this box. That box then going to run out along with my candy canes out of there. And those are going to run into here. And now our production is back up and running. And we're waiting on our decorations. There's another one to run in there. And then out here, we're going to have our stars going. So we got 1 star going there. Now, it takes a while. Now, I could ramp this up to a much bigger production, and I could really get it going. But because this is the end of the line, I'm not in that big of a hurry. I'm not in such a hurry that I need to have that done right this second, right? I can let that run and do its thing while I'm doing something else, which is how I like my production to go. I like my production to be backlogging stuff and doing stuff when I'm not even around. There goes another one. Nice. Now, another thing that we can also do is go around and look if we have any more of this Christmas stuff hiding anywhere. Oh, we got some more Christmas stuff in here. So let's take all that Christmas stuff out of there, and then we can take that box out. Nice. Christmas stuff in there? No. And I hit F, like I'm going to take the box out. That's a great way to find stuff real easy. Right there. There's some Christmas stuff there. Oh, and there's my skates there, too. Put those on. There we go. Now we go a little faster. Nothing in there. All right, those are empty. Now what I'm going to do, actually, let's add another one of these back temporarily. Actually, let's add it on this side. What I'm going to do is go ahead and put all that in there. And I'm going to go collect the rest of this stuff that I have sitting over here. Just nice conveniently at the end of my hypertube. Boom! All right, now we're cleaning this place up. Shaping up. Hypertube back. All right. Now, what other holiday stuff do we have in here? We got a bunch of this. Now, see, what happens is, let's store all of that. Let's go to the next one and store, and next one, and store some more. Those are already full. I'm trying to watch it to see if it puts, what it puts in there. Yeah, see, I don't want it to do the holiday stuff. I saw it put the holiday stuff, I think, in this one. Right there. Let's get all that out of there. Very nice. And then over here, we got any more holiday items? No. Okay. So we've got a good amount of the holiday items out. We'll double check. Don't see any holiday items in there. Oh, wait. Hold on. I saw some snow. Oh, there we go. Some snow in there. Now, because I went and looked for that stuff, I just noticed that I do have in those items, some of the items that I need, the decorations, I can just put those directly in there. Right? So now, instead of it just sitting in my box, being useless, not doing anything, I can actually help it speed up the production of my stars here. And I could make another one of these to make it go faster and all of that. But we're just going to go ahead and let that run. That's on 2. We need about 150 more. That's going to take a while. And now that we have our production, and it's all part of our main production, everything's in line, we can go ahead and just let all that run. Now, we're also going to go over here. Oh, I need some plates. Like that. And we'll just make another one of these, but we'll put it on this side. And then we'll put all of our holiday stuff right there. Okay, now what of this holiday stuff can we use? Well, wait a minute. We can use this. We can use this. This stuff's already backlogged. I think I got like 8,000 tons of that. Yeah, I got way too much of that. But we got some presents. So we can go ahead and take our presents, put them in here because they can be used down the line. There we go. We can also utilize our tree branches, which we saw were being used way back here in the back. I mean, they're already massively backlogged right now, so I seriously doubt it needs it. But yeah, there you go. Just less it has to make, less we have to wait. Now, I notice that this one's red right here. Why is this one red? Oh, it's got no power. Okay, so let's give it some power. Somewhere. Oh, it'll help if I add some wire first. Let's go get some wire. There's some in that first one. All right. All right. What's that supposed to be making? Oh, more candy canes. Get those candy canes fired up. Okay, time for another battle. Let's get back over here. And let's go ahead and grab all that stuff, sort it. All right, let's go ahead and make this one into basically a trash one. Meaning something I want to get rid of. So we got iron ore there. What else you want to get rid of? We want to get rid of these ignits here. So we don't have enough room, though. So we're going to go ahead and put those ignits there. We've got iron ore in there. What else we got here? Oof, a lot of everything in there. A lot of good stuff. Some ignits there we can get rid of. Okay, yeah, we need another box. All right, we are very much overburdened. Okay, so we're going to go like this. We're going to put all that in there. And then we're going to try to basically get rid of all our excess stuff. I think that was Sam or... Yeah, we need to put that away. So we don't keep thinking that's the stuff we want to get rid of. In fact, probably a good idea for me to just do this. There we go. And then I will take it with me. Organize that. Coal we can get rid of. All the rest of that stuff we'll keep for now. Concrete, always good. Sort that. Tickets. Barrels. Oh, wasn't there barrels somewhere else? Over here. Take our... Actually, let's just take the stuff we know we're not going to use out of there. We're not going to use that. We're not going to use this. Not using these right now. Boosters. Fuel, we'll use that. We're just taking out the stuff that I know I'm not going to use in the short run. So I can go put that stuff away. A lot of good stuff in there, though. Probably not going to use my oscillators. Maybe use my beacons. You know what? Let's take the beacons out, too. And the gunpowder and the computers. Probably not going to use that in the short run. Motors, heavy modular frames. Not using these, that's for sure right now. This. We're still working on our lower end, revamping our lower end stuff. Candy canes, that's Christmas stuff. We're going to get that out of there. Alright, we're really getting full of it right out. Alright, so some of this stuff we want to take back to our base, and some of this stuff we want to put in the awesome sink. Let's start with the stuff back in our base. So while I'm running up there, let's go ahead and run another battle. Let's go. Fired up. Let me catch up. Drink for the fallen. There you go. Daddy moment. Incredibles 2. That's correct. There, Riverdog. You are correct. 1,000 points for everybody in the channel for those contest giveaways. We're giving away $10 Steam gift card right now. If you want to win it, all you got to do is exclamation ticket space 1. Or you can go ahead and do more than that. You can buy more tickets if you have more Kiz caps. You're welcome to give that a go. Welcome to give it a go. We're giving this battle a go right here. Ah, there we go. Look at you guys getting that loot. Let's say Keygen, we got Reaper, Riverdog, LOC, and CW all getting some love. Riverdog MVP with a 27 assists. Way to crush it. And there we go, everybody. Tier 44 down. Man, we crush these events every single time. Look at that. Boom. I mean, tier 43 down, going in tier 44. What I meant to say. My brain get that right. So, yeah, into tier 44 once again. We have done that so many times, got to tier 44. We have yet to finish tier 45, but that's pretty insane doing that. But we do a lot of battles, obviously. Don't want to bring the archer in for this one. Kind of feel like I want to try the archer on this one. And I got an epic archer, too. So I'm going to go down here in the bottom right corner. I'm going to archer the heck out of all those guys. Let's do it. I'm going to try some range units this round. Let's do it. Let's do it. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and put our stuff away that we're working on. So we know where our computers are. They should be over here. There they are. Let's put our computers away. Heavy modular frames. We don't need those right now. We got a bunch of screws and whatnot. Let's go ahead and let's do a little bit of sorting here. Put our screws away there. We've got our computers, which are most likely going to end up in this one. Hope I don't have my stuff to make that, but that's okay. We'll put it in there. And luckily, we have the stuff if we need to. The thing is, what we want to do is make this, so it's going to ask me for some of my basics. I'm going to need a little bit of this, and a little bit of that, and a little bit of this. There we go. I like to put a conveyor in the front of it, so I know what the heck it is. It'd be great to have like a sign you can put down, and it says whatever it is. But there we go. We've got our circuit boards in there. That's looking good. We've got our motors. Let's put our motors back. We'll be getting into motors and all that stuff later on. We got crystal oscillators and all of that. All that other stuff, really not that high priority right now. As you can see, I've got a bunch of boxes down here. And these have all this miscellaneous stuff that we might need, like food in this case. Or you know, quartz, a little bit of copper, I mean, a little bit of coal, a little bit of iron ore. You never know what you might need in the moment. And so I typically put a bunch of that stuff in there like that. But I don't keep a lot of it. I'll keep extra stuff like this kind of stacked in there. And we're just going to go, okay, well, you know what? Oh, we're not candy cane. We'll put all that stuff in there and deal with it later, right? We don't need to deal with it right now. We want to just get rid of it. It's the same thing with our SAM order there. Just get rid of all that. Okay. Then we're going to do some plastic over here. Don't have a lot of extra plastic up here. We'll have to bring all that up later on and get that going on. Now, you really want your stuff at the level at which you're building. So that's why you'll see me keep this extra boxes here. Keep that stuff at my build level. As opposed to having it over there, that's like long-term storage. If I run out of it down here, then I'll run up there and grab it. But you definitely want to have it at your build level or by where you're building because it's going to be really annoying to have to run all the way up there every single time. That will get old very, very quick. So what we're doing now is we're consolidating our resources that we have down here. We're getting rid of any excess stuff that we don't really need. All of this, don't need it. There we go. Now we can take that storage out. And then if we have a bunch of excess stuff, we have these awesome sinks over here, which have been awesomely running out all of our stuff. And I think this is now done. Yeah, this is done over here. We've gotten rid of literally 3 boxes full of stuff that we didn't really want to pick up and move and manage and do all of that stuff with. Want to go ahead and just take all that out. And there we go. And the same thing over here. We've been running out a lot of excess resources that we were using from our previous build. And we've just been running them into the awesome sink. So let's go ahead and sort this. Let's put this and this one. And then we'll go over here and say, okay, all of this into that one. It's about a row and a half. That's about a row and a little bit more and a half. Let's say coal in that one. And then the rest of my copper into there. And that's going to run it in the awesome sink. And basically, it's like a garbage disposal, like a big trash. But it's also earning my coupons, which I can unlock stuff in the awesome shop. So let's go ahead and let that stuff run out. That now we don't have to micromanage all that stuff. That stuff is good to go. Now back over here, we're actually using these candy canes to create some stuff over here. So having it just sitting around not being useful is not going to help us. Any candy canes in there? Nope. And so we'll just take our candy canes and we'll just feed them right into there. Boom, on away they go. And now plenty of candy canes in there. And still doing those decorations. While we were gone, it did 11 of them. So yeah, there we go. Now we're back. Remember, we only need 150. It seems like a lot, but it's really not. 150 of something in this game is not that much after you get your production running. Oh, I forgot to put my barrels up there. Oh, well, we'll leave them down here, I guess. So we're going to go over here. We're going to grab all this. And we're going to take out the stuff we don't need. Barrels we don't need. Way too many copper sheets. Way too many of this. Way too many of that. Too many of that. So take a little bit, and a little bit. There we go. And I think we're good. Yeah. We're good. Okay. So we got that done. Now we need to think about our steel production. The only problem is we're going to run into a problem over here because our copper production is right here, which is in the way of what we're trying to do. Now we have plenty of room over here. And if we think about it, we want to go ahead eventually. We'll take out all these trees eventually. Actually, I could probably move those trees up above. You know what? Let's do that. Let's get those trees up above there. Kind of move them out of our production here. Boom. All right, we're going to take all those out, which basically gives us all those resources. And we're going to put them up here so they're out of the way. Right now, they're blocking my production. Now, one of the things that we can do here in FICS MAS is make the gift tree. Now, the gift tree is one of the very rare occasions where you have control over the actual production of the original resource. So in this case, gifts. And gifts then make, they actually make presents, and then those presents are run in there. So the more of these that you make, the more presents that you're producing, the more it's running down the line, as you can see, like this. And so we'll go ahead and merge those into there. Now, each one of these does 15, so it's going to be way good enough for us to just go ahead and run this in a line here. I'll merge all these back together. Because eventually, after the Christmas event, all of this stuff we're going to take out. Though you can keep it. They did say you can keep it if you want. If you have it built ahead of time, you want to just leave it. You're welcome to. Me, I like Christmas themed stuff or holiday stuff when it is appropriate during that time, but not year round. I'm good. I'm good after that, but I do like this event. I think they did a great job of this event. By the way, these present things don't require any power. So very cool that you have over the control over the generation of the presents, so you don't have to run around and collect them all. And I like that kind of progression that you start with going around and grabbing these presents. And then you get these presents and you unlock stuff along the way. And then you eventually unlock the ability to generate those presents. And then you no longer have to run around and grab a bunch of that stuff, right? That's what's really cool about this event. Really like it in that way. If you have not discovered that you can do that, surprise! And me, I'm always looking for the best way to produce stuff, right? The most efficient way of doing it. In this case, it's producing these presents via the tree here. We got to make sure this is going in the right way. I can't see which way it's going. It's going that way. All right. Let's turn that around this way. And so we're going to line these up on the other side. All right. And all I'm doing is taking out the ones from down below and bringing them up here. And it's going to stop our production at some point. And that happens. But we're just kind of making them more efficient and getting them off our bottom level, which is really going to become the rest of our factory here in just a bit. Again, we need to make sure we got them going in the right direction. Yep. All right, that's pretty good for these rows. Those are back just a little extra, but oh well. They're only temporary. They're a little awkward to put them in there, too. They don't snap as good as typically your conveyor and stuff. Oh, okay. That's so not what I wanted to do. Try that again. There we go. All right, now we got the presents running down the line. Now they're going to start to backlog. So we want to get those presents and run them down below. We're going to go ahead and have it go this way. Into there. Oh, did it not do it? What happened there? Oh, it's clearance. There we go. And down we go into this lower level. I actually probably want that to be up by 1. Okie dokie. Now we want to run this all the way back to where we have this going over here, because it's already running in the various places, though we could revamp it over here and try to get it so it's not poking out into our production. I like that idea. I'm going to go ahead and put that right there. And then I'm going to bring this over there if it's going to let me. It's probably going to be obscured. Let's do something like this. Bring that over. Align that. This to here. Like so. Now, see, that's coming out of there and going into there. So I'm going to just go ahead and say, okay. That's now going to go into there. And so that's going to keep running. And then this is running from way over there. So we're going to need to count our 6 out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this would be 6. And so we'll go ahead. Take this out of there. That out of there. This goes from here up to there. Nope. Why you do that? Why you do that? No. Nope. Nope. And then this probably has a bunch of backlog in there. Let's take this out. This now will go from there up into there. And then now that whole entire production line is done. And we removed all of this stuff out of here nicely. And now we got a bit of our area back, right? We had all of our trees right here, utilizing our eventual future production area. And I'm going to go ahead and just angle myself in such a way I can take all those out nice and easy. Now we got more of this to revamp, but we're going to want to utilize some of our areas over here. All this Christmas stuff is in the way. Take that out. I like to be real careful when I'm around my factory because what'll happen is sometimes, you know, you're doing something and you're like, oh God, I took the wrong thing out way off there, and then something turns off. So that's why I like to be real careful when I'm doing that stuff. All right, taking that out. How are we looking on space? Plenty of space. Taking all this out. Because you never know what you're hitting in the background sometimes. I can also just hit Control, 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 Control. I'm just pressing Control and then releasing. Oops. They accidentally got that foundation. Oh well, boom. Alright, gone. One thing left. Add our foundation back. Alright, there we go. That's all cleaned up nicely. Jetpack our way up here. I feel like my sound's really low. There we go. Alright, and let's put some more of these in, as many as we can, and we're going to have them run. Have them run this way, and then we'll have them run in, merge in at the end. Dang, how many of these do we make? Apparently a lot. A lot. Alright, we're going to merge them this way. We're just taking a moment to fix up our holiday stuff here. Getting in the zone. All right. Ah, a little too close, I think. No, perfect. Awesome. Perfecto. Now you want to run along here and make sure you see each present coming out of each and everything, so you know you got that working. All right, awesome. Go ahead and put this back in temporarily. We're just going to use that as a skylight. Eventually put in some stuff there. We'll get around to it later on. How are we doing? Man, God, 3 hours went by like it was like that, everybody. Like feels like 2 seconds to me. Christmas magic. Yes, it is. It's Christmas magic, everybody. We're putting in our Christmas stuff here. There we go. Okay, that was the last one. I'm just going to use whatever I was using before. I'm not going to add any more of them. I'm just going to put down exactly the same amount I had from before. Merge them all together. Let them all run down the line here. And then I don't even know if that's more than what that belt can hold. It can hold 270. Let's see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 16 on that side. Plus 8 more. 24, 25. So 25 times 15. Hey, Siri. What's 25 times 15?
25 times 15 is 375.
375. We might be running too much because that's a 270 line. So we actually probably need to split that. Hey, Siri. What's 16 times 15?
16 times 15 is 240.
240. So this is 240 right here. Just this one. And so this second line needs to go in its own thing. See, it's actually been going slow all this time. And I didn't even know it. Yeah, I could have been having it. Could have been a contender. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. All right, let's go ahead and double up these lines so that we can really speed that up. So we're using our lines efficiently. All right, now, you know what? Actually, I got a better idea. Let's do, instead of running it that way, which is going to run into our lifter, let's take this back out. And then we'll go ahead and see where we can hit it. Make that one go to the bottom and this one to the top. And we're just going to put that right there. And then we're going to bring this up. Yeah, we need our walls. We're going to bring this up again, like we had it. So first it's going to start from the bottom, then it's going to come up. Then we're going to take it up and we're going to run it down, which should hopefully not clip. Do not touch my stuff. Don't do it. Ah, clipping just a little bit. That's okay, we can fix that. Create a little bend in there. Remember, this is all just temporary anyway. So create a little bend in there so it's not clipping. This will come down. Down here, we'll go ahead and adjust this top one, just to make it easy. Run that into the bottom one. Run this one into the top one. There we go. Now it's going at 360, right? 360 running into there. Now, because we have it running out in two separate lines, it's going to take that 360 and cut the 360 in half. And now we're working even more efficient than we were before. And that's a lot because, wow, that's really pumping a lot of that in there. In fact, I probably would be smarter for me to feed that more at the end of the line than where it's feeding right there. Yeah, I probably should merge that back over here. Oh, wait, there's a merger right there. Let's do that, because that's feeding way too much in there now. Way too much. Ah, so close. Doesn't reach. Doesn't reach. All right, this one up. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. All right, that one up. Okay, this one to the first one. This one to the top one. This one comes out of there. This goes up to that one. And this one goes up to that one. That's a lot of work, right? That was a lot of work, but very, very useful. And now we no longer need this merger right here. We were bypassing it just to get this in part done a little bit more. But now that we have a faster speed and we're having it split 360 into 360, which is basically like 180 each, now we've got both lines really cranking out some serious amount of stuff. Yeah, watch it start to backlog all of that. Now, I didn't really make anything more. I didn't really up the production. I just made it more efficient in the way that it's running. So I'm running a 240 line and then whatever the other line is, probably half of that, 120, and then merging them together into a 360 and then splitting that in half by using the box. See, if you notice, the bottom one is pushing out a lot more than the top one. See that? That's based on the inputs, right? How fast those inputs are. Now, it should be perfectly splitting those, and I could go in and fix that if I had a faster line, but I don't have a faster line. So you can see the top one, which is perfect because the top one is the one that's going to the far side, making candy canes, and we got plenty of that. Where the early ones here, this is really where we need a lot of that being fed through, because it's got to feed through this entire line to get to that inline way over there. And there's already got plenty in all of that. And these are actually being overclocked here too. So we'll let that run, see how it looks out. All that matters is if we get our stars, we get all 500 stars, then we get our tree upgrade, which is our last upgrade, and that's all we need. Let's go look. We need 150 more stars. We are at 21. All right, nice. Okay, so we revamped that. That stuff's all out of the way now. I think this snowman right here is funny. I'm going to move the snowman. I'll put the snowman on this side. This snowman is funny. He's actually got bombs for a mouth. He's like an explosive snowman. Pretty funny. Pretty funny stuff. All right, there we go. So we put that in there. We got that going. We got some presents on us. Let's go ahead and take these presents. Run those in there. Now you're doing us no good in our inventory. Let those run. Okay, so now we cleared all this room. Great to have the jetpack when you're doing this, by the way. Or all the darn presents anyway. And now we got all this room reclaimed. We can utilize for other stuff. Now, right down the center here, though, this actually is my main thoroughfare, so I won't be building anything on there other than like transport, what you see right there. But we got to get to our steel production. That's our main thing we want to get to next, even before our copper production. But we're using the copper production over here. Now, another thing that we can do to keep our copper production going, even though I'm going to be using this right here for steel, and probably pushing our copper production forward, right? So I'll be pushing the copper production over here, because what I want to do is combine the copper eventually with my other element, which is the concrete, right? And why do we want to do that? Well, if we go in and we look at our assembler, the first thing that uses copper is our stator. So we want to combine steel with wire, but also we want to combine rotors, right? So we want to use more iron rods, more screws. And see this right here, iron rods and screws that I need to make? Those to make rotors, that's what this extra that I have over here is really going to use. Right now I'm using it for the Christmas event, but really that's what I want it to do, right? I want it to have that extra and then use that extra for making more iron rods and more screws so it can make more rotors. And we'll figure out all the numbers and how to make all that work and all that stuff in a bit. And that's pretty easy. So we could actually, instead of building it at the lower level here, we could build it up above, up here, into this next level, up here, and let it run as well. Or what we can do is just kind of continue it down the lines that we already have run, right? We already have this continued line run. Now that line and this line is using a full 240. So that's actually already good. Over here, this is also using that 240, so that's fine. But the new one that we just did over here, this is not using all of this, right? It's not using all of these ignits, right? Those ignits are being run down and can be used for making like I said, overflow of rods and things. And rods is what we need next, right? And we know from doing our math earlier how many more of these smelters we could have, right? We got 5 of them running right there. So we could have 5 more smelters down here to be used for the rest of our production, which is typically what I would do. I would go in and I would build that next thing. I would go in and build the rotors. Rotors is the easier of the two because it is part of the iron, and typically iron is one of the easiest things to make. So eventually we'll come back and we'll do that for rotors. So we're just going to skip over rotors right now, and we're going to go to our steel. Now I could build the steel also in line over here. I could say, you know what, I've got 2 nodes that I could bring down right here, and I could run them in here. But we know we're going to have more of these smelters to make more items. Now we definitely don't want to run into the item we already have, right, with our stuff there. So I would move it way down to something like this, and let's just say, okay, we got plenty of resources. Let's just go ahead and throw these down for future expansion down there. We'll bottom feed them and we'll do all of that. But we're just going to put them down there to say, look, when we're done with the Christmas event, this is where it's going to go, right? We're going to, because we've already got it run down here, we might as well just continue it on and then feed it up into there. So that's going to give us how much iron ingots, right? So we just say 30 times 5. That's going to give us those iron ingots. Hey, Suri, what's 30 times 5?
30 times 5 is 150.
150. So we have 150 left over. And so we're going to go ahead and take our assembler, and we're going to say, okay, if we want to go ahead and make our rotors, how much iron rods and iron screws can we make from 150 ore? Now, this kind of stuff, and I'm going to do it right now, this is the kind of stuff you want to write down, because otherwise you're just going to ask again in a minute because you're going to forget. So we're at 150 iron ore, and I can go get more nodes if I wanted to, by the way, and I can just get endless amount of nodes. I actually find out that I end up with too many nodes. Too many nodes, way more than I need in there as well. I don't know what is with these weird bots. Make sure to report that too, Riverdog. Make a note of that, but also report it. I've been getting a lot of these weird, like, people just putting random... It's almost like it picks random words, and then it puts those random words into the chat as chat spam. I don't know what that is. Been getting that a lot lately. I feel like that's kind of the most of the peeps that we time out, and then I report them and whatnot, so Twitch can figure out what the heck's going on there. All right. So we need iron rods and we need screws. Now, we're going to start with our iron rods first because iron rods make screws. And so, we need our input rates. So we need to get 20 iron rods and 100 screws per minute equal rotors. And so what we're going to need to do is figure out all the math that makes all that work. Now, before we get to that, though, we want to go ahead and get our constructors in there. Now, I'm just going to set this up, and we're going to do this part later. But I'm just going to set it up, put a couple constructors in there. And again, remember, we have 150. So 150 coming out, and we're going to make it all into rods. Now, why are we going to make it all into rods? Because rods become screws. So we might as well just make everything into rods, all the raw ore into rods, because eventually that's going to become screws. And then we can use some of the iron rods to go into the rotors, and we can use some of the screws to go into the rotors, right? So all of this is going to equal rod. So important to make it as simple as you possibly can for yourself. So we know we're going to take 150 and use it up, all of it, right? We're going to use all of it up, and we're going to say, okay, if we want to use 150, then we're going to divide it by 15, which is the input of iron rods, right? So we'll just say, hey, sorry. What's 150 divided by 15?
150 divided by 15 is 10.
Is 10. That's 10 of these. That's 10. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now you know why I got rid of that stuff. Gonna need a lot of room, right? That's 10 of those things. That's a lot of them. Now, that's not counting the amount of screws we're going to make from this, right? Now, if we know that that's going to be 150. By the way, did you notice how the math worked out perfect? That's not easy to do. That worked out perfect, right? Sometimes like .333 or 666 or whatever, depending on if you're doing halves or thirds. But in this case, that worked out perfectly because we know, if you know how it works out with a pure node, you know that a single pure node can produce all of this and all of the next thing that you need, right? And someone figured this out, which I think is a genius, absolutely genius, that somebody figured out how to make all of this math line up. If you do it just right, if you understand the principles of it, you can make all that line up. So that's exactly 10. That's perfect 10 for 150 ore, right? So that's going to run all of that into there. So we'll forge all of those, run those ignits down the line, and then run them in here. Now, again, we could run it all in an inline, or we could run it in a single split all the way down the road. Now, another way to figure out is to say, okay, I got one of those, I got two of these. One of those, two of those, one of those, two of those, one of those, two of those, exactly, right? So you can say, okay, well, I can just double how many I got here is how many I'm going to have over here. So if I have 5 forges or smelters, 5 smelters is going to equal 10 of these, right? You can also do math that way, right? Just because you know that this is taking in half of it. So we're going to basically use double. All right, so how many screws, or I mean, how many iron rods is that going to produce? Well, it's 1 to 1. So in theory, it's going, the input is 150. Then it's going to output 150 when it comes to iron ignits. Then iron ignits, we're going to use up 150 iron ignits. And then we're going to produce 150 iron rods. And so now we know the number, right? 150, 150, 150, 150, right? Because we're using the entire amount. And they're 1-to-1 comparison. So it's 1-to-1 smelter, 30 in, 30 out. 1-to-1 on the converters, so 15 and 15. And so the math's easy if you understand the 1-to-1 ratios, and that's the way it is in the very beginning of the game. Later on, numbers don't work out so well. They get a little bit tougher. But now, why do we want to do this many? This is a lot, right? Why do we want to do this many? That's because we're going to need a lot of screws. We're going to need a crazy ton of screws, and we're going to be producing them like crazy. So, 150. Now, what do we need for our assembler? So, our assembler over here, we're going to need for making our, and we'll come back to our encased industrial beams here in a bit. For our rotors, we're going to need 20 per. Okay, hold on. That throws a whole wrench in the thing, right? Wait a minute. They're coming out at 15, and we need 20 per, right? So that's going to now screw up your numbers, right? So say we're coming out with 150 rods. We can say, hey, Siri, what's 150 divided by 20?
150 divided by 20 is 7.5.
7.5. But that's not right either, because for some of these rods we're going to be using for screws. And so now we need to say, okay, hold on. How many screws per rod do we create? So 10 in and 40 out. So now this is where it gets tricky, because you're balancing the production of one item, which also becomes another item. So figuring out that math then starts getting tricky. And we need to start with 100. So really, forget about the rods. What you want to figure out is your screws. You figure out your screws, then it will automatically figure out the rods, right? So to create 100, which is what we need, to create 100 screws, we're going to need 40, 40, and then half of the other one, which is another 40, right? So basically, which is 20, but it's another 40 in the third one. So we need at least 3 of these, right? So we need 3 of these, like so, to make screws. And then how many iron rods do we need to get? 30. So at least 2 of these per 3 of these makes that work, right? So now we have a general idea. 2 to 3, right? 2 to 3 ratio to make about 100, but it's going to have 20 extra, so we're going to figure in that extra later on. So let's just start at the very beginning, and let's just do our screws first, and then whatever rods we have left over, we'll deal with that. So these 2 right here, right? They're going to go ahead and end up merging right there. And then we're going to split it again. Now, I'm just going to put this down temporarily. We'll optimize all of this here later on. But we're going to go ahead and take our constructor and say, okay, we're taking those 2 and we're converting it in to 3. Now, we can just do the math, by the way. We can just do the math, or you can do it visually, which is how I'm doing it right now. So those 2 become those 3. And the next 2, right? These next 2, those become the next 3. All right. Now, if we want to figure out the math, though, we go in and figure out the screws. Now we have an overlap, right? So we have 120 and 120 screws being created, and then we've got basically we only need 100. So now we've got 20 and 20, which is 40. Now we have 40 extra screws, right? And where does that math work out? Right? Where does it work out where it's perfect, where it's at an even rate of screws that per rods? So we got to keep going, right? We got to keep going. So that's 120 there. So we need to get basically 80 more, right? How can we get 80 more? Well, we do 2 more of these. 1 and 2, right? So that's 120 plus another 20 or another 40. Well, that's 40. Yeah, 120, 40, 80. And this is going to be 80. And then so, boom, now we're over again, right? So 120 plus 40 is 160, by the way. And then another 40 on top of that would be 200. Sorry, 200. Exactly on dot. That's what I mean. That's what my brain's trying to say. On the dot. Or we can just say, okay, how many of these we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Aha! The rule of 8 shows its head again. Hey, Siri. What's 8 times 40?
8 times 40 is 320.
320. So, it's not exactly right? So we're at 320 here. Hold on. This doesn't seem right. Hold on. 40 times 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Hey, Siri. What's 40 times 8?
40 times 8 is
320. Yeah, 320. Okay. I was doing that math wrong in my head. I'm glad I double checked. So yeah, that is 320. Now 320 is more than what we need, right? And if we take the last one away, instead of having 300, I thought it was 200, it was 320. That's why my math went wrong. But we have an extra 20 screws, right? If we take this away, then we're down by 20, right? So again, our math not working out. So how can we do it again? Well, let's add another one. That's going to add it again. We're at 320. Now we're adding 40. That's 40, 50, 60. And then finally, when we get up here, we now have another 40, which should give us enough to make an even number, right? And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make an even number so we can have an even number of the ones at the end. So how many we got now? Let's go look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, that's actually easy numbers, right? Because you take 10 times 40 is 400. That's where we were trying to get. And let's ask Siri. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. She's not listening. Hey, Siri. What's 40 times 10?
40 times 10 is 400.
400. Okay. Now, the problem with doing 10 is the fact that your rods don't equal it well, right? Because the way the numbers work out. So remember, we need 2 of these, 2 iron rods, which is 15 per screw over here, per 3 of these screws. So we got to figure out the math now of this, right? This is the first part in which the numbers get really, really confusing. They get really tough. And also on the scale that I'm doing it is very tough because the larger the scale, the larger the numbers, the more you have to figure out those splits, the more difficult it gets to make that thing. Though we are going to make a crazy ton of rotors, that's for sure. All right, let's go ahead and do some battle. Let's go. All right, just taking that out while you guys were doing that battle. All right, grants and rewards. Let's see. EMZRT, Subi, Riverdog, and Reaper all getting some love. Michael David coming in overall MVP in that round. Nice job. Let's keep it going. Oh, it's time for the big boy. Time to pull out those epics, those legendaries. Let's fire it up. Let's get it going. All right, there we go. We're going to pull in the Flying Rogue, filling that upper right corner of that round. Let's do it. Now, I took everything out. And you're like, Kismet, why'd you take everything out? Well, again, like we did over in that one over there, is we're going to start from the end and we're going to work our way backwards. In this case, the whitest thing that we want to do is going to be our screws. So we're actually going to put our screws in first. And we're going to put them in a group of 3. All right. Oh, unless we misclick. And we're going to try this again. So we already kind of know what we need, right? We need screws. Right? We need 10 of these screws together. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put those screws in there. That's going to be 120 screws. Then we're going to take our screws. We're going to leave a gap just for visualization. Now, I'm not really going to run it like this, but just so you can see the overall problem we're going to have. I think our awesome sync's probably done by now. All right, so there's 10, right? So 3, 3, right? That's 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10. We know we need 10 of those to equal 400. And 400 is going to equal 3 of these, right? Because we wanted 100 each. So we're going to put 3 of these down. 1, 2. Oh, not enough. Not enough room or plates or what the heck there? Oh, not enough rotors. The very thing that I'm setting up is the thing that I don't have. I always find that funny. Every single time. That the very thing that I'm setting up to make is the very thing that I need to make that thing. Very funny. All right, let's just look. I got a bunch laying around somewhere. Here we go, right here. Bunch of those laying around. Okay, now I spread those out on purpose. Now, of course, we'll run them all together. We'll run it from underneath, and we'll do all of that stuff. But we're just trying to figure out what equals what, right? Okay, so say we wanted to aim for 3 of these, right? We wanted to aim for 3 of these, and we know we can use 150 ore. That's our starting ore. And we know that 2 constructors over here. Yeah. For every 2 constructors of iron rods equals 3 of our coughing, 3 of our screws. So there's 120 screws right there, right? And there we go. Again, over here, same thing. 2 constructors to go with this. Again, this is a great visual way of doing it. 2 constructors to go with that. And then this one, obviously, is going to have extra, right? So, basically, we're going to use 1, but then we're going to have all the rest of the rods left over. Do you guys remember how many rod constructors? You guys remember? If you don't remember, you can ask Suri. Hey, Suri. Hey, Suri. What's 150 divided by 15?
150 divided by 15 is 10.
10 again. So 10 of these, 10 of these, right? So you're going to see, if you're going to find common patterns to the numbers in Satisfactory. Once you find those common patterns, you are the master of the game, right? So we've got 2 there, 4, this is 6, that's 7. And so now we have basically 3 more, right? So 3 more extra ones, 1, 2, and 3. That are just for producing iron rods. And so over here also, we're going to be producing 15 iron rods. This is only going to be using 10, so we're going to have 5 left over from this one, right? And then each of these are 15. So we've got 15, 15, and 15, which is 45. And again, over here, we've got 5 left over, so it's 50. So we have 50 over there. Now, let's go check our iron rod amount that we need over here, which is which is 20. So we have 50 left over, right? So what's going to happen, again, this is the point in which you get to where your numbers don't match up, right? Because we're using the overflow of the other one and it's not a pure node and all of that stuff, what's going to happen is we're producing 50, but we need 60 iron rods, right, to do 400 screws. And actually, we would have a fourth one of these if we were actually going to try to do 400 screws, which I naturally just didn't put in there because I know I'm not going to try to do that. But you can see that that 400 is not going to work out. It's because the math of this doesn't work, because we need 20, 40, be 80, actually. We need 80 more rods. And I could go get another node, and I could run that other node and do all that. But we're trying to get the numbers to work out of the one that we have right here. So that's the first thing we know, is we have too many screws now. So we're using a visual way of doing it, not just the numbers, but a visual way to know that we have too many screws. So let's go ahead and reduce our screws by 40, right? So that takes us down to 360, right? And we're going to say, you know what? Let's aim for 3 of these, right? So now we know the end result. We're going to work our way backwards from the end. Let's say we just get 300 screws going, and that should leave us enough iron rods left over to run all of this, right? So we need 60 iron rods to end up at the end. So again, the way you can add it is a very visual way as well. So let's go back over here and say, okay, that's 100, 120. It is 120, right? It's 240. And then we're going to try to fine-tune this over here to equal 300. So how can we do that? Well, we can go ahead and take this out over here. Again, notice we're working with the screws first, and then we'll come back with the rods at the end, whatever we have left over. And we'll also have a little bit of overflow should we need rods. So again, each of these are 40, or groups of these are, we have more than enough rods, so that's not a problem. So each of these are 40, so we're going to say, okay, 40, 40, and 40 is 120. So a group of 3 is 120, just to make the numbers easier. So that's 120, this is 120, that's 240. All right, now we add another one, right? That's going to be another 40. That's 280, right? And then we add another one, and that one is going to be now 320. So it's too much. But what we could do is we could go in and say, you know what? I don't want to create these screws at full speed. I want to go ahead and underclock this to 50%. So now it's only going to produce 20 screws. So it's going to produce exactly 300 screws, and that's all we wanted to do. Then any additional rods we can then use. That's called underclocking. You don't have to make the numbers work with splitters and mergers and splitters and mergers. You can do that. I've done it before. It's really not necessary. You know what you can do? You can just underclock, right? You, instead of overclocking, making it go faster, you're actually slowing it down so you can use that excess resources for other things like other iron rods that you're going to use. So there we go. That is perfectly 200 right there. And that's 300 right there. And now we need 100 per. So when these come out, boom, there'll be 100 going into there, 100 going in there, 100 going in there. We're going to do it all in line too, so it'll all be running down the line. But we've got to watch out, because if we go past the speed of our belt, which is 270 right now, that's not going to work, is it? Right, it's not going to work because we can't merge all those together. So we got to watch out for our belt speeds. We've got to watch out for a lot of stuff. Now look at the scale. Look at the scale that we just went. We just went from, okay, we do this, we do that, do that. And now we have all this complex interaction of belt speeds, of running stuff. And this is something I was talking about earlier, is that your screws are your number one thing that goes to another level. Rotors is the next thing that really goes to another level of figuring out the math, right? And we can start with a 240 node and do all of that as well, but we're going to use the overflow and then use the rest for steel. But you get the general idea. The general idea is to hit that number evenly, so you can then split it up. And then we're going to shoot for 3. And then we should have 60 rods left over. So let's go ahead and look. Let's go ahead and take a look back here again. So we've got 2 of these coming out. Those are taking care of those. We got 2 of those over there. Those are good. All right, so that's 4 there we're using. Then right here, we've got 2 more. But it's not using all of the rods, right? So it's using just a portion of the rods in here. It's going to use half the rods. So 5 there and then 10 here. So this actually is lining up perfectly with just one of these, right? So one of these is going to run those two. All right, so now we visually figured it out. Now, what's left? Well, now all we have to do is figure out the numbers of how many we've already used when it comes to rods, and then we know how much is left over. So we go and say, okay, there's 2 there, there's 2 there, there's 1 there, it's 5. So we've used 5, and we have a total of 10 that we can use based on our inputs, right, of 150. And that is going to give us our final thing. Now, by the way, this is me figuring this out while I'm on heavy anti-allergy medicine. So if I can figure it out like that, you can figure this out. It's not that tough once you get the general idea. So we got 5 more of these left over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now these are going to be just nothing but rods. Now, how many rods is that going to produce, right? 5 times 15. Hey, Suri. What's 5 times 15?
5 times 15 is 75.
Is 75. So let's go look over here and see how much we need. These are going to need 20 each, right? So now we can go ahead and say, oh, okay, we got more than enough, right? Because this will be 60, right? So 3 of these, 20, 40, 60. We're making 75 over there. It's now gives us an extra 15. Now, in theory, if we wanted to save that extra 15 or not even make that extra 15 because one of these makes 15, we could just not put that constructor in. And we'd end up with a lot of extra iron ore, but it wouldn't be using our power. But what it does do is it does produce just a little bit extra. And what do we do with a little bit extra on our assembly lines? We run it back for our use, right? So we're going to have 15 per minute. One of these constructors is going to just be doing nothing but sending that iron rods back to our main base so that when we use up all our iron rods, which I seriously doubt I'm going to do anytime soon, but if I do, I will have a little trickle of iron rods. And that is rotors. That's rotors right there. And we're going to leave that there for right now. We're going to come back to do that after we do the Christmas event because the Christmas event is using our extra iron ingots. Okay, so we got that all squared away. And now you get the general idea of that. We'll do the same thing when we get into stators and all of that stuff. But for right now, we got to get this going. Now, speaking of stators, before we go too far, stators doesn't use any iron. Right? Doesn't use any iron at all other than to make the steel, right? So it uses the raw iron, but it doesn't use iron ingots. So there's no worrying about iron and, oh my God, we need to take some of the other iron and put it over here. We're going to put it into steel, and that steel will then be used to make the stators, right? So we only need copper, a raw iron ore, and also coal. Coal is going to be a big one, but no worries. We have 3 coal nodes, and one of those coal nodes is being used for 24 coal plants right now, which is running my power in my plant. I do have a bunch of oil power, which we'll get back to, but it's not connected into the system right now, and I'm not even worried about it right now because we're revamping in such a wonderful way all of our stuff over here. Now, we need to take all of these out because they are in our way right now, and we're just using them for the holiday event, and we've made this kind of upper level now, which allows us to go ahead and run some more of these. Now, we've got a full copper node, and that copper node is just absolutely full, right? It is just so incredibly full that it's starting to backlog. Now, we also have this upper level that we had from before that we no longer need because we're smelting it right up here. We're smelting that excess to be used in the Christmas stuff over there temporarily. And then when we're done with that, we're going to run it into that. And that's going to be hardcore right there. Look at that. That's beautiful. Now, of course, I already know a bit of the math. I already know how it works out. I already know what I want. Once you know that, that's really nice. But this will all be compacted together, and we'll be feeding it from underneath and doing all the stuff that we did before and offsetting it in such a way that it feeds in and back and so on and so forth. Much like we've done already in all of this. But right now, we just need a temporary use of our copper, move our copper out of the way so we can go ahead and put our steel in next. And then once we have our steel in, then we'll do our copper beyond that, or we can go ahead and move our copper to be used over on this side, which is where I'm most likely going to run my copper right here. Now, why am I going to do that? Well, this is going to create our rotors out there right? So that's going to create our steel and our rotors. And I want to run that steel and that copper together along with concrete eventually. And our concrete is over there. So we don't want to be too far away where we have to run these really long lines. We want to be thinking in the direction of where our stuff is originating and then trying to find a central place to run those and then run those into there, right? And the final output of what I'm going to be doing is actually motors. Motors will be the final output of the steps that we're doing now. Because we're doing rotors, we're going to do stators, and then motors, and then those motors are then going to run up into our central area, and we're going to be running it in this direction, not necessarily out in this direction. The reason why I'm running it in this direction is because my original ore is coming from this backside, and so I'm running it out this way, and then eventually we're going to run it forward toward the center base, right? I'm always going toward the center base. Unless your center base is on the same level with your production, then it's not a good idea. Then you want to run it away from your hub. You don't want to run it towards your hub because you're going to run out of space, usually. That's what happens. But notice I've got lots of room, right? I gave myself lots of room between here and the final product. So I know I'm going to have lots of room to there, and I'm going to build my oil and everything on the other side, and then bring in all of our trains, and then work on our nuclear, and unlock our Tier 7, and put our space elevator back, and so on and so forth down the road. I already got it all built right here. That's the thing. If you can build it here first, then building it in the game is easy, right? That's the easy part. You're just running down the steps, right? Doing it step by step. Oh, we need to take this one out. I ain't doing nothing over there. Take that one out. All right, so we need to move all of this production of copper ignites out of there until our thing is done. And the second that's done, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and cut all these lines and then rerun them, and then we'll do our rotors and all that stuff. Not sure if we'll have enough time to do that today. We're going to try, though. But again, this is in my way. I want to build stuff. It's in my way of my production. So the first thing that I would probably do is to run over here and say, where is my copper coming from? Right? Where's the original ore node that's coming from way over there along my gigantic lift wall? Let's go look. Look at that sucker. Oh, she's a beauty. Look at that lift wall. Those are where my resources are coming. They're coming from way down there. My copper node is like right down in here somewhere, and it's running up this way along this lift wall, up along there, around here, and it's ending up right over here. Notice I've left some other lines for later when we need to tap more nodes. But there's our copper node right there. So it's running way off over there. We don't need to run way off over there. We want to run it right here. Now, each of these are 30, so we can go ahead and do math real easy, right? Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
Is 8. That's easy, right? That's easy stuff. So we're going to go ahead and cut that off now. We're going to go ahead and run that line straight up to here. I like jetpacking out there and then putting it in there and then jetpacking back. That's always fun. Let's go ahead and fill in the rest of these foundations here. There we go. Now again, remember this is just temporary. So we know we need 8 of these. And so we'll go ahead and say, all right, well, we'll go ahead and run it. Just to try to keep it nice and clean here. We'll run it, say, from here. Temporarily. 2. 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now you guys get the gist of this, so I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to try to go much faster. This is not really for our main production. Again, this is just for our Christmas stuff. I'm aiming in the right direction. I'm watching those green lines. I'm lining it up. Get my big butt off the ground. There we go. I'm also looking at the top. If you look at the top there, you can see that it's got this, which means that it's feeding this way. That's the output. So we definitely want to watch that. Make sure that it is going in the right direction. That was weird. Look at that. What the heck? don't think I've ever seen it do that before. That's not even a legal thing. You shouldn't even be able to do that. That was weird. Weird stuff. All right, copper. Boom, do your thing. Now we're gonna need some power. Remember, this is only temporary, so we don't really want to go in and spend a lot of time doing temporary stuff, right? You want to put a little time into it, but not 5 hours into making this look beautiful. When you can just quick and easy most of this. Oh, I gotta upgrade that line. I thought I had a 7 line when I only had a 4 line. Boom. Ooh, there we go. All right, there we go. So that's now cranking that out. Now you're like, well, Kismet, there's a bunch right there. True. There is a bunch right there. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take this off there. And we're going to go ahead and create a little box over here just to help us out here while we clean this up. That into there. And we got any on? So a little bit. And another box here. Put all that stuff in there. And we're going to run over here. And we're going to clean this up. Grab all that out of there. And that's going to let the rest of that run while it's waiting. Now, it already still has some ore over there that it can use. It's got a whole box full of it, most likely, leftover copper ore. So this can still continue to run and run that copper ore back. But we want it to run into this box over here, along with this one running it into the box. So let's take what we've already got. Oh, I took it off here. And let's go ahead and put all that in there. All right. And then we can go ahead and run it from over there. If we grab our stuff. There we go. And we can run it from over there into there, and that's now going to also bring all the stuff from over there to over here while we're working on making even more, right? So now we're going to make even more of this stuff, and we're going to merge it down the line. Let's go. Now, again, this is the easy stuff right here. This is just making ignits, and then running those ignits into the rest of our production. Alright, nice. Now we need to tell it what to be, right? We didn't tell it what it should be making. Copper ignits. Let's go. I like to do this different ways. Sometimes I jump along the bottom, back. Sometimes I do it from the front. Sometimes I run along the bottom. It's up to you, what you like to do. Alright, now it's going to pump out a whole lot more. As well. We probably want to do a double box. Let's go ahead and do a double box. Pull that in the top box. Merger. Not quite too steep. All right, this way it'll the one over there will backlog into this box so we can get that taken care of as quick as possible. Another thing that we could do is instead of having it backlog over there, we can just have it bring that backlog over here to be used in the main line. So we can go ahead and take this out. We'll go ahead and add industrial storage here. Run this to the storage. from the storage into there. Now we got to hurry up though. We got to run and we got to grab that stuff quick before that thing fills up. So let's go. And we're going to remove all this runs out here. So this is still working. This is still doing its job over here. But there's going to be a lot of this in here. So we'll grab all that out of there, or at least as much as we can. Oh, we should put our stuff down. And we're just going to bring it back and let it work with this. Instead of it running that, we got to wait for it to finish. We'll just go back and put it over here. Like so. Boom. Now, there we go. Now it's got the backlog. This upper part has the backlog instead of the lower part. And the lower part's the part we want to take out. But we still want it to make a lot of ore. Now, it's producing more ore than it's using over there. I can tell you that already. For sure. Now we can take this out. We can take all this structure out. And so on. That's still going to feed a bit of that. And now this eventually is going to run out. Like that. And then this is going to burn up what it has. And it's going to run the rest of these copper ignites out. Out here, it's going to run it into this box, which you can also grab a bunch of that out just to save some time. And it's going to kind of empty itself out and finish up what it's got. And then we're going to take it out. So let's go. Now again, the quick thing to do though is to get over here as quick as possible. So otherwise you're going to end up with all this extra stuff. Which you can just run in the Awesome Sink. But I like to get it over here and try to fill it up as quick as possible. Like that. Before it actually fills the rest of that with our main line there. Now, I think that's a pure node, if I'm correct in that. But let's go double check. Again, see how sidetracked you get? You always get off into one thing, and then you never get back to the thing you're trying to do, which is trying to do steel right now, because you're so busy fixing this other thing in the moment so you can do the other thing. All right, here we go. Woo-hoo-hoo! Coming down at a warp speed. Look out. Bam. Take one to the helmet. There we go. And as you can see, I've set up a whole bunch of lines. I've set up a whole bunch of hypertubes. That'll take me very quickly from my main base way up there on the hill. Way down here to the actual nodes themselves. This is our iron node here. Now, we actually want to put our skates back on. There we go. Or we could use our vehicle. Because we don't want to take the hypertube all the way down there, because those are 2 more iron nodes. This is all that's feeding my entire factory. Those 3 iron nodes, this copper node, and you'll see some limestone nodes. That's a 240. That's at 240, which means that it's a pure. It's a Mark II, which is the reason why it's going at 240. So we know that that is correct, and the line's a 270 line, so it is running at its maximum speed. And whatnot. All right, back up here we go. I love it when you build all this structure, because it's really cool once it starts to kind of reveal itself how it's going to end up. Now over here we have 3 limestone nodes, except for their normal nodes, right? They're not pure nodes, so they're only going at 120. So we have 2 of them combined, that's 240, and then I have another one which is 120, and then those are being lifted up the wall to that upper level. Now, the cool thing is, if you use a central lift wall like this, is once you have one figured out, right, the one of the lifting and the distances and how you do all your walls, well, all the rest of them are just a carbon copy after that. So you can bring all your resources to a central lift wall and just run it all up there instead of running them individually in separate walls, right? It's smarter to run them together from all these different places and then run them up once, up one wall, because later on, you're going to be combining those lines into single lines too. So when I'm done later, when I get up into tier 7, I'm going to actually combine that limestone into a single run. And then the other runs I can use for other limestone that I bring in, or other iron ore or whatever I can bring in later on. And so I will have the same amount of runs up the wall, but I will have more ore overall, right? Even though I didn't have to do more work, I just had to upgrade the lifters and upgrade the lines. And that's it. See, right? Working more efficiently. Using your noggin. Using that thing that's above, 2 feet above your butt. Part of the fun, right? How we looking on the time here? My God, I went for 4 hours and didn't take a break. I should be taking a break, everybody. Let me go take a break here. Let me get over here so you guys can watch this run. Oh, I need my jetpack back. It's hard to get used to your jetpack again. Normally, I don't use the jetpack all that much. All right, there we go. We got all that going. We need to make sure we tie this in before we AFK here. So this continues to run. There we go. All right, all of that running into the boxes and then remerging on the other side. Now it's going to have 2 boxes of copper ignis. It's going to have a lot of that. And that one's going to fill that up. And then eventually what it's going to do is, again, this side over here should run out. Now this is a great time, like when you're letting stuff run, you want to just let it finish what it's doing, to just go AFK. Just let it finish what it's doing and let it finish the ore that it has. And eventually these lines over here are going to run out. Right? You can see them running back and forth. In fact, we could actually turn this around if we wanted to. Turn it around so it stops running that way and it just runs directly into the box. We could do that, but we're not going to. I'm going to let you guys let it run. Let's see how we're actually looking for iron ore in here. So yeah, it's down to 22. So I'll let you guys watch this. Run all of this. Let's get over on this side. It's kind of funner to watch it run. Yeah, let's say we want to see it go into the box too. How about over here? Nah, I don't like any of that. Let's try this. Lookout tower. Oh yeah, that's way better. All right. All right, now you guys can watch that run while I go AFK. Posture check. Yeah, exactly. I actually lean back in my chair. I love this DX Razor. That's what I got. Because I can lean back a little bit, and it keeps me kind of set back in the chair, so I'm not leaning forward over your keyboard, as well as it gives me a little bit of equilibrium in there, so you're more on your hips and less on your legs, so your legs aren't getting starting to tingle because your legs are dead from you leaning too far forward, or you have your feet hanging over the side of your thing. Plus I have a little it's like a bar that goes underneath my table that I can put my feet on, kind of like a footrest, about halfway up the table I'm sitting on too. So very cool. You're gonna see all of that stuff behind the scenes, by the way. Behind the scenes stuff. All right, let's do this battle first. Right over here. Then we're gonna go ahead and take a break. Then when we come back, we're gonna give away a $10 Steam gift card, so make sure to be here for that. We're gonna give that away here in just a few moments, so you must be present to win. So make sure to be hanging out in the channel. Hope you guys are having a great holiday, for sure, for sure. My allergy medicine is kicking in, so I feel a little better right at this moment. Feeling good. I did get lots of rest last night, which is good. This allergy medicine conks me out, too, so if I take the allergy medicine and then I go to sleep at the appropriate time, I actually will sleep like a normal person, which is great. I wouldn't use it as sleep medicine, no. Use it as prescribed, everybody. Look out, Rotisserie G, behind you! Don't let Rotisserie G die, everybody. Get that baddie. There we go. Got him. There we go. Big fat win. Getting those sweet event tokens. Grant some reward. Let's see. Subi, EMZRT. I'm in it for beer. Dragon's Blight and Rotisserie G all getting the love. Mex coming in overall MVP with that 35 assists. Congrats on that. Let's keep firing it up, everybody. I think we're going high side, right? High side to the mystery. Yeah, that's where we're going. All right, let's do it. Let's get in there. Let's see if we can get it done. Oh, yeah, bottom left for sure. Right there. Okay, come and join us, everybody, for some stream renders. You can find it in the chat. It is free to play. You can play it on mobile and on desktop. Go ahead and click that link. Find me, your Captain Kismet. Get access to the battle board. Put down your new units. Be epic. There we go. All right, so, and I finished. It finished while we were doing that. Look at that. It ran out. Okay, well, that's awesome. All right, well, we know we're going to be done with that when we come back. So it actually finished while we were doing that battle. All of that ore got finished up and used. Okay. And I'm assuming that one, yeah, that one over there now is empty. Okay, awesome. These are all empty. We shouldn't see anything coming down this line here. Nope, those all ran into the box. And eventually, those will run out of that box and be used up. But right here, we've got all this going. This is not doing anything right now because it's backlogged. And so I guess I'll run over here. Give you a nice little bird's eye view. Bam! Oh, that's a cool shot. There you go. Now that's some serious production right there. One of the drawbacks of running stuff underneath where you can't see all the stuff running is you don't get to watch the conveyors. I'm mesmerized by watching the conveyors run. Put a 1 in the chat if you have the same thing. If you're the type of person who could just sit here and watch this kind of factory run and run and run, I'm that type of person. I love watching all the stuff go this way and that way, and this is coming from there and that way and all of that. I dig watching that, though it is kind of cool to tuck it underneath there and have a nice, clean looking base as well. It's really up to you how you like to do it. I do a little bit of this, you know, you do the spaghetti, and then I do a little bit of the more advanced kind of underbuilding as well. So we're going to let that run right there. Let Saltbot come up here. Let's do Saltbot first, and then I'll go AFK. How about that? All right, we'll have Saltbot come up and tell you a bit on how to be part of the giveaway. Let's go. Actually, I'll do it while I'm AFK. What am I talking? Let's go AFK, and then Saltbot will come up and tell you. Let's do that. All right, I'm back, everybody. Sorry, off having a coughing attack. Those coughs are rough. Am I done? I don't know. Just trying to drink some water there. Make your eyes water. SOJ Pitbull coming in. SOJX Pitbull. And Breezy the Creator coming in as well with the follows. Thank you so much for those follows. Appreciate it. Sorry for the delay. I'm making my eyes water. Woo! The allergy medicine is kicking in, but man, coughing is getting bad. Getting bad now. All right, let's keep it going. So, that's why I got my microphone over here, so I'm not coughing directly in your guys' ear. All right, let's see. We got all that going. We're going to check in. We're going to check in and see how it's doing. I'd say, look at it backlogged now, though. Look at that. All the lines are backlogged all the way down because we reran the lines, and they're more efficiently running into the factory now than they were before. Well, let's go way back here. Always better to tap your jetpack in any game than to that's still working. Than to hold it, I find. I'm gonna get much more, and I'll see that. I use the thing to speed me up and catapult me. That works great. That's old school. All right, that's still working. How are we looking over here? Oh, we're at 50. All right, another 100 more, and then we'll be good. That all seems to be working fine. Nothing we need to do there. We just let that run. Probably get that done by tomorrow, maybe today. We'll see how. Now, I could speed that up, make that run faster and all of that. But we're currently diverting some of our resources to go over there and do that. And that's why we got this all planned out over here for the future. Same thing with our stators. We'll work on those. But right now, what we want to do is work on our steel production. And to do our steel production, I'm just going to be running. I might as well have my skates on. We want to go ahead and take out all of our copper. Our old copper production out here that we're no longer using. We'll get up here and see if we can give it a little zoop, and then a little zoop, and a little zoop, 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 zoop. Try not to get my foundations, but if it happens, it happens. Boom. Take that out. All these lines can go. Again, sorry for the coughing. Start having a coughing attack. Okay, so that was our copper. We're going to move our copper elsewhere. And we'll just put back in our foundations and take out all this other stuff we no longer need. Now, what I can just hit F, hit Control, and then Control again, Control. We'll just aim it toward the stuff we want to get rid of. We'll get rid of all of this and that. I like to get to a certain point and then I get rid of it, because I know at some point I'm going to screw up, and then I'm going to have to do all that again. I'm going to take out, you know, some piece of my machinery way off in the distance that I don't want to do. And so I do it in little groups like that. All right. Now this is actually coal up here that should be running across here. Huh. Oh, I took out the one in between. Oh, duh. Duh. And I took out the power, too. I can see I did both of that. Alright, let's reestablish our coal running over that way. Let's reestablish our power. This coal is running way over there. Oh, that stops right there. That coal's still running. We've got a bunch of other stuff over here which we'll integrate into the rest of it later on. But all of this stuff over here is producing Caterium wire and all of that. And we got so much of that. We got crazy tons of that Caterium wire. We also got quartz over here, which we were running a ton of quartz. And I think we've done a lot of our quartz crystal. And we were running that into here, and I can't even remember why. I think we're going to make crystal oscillators. Yep, that's what that is. So that eventually will have to be integrated in with our copper, in with our iron, right? So we're going to need to make more reinforced iron plates, or use the plates that we're already using. Probably tap a new node for that, and then also use some of our wire over here, and then quartz crystal, which we already have running right there. We'll get into all of that later on. We're going to need a lot of that stuff. Later, and we'll redo all that power, and we'll basically condense it in with the rest of the factory here, so we don't have all the stuff laying around. Now, well, speaking of laying around, we'll take out our other items we no longer need that we ran into the awesome sink, and there it is, spaghetti, now completely gone. All that mess that we had made early game just for funsies is now gone, and we're going to be replaced by the beauty that is our new factory, our updated factory. Okay, so now we're back over here, right? So we're producing our modular frames. We're looking sexy, but we need to get that steel. Now, steel would be something that I would work on as soon as I possibly could, because it allows you to go from that level 1 belt straight to level 3s right away. Now, one of the things we can do, like we've been doing all this time, is do what's known as back-to-back, right? So if we go in and say, okay, hold on, we want to do some forges over here, because we're going to need, not forges, I mean foundries. We can go ahead and put our foundries in there like that, and see if we can go ahead and lift the materials from down below. Aha! Perfecto! Look at that. Beautiful. 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 All right. So we know that's how that's lined up. We've got our lines just a little bit over the side, which tells us exactly where we want that to be. Let's go ahead and put one of these in. See if we can get that in. Oh, bummer. Bummer, bummer. I guess we're just going to have to flip it around the other way, and then boom, perfect. Beautiful. Okay, now, we got to figure out what our numbers are, right? So let's go to Number Town. Let's see, we got iron ore. We're going to go ahead and use a full iron ore node and a full coal node. Both of them are going to be pure, so that's going to be a 240 and a 240 coming in. Now, here's the great thing. They're both 45 on the input, both 45 iron ore, raw ore, and 45 coal. So no matter what we do on one, that's what we do on the other, right? So it's going to be equal, even amount of whatever it is we do. So we say, hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
5.3333. So we'll go ahead and put in 5 to start. It's going to go ahead and flip it the wrong direction for me, though. I do greatly appreciate that. Not. I don't know why I didn't pick up the orientation. Pick up the orientation. Ah. Went it back too far. Come on, you. Keep that orientation the same. There we go. All right, there's 3. There's 4. Oh, no. We're out of modular frames. What are we going to do, everybody? What are we going to do without these modular frames that we need? I don't know. Ba-boing, ba-boing, ba-boing. Grab them! Come back here, you! You silly... Wow, a little lag there. You silly modular frame got away. Ah, man, it's lagging. Lagging big time. That's okay. I'll get the next ones. Come here, you. There we go. So how many we got? 6. Now, what we could have done is we could have made it where it actually puts the modular frames right here and puts them in a box so we can go ahead and get them. Oh, that's why, because I don't have my jetpack on. That's why that was feeling awkward. But what we can also do is run our way over here and just go to the end and see how many modular frames we made in just today, right? Because we just set up our production for today. Boom, let's go. We'll get back to you soon, Oil. We'll be back. We'll get to you. We're working on the beginning of our factory, revamping it, getting it awesome. All right. So the end of the line for our modular frames right now is this box. We made a couple, didn't we? We're like, dang, Kismet, wow! Right? See, when you set it and forget it, it's like, booyah, baby! They just did all of those today. Look at that. We still got all of those from before, right? So, boom! We got crazy tons. We don't have to make no more of that stuff. We just go up here, we grab all we need. And we let that backlog, and then eventually we use those frames for something else. Let's go. Back we go. We don't have to make no stinking frames anymore. We don't have to make no reinforced iron plates. We don't need to do any of that. We're going to have it do it for us. That's all part of the fun of Satisfactory. Getting all that stuff working. All right, so we got our smelters going. Now, our smelters are going to put out these steel ingots, right? And we know we need about 5.3333, so that's really about 6. All right, so hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
5.333, so basically 6. So if you want to do that last kind of over, what the heck? What the heck? It actually oriented in the correct direction. I'm stunned. So if we have a 0.3, we might as well put that 0.3 in another one. And we can actually underclock it if we want, or we just leave it overclocked because we're going to have a lot of extra of that particular thing being run in there. Now, while you're waiting, before you start all this up, you could be getting that going right now. And so we're going to run that into there, right? Well, we're going to run it down first so it runs underneath and then comes up from underneath. So to run that down, we can go ahead and just create a little area right here. Oh, hello. Hello. That's a ways down there, isn't it? But we're going to go ahead and bring this over. Yeah, at least we're going to try. Dang it. The clicking. I'm just trying to move. Now, when you're doing this, and you have a real big drop-off, like that, you want to have your jetpack on. And you want to make sure you got some fuel for your jetpack on you, too. That's for sure. All right, so we want to go ahead and bring our stuff down into there. So we're going to go ahead and do this, because I like it to be up by 1, so when you're running all these lines, they'll end up above. And there we go. So, we also happen to have, if we jump down here, and jump down, whoa, a little lag there. Jump down here, we happen to have a coal node right there. Let's go check it out. Always watching for peeps behind me, and they always aggro on me when I'm down here. Now, this is actually our bottom level. And actually, we did the second start, which is the Rocky Desert, way off over there, like 1,500 over there. But the second I saw these nodes, and I've never played this side before, never played the Rocky Desert before. Again, these are all one giant map. And then I discovered there's 3 pure coal nodes over here, and I knew this is where my base is going to be. I knew it the second I saw them. I'm like, all right. We grabbed all of our stuff, and we moved it over here, and then we started building our base over on this side. And why is that? Because of this. Look at that, everybody. Oh, it's such a beauty. Let's go over here and take a little bird's eye view of what's going on right down in here. That's right. We've got 12 on this side. We've got our water extractors. One of my favorite coal builds that I've done. Beautifully, beautifully done. Well, we've got in between, we've got our water extractors, and on the outside is our actual coal. And of course, I could bring it up if I wanted to, if I needed more water, but it works out perfectly to where we end up with 24 of this going from one pure coal node. 24 going. Pretty amazing, right? We got all of our water going, and we can actually underclock our water too if we want to, but we've got it just absolutely cranking down here. This is producing enough to rival nuclear power. This is 1,800 power just in this one little area right there, which is pretty epic, right? That's pretty epic, I think. And that's running it. Now, we've been doing that since the very beginning. Since the very beginning of the base, once we moved over here, we know that we had enough for that kind of level. Now, of course, you got to build yourself up to that level because you're not going to have enough resources to make enough of those and so on and so forth. So you got to kind of build up your power to be able to function at that level. So we go look right here. Right now, it's at 1,800 power. Now, we've been adding items to our production, and the more items you add to your production, as you can see, the closer it's getting to that 1,800. It's about 1,000 right now, 1,100 in our power. The higher the power, the more coal usage that it does. And in fact, we're about to scale it up even more. And so eventually we're going to hit that 1,800. Now, I could use another coal line and make 24 more. But I'm also in oil, so I can actually use my oil to supplement the power. Now, my oil lines actually are running right now. So they're not tied into the rest of the power yet because we're going to revamp all of that later on too. But for right now, what we want to think about is we have coal lines over here, and we want to redo our coal lines. Now, you can see I had them running over here and I have them running up there. You can see they're not doing anything right now. And that's because I don't want to run them up there anymore because I'm not using them there. I'm really using them on that side of the factory, right? In the back side there, we're using coal along with other materials other than the basics and whatnot. So we're using them kind of way over this way, and we want to use them up there as well. All right, so let's go ahead and jetpack our way up here. That was close. There we go. Okay, so we want to use this up above there. Now, we can't even see on this level where our thing is, right? Where we want to go to. Now, over here, I have a hypertube. Not sure if this one's functioning. Nope, doesn't look like it's functioning. But I can go ahead and jump down. Oh, no, that one's not functioning either. I took those out. I've got to get up one more level. Let's go run this way. Put our skates on. Oh. I always think that's a double click when it's not. It's a single click. All right, we've got a hypertube over here we can use. There we go. Okay. So we want to get up to the level in which we know we want to run our resources. So, actually, it's kind of down here in this kind of sandwich level. Like so. Okay, so we got that going. Now, this is running to our frames right here, so we don't really want that. Right here, we could go ahead and run it down here, but that's going to run to that. We don't want to run it to that. We want to move that down just a little bit. Jetpack. I want to move that down because it's going to run into that, but yeah, I think we move it down by one. I think that'll line up better. Like this. And we'll run it down. And then we'll turn those ones inward, and we'll run the line that way. Now, also, again, down below, down there, way over here on the edge, is where we want to run our coal up, right? We don't want to run it all the way around and up there and up over here and over there and then down and all over the place. We don't need to do that. We just want to run it right to where we wanted to use it, right? Less resources, less run lines, cleaner looking base by not having to run it around in circles all over the place. Now, the other thing is we want the other coal node, the second coal node, to run this way as well. Now, the hardest thing is to get from place to place, but they did add this really cool thing called a ladder. Check it out. We go ahead and add a ladder now, everybody. And you can actually go like this with the ladder. So you can click on it, click on the top part, click on where you want it to go, and it runs the ladder all the way down, which is really cool. I dig it. I actually like the ladder to kind of come up above the thing a little bit. But it's encroaching the clearance of that other thing. But let's see if we can get it going. Ah! That was close. All right, down we go. Any baddies around here? I don't see any baddies, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Get our chainsaw out. Okay, now what that ladder is also doing is showing us, hey, that's where we want our stuff to go. Right? We want it to get from over there to over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to run on down here. And make sure you got lots of concrete before you get into this kind of stuff. Hey, there's Fred! My buddy Fred hanging around over there. We want to go ahead and get from here up to there, or from up to there or down here, however you look at it. And we want to get this up to that higher level, right? Up there. And we could use this upper level here that we already have to run the line. Or we can have it go up another level into that level up there. So again, we go ahead and get ourselves a ladder. And say, you know what, I want to go up here and see what's up with what's up. Way up there. Right? I think adding the ladders is awesome. Super, super cool. Alright, so we got this level. What's up above this, right? What's directly above this? Oh, we got some machinery up there, right? We got some stuff in the way, so we don't want to do that. Right? We don't want that to end up there. But we could bring that up. But also what I can do is just turn it around and have it go the other way. And we want it to end up over there. Now, we can also run it under and run it way over there and connect it to that, but I'm going to be moving that. So the smart thing to do for me to do is to run both coal lines at the same time over to there and then run them up over there. But if I look at this, right, I can see that this level is pretty well lined up to get it over to there. All right, this whole part right here is in the way, so I can't necessarily bring it up there. I might be able to bring it up, say, right here. Oh, what do we got here? Hold on, let's make a ladder. Let's make a ladder here. Alright. This is okay, but it's running into my iron ore I have running here. I could run the iron ore up a little bit, and then I could run the coal right here. So less of a run line, right? So real short run line here. And then run the coal across this way as well. Now, that is the shortest option, the closest option, and whatnot, and that is the option I'm going to take. Absolutely. Absolutely the option, because it takes the least amount of work, the least amount of stuff. I don't need to run it way over there. I can run it up and then run it across in my run line, as well as I could just run it straight. By straight, I mean like this. We take this out. And then what I want it to do is end up going to the other side, right? Going this way, like that. And I want it to end up in one of these walls over there, like that. So how can I get it from here up to there? Right? Well, first I want to take this out, and I want to end up down here. Right? What do I got problems here? Oh, I got this mountain in the way. I got all this stuff in the way. So it might be easier for me to run it up right there, run it across, and then run it up again, because I have this mountain in my way, which is my biggest hurdle right now from running that line. So let's think about this. Okay, we want it to end up where it's connected right there. And then we'll run across this way. And we'll say, how can we run it from here over to there, which will then run it up and then run it in that direction, right? We want it to run that way toward where we want it to end up. So we'll go ahead and just put in the lifter and say, look, no, this is why we want this lifter to go. We want it to go from down here up into there and connect up there and then run in that direction. So that's now set the precedent of how we want that to go. Then we're going to run way over here. We're going to see how this lines up down here. Oh, okay, so it's going this way now. Take that ladder out. I got the jetpack right now, so I don't really need the ladder, but that was just a bit of fun. And so we can turn this around so it's kind of more lines up with this, or we can bring it up and turn it around. Either way, I would probably turn it around. That's just me. Take that out. And then go ahead, and we'll do that battle here in just a second, everybody. I'll snap that back in, turn it around, or maybe I want it to go this way. Right? Why would I want it to go that way? Well, it's already aiming in the direction in which I want it to end up. Another thing that I can do is I can use the direction of this to get it going the direction I want it to go. So now we'll go ahead and move this ladder. Let's say, put these back in. I'm going to go ahead and put a ladder right here next to it. Those ladders are nice, aren't they? Because I can't jetpack that far. So those ladders are super useful. Look at that. Nice. And again, now it's facing this way. And I want it to end up down there. Like that. So I can go ahead and align it in such a way that it'll do that. So we'll go ahead and do walls. We'll just put that wall right there. We'll put this wall right here. I have to go the other way. Yeah, because it's going to have to come up on this side and then go that way, or it can come up on the outside to here, but then I'll have to circle around. So it'll have to be the other side, like this. Okay, and then back down we go. And that's okay if we circle around for now. All this will get redone at some point anyway. But we'll go ahead and say something like that. There we go. Bring this up into there. And then we'll take all this other structure. Take out all these old power poles. Now all the stuff we ran at the very beginning of the game is now getting removed and upgraded as we go. And all of this can go. Our lifter can go. And now, instead of running it up that way, behind there, where I'm not using it anymore, I can run it over here. Now, this one, I want to do the same thing and spin it around the other way. Now, again, don't worry. We'll do that battle here in a minute. Don't get all crazy now. Don't get all crazy. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and use a wall. This time, we'll lift it up just a bit. Do this. I'm going to get this up off the ground. Run that to there. And then we'll go ahead and put in a nice little double. And this will be an upgraded double. And we'll run that line from way over there. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll run it from over here. And we got that. We got that direct line. Not what I wanted to do. Only drawback to those is if you misclick right the last second. Because when I click, my mouse sometimes moves a little bit because of the style of my mouse. It's very sensitive. It sometimes does that. All right, we'll put that right there. Actually, we can just go direct. We didn't have to run it there, but we can go ahead and run it there anyway. Just to have that power over there. Let's get that one powered up. Let's get that one powered up. All right, you get the general idea. It's now going to start drilling out some serious amount of coal. And we're going to try to combine our coal lines. Now, these are two 240 lines. So I can't necessarily run them on the same line. So I need to actually think about, oh, hold on. I need to run these as 2 separate lines. Like this. And I feel like I actually want to turn it that way. Let's go ahead and turn it. 2 separate lines. So we'll have this line go into there. We'll have this line come across. Don't like that either. You know what? Let's take that out too. Don't like it. Why do I don't like it? Because it's on the ground level. Ah. Don't like it on the ground level. I like it up a little bit so it's not blocking where I'm walking. So let's go ahead and lift this one up as well. Run this one into there. That one into there. Now we can walk around without it being on the ground level. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay, let's go ahead and do this battle. Then we're going to do this giveaway. I forgot to do the giveaway again, everybody. I'm getting so distracted. I can't forget to do these giveaways. 1,000 Kiss Caps for hitting that 100 units. Did we get it last time? I didn't even look. Let's see. Nope, we had 90 units last time. Well, the time before last. Yeah. That was this time, which we did 100. The last time was another 100, and the time before that was 90. Okay, there we go. Give you a couple extra. You know, screw it. I'll give you extra 1,000. Whatever. We got it. We'll get you going. We'll get you going with those caps. Way to crush it. How we doing on the retweets over here? Oh, we're three retweets. Oh, a couple more retweets, everybody. Gonna throw that in the chat for you. Gonna give you some more Kiss Caps to win some more epic loot. Olaf, we got Reaper and Subi all getting some love. And coming in, MVP as well there. Harry coming in with the 13 assists. One step closer to that boss. Let's go. Let's get her done. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Pulling in the Wasteland Tycoon for this one for sure. Very heavy on that high side. All right. Let's do this. Let's do it. Congrats, congrats, everybody. Crushing it. All right. Now we got that fixed. We got that solved. We got it all powered back up again and running. And now we're going to go ahead and turn this the other way. We wanted this to go right there temporarily. And then we're going to run it this way. Now, you'll see why I'm running this way here in just a sec-ione. We're going to do that. And then we're going to do this. Oh, actually, no, we need this. There we go. And then we want to go ahead and take this. And run that up there. Like that. All right, those are both running. Looks good. Let's go ahead and use our cool new ladder. I love these ladders. They just added those. Too cool. Now you're like, Kismet, it's going the wrong direction. True. True. Very wrong direction right now. Let's take this out. Let's go ahead and fix this. Now, how can we fix this to go the right direction? Well, we can double up. Double up. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take it once again. We're going to take it. We're going to turn it around in the other direction. Then what we're going to do is up here. Going to take this. Oh, I got to take that out. And we're going to run it like this. And like that. Run this out a little bit. And then what we're going to do is try to run these into here. Now the problem is you're going to run in, they're going to run into each other, right? It doesn't matter which one I do. If I do the first one or the second one, they're going to run into each other. But we can control the second one by basically putting a wall out here and running it separate from the other one, right? Or we can run them both and have them turn the corner, which works pretty well as well. We have them go like this instead. Take this out, get a double, put it right here. Go like this, bring this here, bring that there. They never line up where they're not clipping. I hate that. I hate that. Unless you're going at an angle, across at an angle like this, then sometimes it works, especially with two. But we know how to fix it, right? We just take this. We put this in the middle of the first one. Right, like this. We line it up to this. Like so. We need another one. We use our conveyor poles to bring it out just a little bit. Oops, I have it going in the wrong direction. My bad. My bad. Going that way. There we go. And then this comes out into there. And then now it's not clipping anymore. You can control that that clipping. Alright, we don't need this bottom one anymore. We can take that out. We can go ahead and put in our nice wall to hold that up. Like that. And now we're going to do these across like this. And across like that, right? Same problem. Same problem. But if we do this first, we don't have the clipping problem coming across. Then this corner one can go like so. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. That corner one can go there, and that corner one can go there, and notice they don't touch. Right? So that's pretty cool. That's cool if you use what I call a sharp corner, right? That's a sharp corner when you have two of them. Doesn't work with three. It works mostly with two. You create a sharp corner, and that'll then run up there, and all of that now should be run in such a way, and we've turned it around, we ain't changed the direction. Now, we could go in and eliminate this by just bringing this up a different way, right? So it's facing this direction. But we'd have to feed it from behind down below, then feed it up so it's facing this direction, and so on. I find just flipping it around like that works great, and it also lifts it up to the higher level, so you can walk under it and you can drive your car under it, whatnot. So we good. That's it. That's GG. Let's go ahead and make ourselves another fun little ladder. I like making some ladders today. Where'd you go? Organization. All right, back up here to our sandwich level. We've got our stuff going here. Now, this is going to be in the way. So we're going to take this out. We're going to lift it up. Take our walls here. Going to control the length that this comes down. So it's up a bit higher. Run that across. Make sure we ain't got no clipping. Perfect. All right. Well, we got a little bit of a problem with that one. That's a dead giveaway. That one's messed up. All right. That's hard to see from down below whether they're lined up or not. Take that out. I usually find it's easier to get up here if they're lined up. There we go. We want to make sure we see it going up the thing before we head back up here. All right, so we got our coal now, and we've got that other iron. Now, our coal is going to come from up here, down into here, and then run into the rest of our line. So now we can go over here and say, you know what, we don't need this ladder no more. Take that. Oh, not the foundation I'm on. Whoa, so you take that foundation, you gone, bro. You going for a little trip. I don't want to go for a little trip. I got my jetpack on. Saved me. Gotta watch out you don't hit the foundations that are under you. Okay. So, we've messed around with this a bit. I need to make sure that we put this back in. There we go. And now that's going to run across there. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring this across. Run underneath there. We've got our two coal lines coming in. Right over there. Okay, so now we've got our smelters up here, and we need to decide, okay, what's going into what up here. So we can go ahead and just bring this down, and this is just going to give us an idea of where our smelters are going to be. Now, another thing that we need to decide is how many pipes we're going to make and how many bars we're going to make. Again, see, this is when your math starts getting all screwed up. It's not easy math. I mean, it's easy, because it does get even harder later on. But it's not that easy. All right. Now we got that down. Now we need to feed all of our coal and our iron into there. But obviously we can't run it all at the same thing because it's just going to run into each other. And if we run the same thing mixed down the line, it's going to get screwed up unless we use some smart splitters, which we could do, but we're not going to. We're going to use it without smart splitters. And so we need to say, okay, how do we get our resources over here, and how do we run our resources? Well, the first thing is I need to decide, okay, what am I running on the bottom? All right, what am I going to run down there? I'm going to say I'm going to run iron ore on the bottom, and on the top, we're going to run some coal. So we'll establish that first. Coal running up on the top. Okay, and so what side am I going to work on? Am I going to work on this side or this side for the bottom? Right? Is this one going to be up above? What am I going to do? I feel like what I'm going to do on this one, just give myself a little extra room for my splitters, is I'm going to have this one be the top side one. So let's go ahead and bring that down, but not too far down, right? Just enough to where we could go ahead, feed that into there. Oh, actually, a little... That actually was too far down. A little further up. A little further up. Right there. All right, now that's clipping. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Now, if I see that, that says, oh, Kismet, now you got to swap it back the other way. I didn't think of that till just now, but bam, that's now going to go the other way. Because now this can go perfectly into this, and then this one can drop down a little bit further without clipping, which I don't want it to do. Down into here, and then that's going to go into there much easier, right? Now, of course, I'm also going to have splitters and all of that stuff in there too, which is going to align that a bit better, but definitely don't want to do that. Now, we're going to have some trouble, though, when we go in to put in all of our splitters and stuff from down here. Now, we can just run this stuff all up above ground as well. But let's go ahead and line up our splitters here. Like so. And the problem is we're real close to this, but we're not close enough to this for this to just do a single attachment. So the problem is we're actually too close to the input. If you notice on these other inputs over here, I'm at least a good amount back away from where I'm inputting it into my splitters and all of that stuff. So this is way too close. So let's go ahead and move this back like this. And give ourselves a little bit of space so we can do our splitters and mergers and all of that stuff. So let's go ahead and first start with our splitters because we're going to split this stuff. And now we can just line it up right next to it so it'll do a single line. I try to do as many single lines as I can, meaning that the connection between here and up above is one thing, right? The more little tiny connections you do, the more chances coming back later and the whole thing's screwed up. And then you try to upgrade it and you miss that little piece and all of that. Now, I need to get to this giveaway because I keep getting distracted. Let's do it. Giveaway time. Let's do it right now. 3, 2, 1. Boom. You're the winner. Right there. Who is it? Reaper. Reaper is the winner. Now, you got to be present to win in the chat. Sorry, I got so distracted, everybody, but that's what happens when you're on heavy medicine. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and set it for 2 minutes. Reaper needs to say something in the chat. I want to see some GGs in there while you're waiting for him to say something. The more GGs I see, the more Kiz Caps I'm going to give to all of you as well. Now, don't worry. I'm going to go ahead and do another giveaway here in just a moment. But I got to see a lot of GGs in there first. Otherwise, maybe I won't do a giveaway. Let's see. Let's see how many peeps we got in there first. We see how many GGs, and then maybe I won't do another giveaway. Let's catch up in the chat here. Let's see. Oh, lots of units getting placed. Congrats. There we go. Olaf bringing in the love. Yeah, Reaper's in there. There he is. Bunch of GGs in the chat. I see him in there. Come on. Keep blowing up those GGs. If I get enough GGs, I'm going to max out those Kiz Caps for you and get them going on. So that is a win. Congrats, Reaper. Now, here's what you need to do, Reaper. I'm going to say hiya in the chat. I don't know if you won something before, but just in case, I like to explain the rules every time. This way no one says, Kismet, you didn't tell me. What you got to do is go ahead and click on my name there, Reaper, and say, Kismet, just a reminder, I want a $10 Steam gift card. Now, you got to friend me on Steam. Now, whether you're a winner or not, you can go ahead and just friend me straight on Steam over there. But as a winner, you need to friend me over there, and then I need to accept it, and then usually it takes a couple days for it to allow me to gift you a $10 Steam gift card. So I suggest to do that right away. Right now, I would go ahead. Oh, that's stream, not Steam. How about I learn to spell? Steam. There we go. Go ahead and click that link, and I have a button for it too. I guess I could just press the button. And go ahead and follow that link. Go over there, friend me over there. And again, everybody can friend me. You're welcome to friend me over on Steam as well. But there you go. See what happens when you're on heavy allergy medicine. I can't even speak. I'm on some heavy allergy medicine right now, trying to fight off this constant nasal drip that's going on. All right, 2 minutes is up, but we already got a winner. We're going to mark that giveaway as complete, and we're going to fire up another one right now. Now, this is going to be the good stuff, everybody. You guys are going to be like, dang, Kismet. Dang, now we talking. Right now, we're going to get talking here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. All right. Now we're getting serious up in these giveaways. Let's get serious. Boom. Got everything set up right. I hope so. Boom. There we go. Now, if that wasn't cool enough, getting a $10 gift card over there on Steam, how about a $25 gift card for Amazon? Yeah, now we're talking. Now you definitely want to be a part of that giveaway. Lots of GGs in the chat. I'm going to give you the full amount. Here we go, everybody. 10 or 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. I see we crushed those retweets. Another 1,000 and 1,000 to grow on. There you go. Crazy tons of caps. I'm glad you were in the stream, weren't you? Glad you hung around after that giveaway and showed lots of love in the chat, because now you got crazy tons of caps. Now, you go ahead and be part of that giveaway. Everybody go exclamation loot. See how many kids caps you got. You know I can make it easy on you? You know what you do? You just get rid of the last number, and that's how many tickets you can buy. It's 10 tickets, or 10 kids caps per one ticket. All right, so if you have 1,000 kids caps, you can get 100 tickets, all right? Or if you just take the number, whatever number you got, and you want to do them all, you can go ahead and just take out the last number. That's how many tickets you can buy. You can also go exclamation ticket space max and just max out as many as you want to, maximum amount of tickets. Use up your kids caps, because remember, they expire the 31st of December, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to check it. 11:59 on the 31st. Probably not at that exact moment, but because that'll be New Year's. But I'll probably check it anyway. And that person, whoever the #1 caps leader, now some people have like 4 million caps. So if you're not close to 4 million, I'd use them up. Right? Now's a good time on every single giveaway. Just slam them on there, right? Just keep them going. So here we go. $25 on the line. Amazon gift card. Now's your chance to get it. I'm not even going to promote it on Twitter. I'm not going to shout it out onto the Discord. I'm going to give it to all you peeps who are hanging out on my stream right now. So you guys got a shot at it. Go for it. Now, while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and figure out how I'm going to do this. All right, so we got our splitter there. We want to go and do another splitter right next to it right here. Now, see, the problem is that's going to clip through the top of that. It's not going to quite match up to that. But because we are feeding from underneath and we have a little bit of an offset, we could actually run them in tandem like this from down below. Now, look, we can actually use that second level. We can't always use, see, if you're at level with it, you can't use that second level, right? But since we're down below in a sandwich level, we can use it like that. So we only have to have it too high, and then we could go ahead and run it all the way down the thing, right? So cool. Cool stuff. All right, we're learning all sorts of killer stuff here in the stream today. We're crushing it, getting it going. I'm going to go ahead and just make sure that looks okay. Now, I could actually move that a little bit closer and try to get rid of that kind of like the part where the little plastic is. I like it to be like that. That's just the way I like it. You can put it closer if you want. Now, I'm going to just go down the line here. I'm going to double up on all of these. And I'm going to go ahead, try to line all these up. Now, this second one, by the way, is literally just right next to the other one. So, that one's not too hard. Once you get the first one lined up, you can get the second one lined up pretty easily. And this should go pretty fast. And then we'll go ahead and put the top one up here. Make sure it's all going the right direction. Every other one. Like that. All right. So there we go. We got it going. You're like, Kismet, that doesn't look right. Well, don't worry. We'll fix it all right here in just a moment. First thing we're going to do is take every single one of these suckers out. Absolutely. Don't trust them. Do not trust these lifters. They will get you. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and bring this down, line that up nicely. Bring this down, line that up, etc. etc. Looking at those inputs and outputs, making sure they line up on each and every one. One's going to be the upside. One's going to be the downside. One's the upside. One's the downside. And so on and so forth. You get it. Too easy. All right, too easy. We got that down, man. We got it down. Now, remove the bottom ones. Don't need them. They're going to be in your way for running your lines. Taking those bottom ones out, every other one. Like so. Now, all we got to do is run our lines, and we done. That's it. GG. We done, right? So we're going to go ahead and have one go bada bing, and then we're going to have another one go bada boom. And there we go. Let's go ahead and run our lines. Easy peasy. Down here, we've already got our lifters, so we've already got it connected up to the machines up above. Make sure I'm not missing anything. There we go. This one underneath, this one up above. Underneath, up above. And we good. Right? That should be good. Right there. All we need now is our resources, and we good. So the first thing we're going to do is grab our one from over here. And take that and put that into the bottom. You're like, well, wait a minute. I thought you were going to have it the other way. Nope. I'm going to have it here at the bottom because this one will come down and be able to very easily run into there. So we're going to go ahead and put that up there. We're going to go ahead and put in our lifter. Have it up just a little bit. Run across there into there. And there goes our coal. Nice. Coal looking good. That's 240 right there. Go ahead and jetpack our way out of here. All right. Now we need to also tell this what to be. Make sure we've got these all set up to be steel ignits. That one's good. Now before I put my mergers and all that stuff in, I much prefer to run across the front of it and tell it what it's going to be first. It does help a lot. A lot. And we know that we're going to do 5 plus an overflow, right? So we did 5 plus the 6th one. In that line. Now, as we get faster lines, by the way, the math will work out better in the long run. Now, another thing we want to do is go over here and tap this other steel or iron node. Now, remember, we're using one. We have 3 iron extractors going. The very first extractor, and we're running that line into the very first things, which is doing our plates. The second line, we're running over here, which is running in here and making even more iron, right? It's making more items like screws and things like that that we're using to make our modular frames, right? And then the third one is going to be for our steel production, and that one's going to run way over here, but doesn't quite reach, as it always goes. As it always goes. So we're going to go ahead and just put it in right up here. Go ahead and run that across into there. And then this into there, and then very easily, bada bing, bada boom, there's our other 240 line running down in here, and you're going to see it run right into there. Let's watch it and see if it's working. Come on, baby. Bring that beautiful ore right in here. Let's see if our lifters start to work. Yes, lifter's working. That one's working. This one here, working. Next one, working. Next one, working. Last one. Working. They're all working. That's what you want to see. You want to see them all lifting some of those resources up into where you want them to be. Let's go ahead and run back over here. I'll use our jetpack. We could use a ladder if we wanted to. And now we got it all running up there. Now we just need this little thing called power. Let's get up here. Maybe I'll make less mistakes. Now, if you notice that everything that I'm building over here fits underneath here. That's because I know that all of this equipment here does fit under this particular 3 walls up. But all that stuff over there doesn't. And that's why it's way over there. I just happen to know what the height level requirements are of a lot of this stuff. And so we'll adjust the height levels depending on what we need. And you can leave some extra room, you know, like vaulted ceilings. You can leave extra room if you so desire. And we're making huge projects we got going, and we're making lots of progress today, too. Lots and lots of progress. We're going to really just kind of extend this way out. Oh, look at that. I need one more, and I'm out of concrete. Always the way it goes. All right, let's do this instead. Get our blade runners. Concrete, I need you. Kevin, why didn't you take any damage? Just because I got my blades on. Blades allow you to fall from a higher level. Boom. We got a bunch of junk on us here, too. Get this junk out of here. Get that junk off my character. Get all this stuff. Get it off of there. Okay. We're getting our steel production. Look how nicely it's lined up. We got this, we got that, we got this. This is backing up to that. Really nicely condensed production going on over here. Now we got one little problem, or one big problem, and that is we got no power. We got to run the power right over here. Now I've been running the power like this with a single line, and then running it straight down because it looks beautiful. It looks so awesome sauce. Like that. Now we can also get up here, by the way, up on the thingy, like this, and we can just kind of see where it's at, where this one's at. Line it up a bit like that. Try to keep it in a row. But it's kind of awkward to see from up here, right? I find it's easier from the front, like this, and to look backwards. It's a little bit easier to line those up. That one's already off and running. Let's say right there. That's looking good. And here, one forward. See, I'm also using it as a reference, the foundations from up above, as a reference of where I had the other one. It was one forward. I love these vertical connectors. So awesome. Oh. Now what I could also do, by the way, is you can just start making the power line and it will automatically put one on the ceiling. I guess that would have been way more efficient. But, you know, we're still getting used to them. So we'll try to make that into a habit in the future. We'll go from the actual connector upwards as opposed to... I can't even see that one. As opposed to going downwards. There we go. So now it should start up that production all the way across. Let's see what we got. This one's got no power. Really, we're missing a connection somewhere. Right there. Right there. There we go. Now, speaking of power, let's go ahead and pull a power pole over here. And let's see how we're looking. All right. Still looking good. We're getting up there, though. Hitting that 1400. Getting up there for sure, for sure. I just put those down just to see that. Now, we got our steel production going. Now, how much of our steel production are we going to use for making the things we want to make? Right? So, what can we make? Well, we go into our constructor. Throw our constructor down. And we can make steel beams. Right? And that's going to go in at 60. And then out at 15. And then this is going to come in at 30. and go out at steel pipes. Did you notice that steel pipes and steel beams have the same relation as plates and rods, right? Plates, like steel beams, are at that higher speed, right? And then half the speed of that is the steel pipes, right? So when it comes to plates, though, plates come in at 30. Steel rods or iron rods go out at 15, or come in at 15. So they come in at 30 plates, rods come in at 15. Now this is just double that, right? So it's double. Your rods are coming in at 60, or your steel ignits are coming in at 60, and for your beams, and then your steel ignits coming in at 30 for your steel pipes. Now the interesting thing is the steel pipes here go out at 20, where the steel beams go out at 15. So this actually takes more steel ignits in ratio than your plates and your rods do. The thing that burns a lot is your beams, right? It burns a lot of resources, but totally worth it, because then you can just build a crazy ton of these and build just level 3 everything for most of the game. And that's typically what I do. I build level 3s, which is what I'm using right now. Level 3 speed is where we want to be. But how much steel beams versus steel pipes should we make? Well, we don't know until we look down the line, right? We look down the line and say, oh, and put our assembler down and say, what are we going to use it in, right? Well, let's see. Rotors. Nope. Not in there. Stators. Oh, okay. Stators needs 15 pipe per minute, right? So now the cool thing is you can always come back and retool your factory too, where you say, okay, I want to make more steel pipes than I made steel beams. I would go a little bit of beams and a little bit of pipes, kind of even them up in the very beginning. And then I would go very heavy beams, get lots and lots, not beans as in coffee beans, but as in beams, if I could speak because of my allergies. The beams are the one you want the most of, right? Pipes are really great also because they make your double level container, right? Your container, you're going to need a bunch of pipes and a bunch of beams for that. And it's pretty even for your containers. But later on, you're going to be running level 7, or level 7, it's actually button number 7 for me. Level 3 belts all over the place, and lifters and whatnot. And so you just need beams for those. You don't need pipes for running all of that. So that's what I suggest to do. Go very heavy beams. Now I have a bunch of both, so I'm good. So I really need to think about what I'm going to use it for now. And in this case, I'm going to be using those pipes for stators. Now, how much wire am I going to be making? See, that's another question. How much wire am I going to be making so I can use the wire toward the stators? Now, this is where you make one thing, and it makes another thing, and it makes another thing, and another thing, and another thing, and it starts getting more and more complex and more tough to figure out the end result than the beginning result. Now, my main end result, actually, in this particular production line, is the motors. That's what I'm trying to produce by this production line. So I need 10 and 10. So if I do stators, how much does it produce? 5. Right? So for every one that I want to create down the road, down here, I'm going to need 2 of these back here. Right? So I got 5 stators there, 5 stators here. Those 10 stators are then going to go into one of these, which is going to keep my motor, or create my motors, right? And the same thing with rotors, 10 and 10 and 10, and so on and so on. And we've already got some of our rotors already set up over here. We're going to get that going. But right here, that's going to produce 4 per minute. 4. That's right, 4. So that's going to be even slower. That's why those alternate recipes are very useful later on. But as you can see, this is, we do all of that back here, and this is going to go at like 12 per minute, right? Which is way less than just one of what we need over here. So you can see that we're going to need to scale up. And this is when you have to really scale up, when you get to this, right? So we're going to be producing 12, which would be perfect for one of these, right? And it's going to produce 5 motors per minute. Now, do you think down the road we're going to need a lot of motors? Oh, absolutely. And so we'll have to, at this point is when you start to scale. This is when you're going to need to double up your steel production, double up your iron production, double up your copper production, and so on and so forth, and expand and expand and expand. And if you build in your stuff too close together, you're not going to have that ability to go in and say, you know what, I want to take this line right here, and I want to double that. And I want to double it again. And then double it again and again. You can see all this room I'm leaving. Because I can just keep doing that. I can just keep adding more and more and more. And doubling it up and doubling it up and doubling it up. Now, one of the problems with making your production lines too long is the fact that the one at the very end is starving for resources. Because you're doing this really long overflow. Too much overflow, I find, just takes a long time for it to spin all the way up to production. Though you can do it. It does work. It's very space efficient. It just takes a long time to fire up. I would rather do it in groups and do this one and that one and this one and then run the separate lines to those groups so that it doesn't have to wait for it to go all the way down the line and fill this one and that one and this one and that one and that one. And if you have 100 of them in a row, that's going to take a long time before that fills all that up. So your production starts up slower, but it's more efficient in space and line running. It's really however you want to do it. Me, I prefer to do it in little modules like I'm doing it now, right? So I know that's a rule of 8 there. That's this here. If I need more, I can go get more input, get more ore, and then I can do my rule 8 again, rule of 10, which is what we're doing over here. 10, 10, and then 2 or 3, right? That's what this is. There's 10 of these, 10 of these, and then 3 of these. And you want to know about those ratios. Those are all the ratios that make you win, for sure. Make this game a lot easier. Okay, so that's what we're aiming toward, right? We're aiming toward our stators now. Not just to have a bunch of extra here, but also our stators. And then eventually onto our motors when we have both of those running at full speed. And we'll only have one thing. With all of the resources that we're using right now, we'll only have one thing making motors. That's as much as we can make. So if we think about stators, we're only going to do 10 stators. So to make 10 stators would only be 2 of these. So that tells you what your input goal is. So that's 30 steel pipes and 80 wire, right, for doubling that. And so all I need is 30 steel pipes. Okay, so I go over here and I say, yo, I want to make some steel pipes. Well, hold on. I don't make steel pipes in there, right? I don't make steel pipes in there. I make steel pipes in this right here. How many is it going to make? 20. Right? Again, this is where your math goes right off the rails, everybody. It's making 20. So it comes in at 30, goes out at 20, needs to go into here at 10. So you're already screwed, right? Or sorry, not that one. Goes into there at 20, and then the pipes go in here into this one, stators. It goes in there at 15. So again, now your numbers are off, right? So you got 20 here. This is going in 15. It's not right. It doesn't, the numbers don't line up perfectly. But if you do enough of them and you scale it up enough, the numbers will start to correlate, right? It'll start to be even if you do it enough. And you can figure that out, by the way, by using my splitter, my overseer's spreadsheet right over there, where you can figure out halves and thirds of any number. It will actually allow you to figure out what the actual true number is and how many of each thing you'd need and how much original resource you would need and so on and so forth, if you want to do it that way. Me, I like to just do it as I go, use the resource that I have to build myself all the way up to a point in which I'm using all of my resources, and then when I need more resources, I go get more. That's how I do. That's what, this way I'm not spending all my time running lines and running stuff all over the place when it's completely unnecessary. I could get it going just as fine without doing that. All right, so steel pipes and wire. So let's get those going as well. So we need 80 wire and we need 30 steel pipes. So let's take this out. And again, our goal is 2 assemblers and then 1 final assembler. So let's go ahead and do that again. We're going to back engineer this. We'll put this up in the front. We're going to end those up like that. And then this one's going to be out there. Now, obviously, it's not going to be right there. We'll readjust it and whatnot. And we'll make that all beautiful over there later on. But for right now, this goal is to make stators and rotors. That's its goal. And then once we have those 2 things together, then it's going to make motors. And then this whole entire production line here, on this whole entire side, is just for making motors. It's not for making steel beams and making steel pipes. It's for making motors, which is a different way to look at the game because in the beginning, what you're doing is you're trying to make the individual pieces. But later on, you're trying to make the final product that goes along that big entire line, right? That's what we're doing now. We're retooling the factory to think of it in the final product versus just the pieces and parts of the product. Whew, you get the idea. All right, let's do it. Let's go ahead and battle out. I don't know why Max didn't work for me. Sometimes it doesn't work if you put some in already. Like if you put some tickets in first, like say you put 100 tickets in, and then you go exclamation ticket max, then it doesn't work. You want to do it right at the very beginning, right? You want to go exclamation ticket max before you put any tickets into the giveaway. I've noticed that. I've noticed that happening. But you can also just go exclamation loot, see how much you got, and then figure out how many you put in already, and then try to figure it out. Or I can look it up over here, I think. Let's see, I can figure out how much you already put in. 1569 is what you put in so far. There you go. How about I just tell you? 1569, exclamation loot. See how many minus 1569 minus 10,000 if you're trying to do, if you got enough caps. And then try that number. All right, there we go. That's a win, everybody. Bam, Rotisserie G, Reaper. God, I keep seeing the same names over. You guys are lucky. Kijan, Dragon's Blight. There we go. And Fox Vera all getting some love. That's a Twitch. That's a Twitch. That's a Moray. Let me see. 60 assists there. Congrats. Bam. All right, let's go mystery one first, though. We'll probably get train wrecked on this one. We're probably going to get owned. Level 5. Oh, yeah. We're going to do an all-out battle royale right here. Right here, everybody. All right, we're going to do the C move. All right, now everybody get together. This is going to be fun. Let's do it. Come on. Oh, no. Serin Princess already went down there. All right, we're going to do an inverse C right here. Right there. We'll get all of our support right here. All right, so put those tanks on these. Each and every one of these, right? Tank here, tank here, tank there, tank there. And then we're just going to push out on all of those and wipe them out before they can spawn a bunch of stuff. Let's see if that works. I love trying new battle tactics. I think we've actually done that before. But if we all work together and we all hang out together, we're going to win. If we get spread out, then we probably going to die. There we go. No problem, River Dog. You have a great day, man. Thanks for being here in the stream. Appreciate it. Appreciate it big time. All right. All right, so we're going over here, and we've already decided how many of these that we need to make. And that is going to be an odd number of the pipes over here. So again, doing stators. This is stators. And this is just to remind yourself what the heck you're doing, right? That's why I do that. I put that out there just to remind me what the numbers are I'm working for. All right, so I need 30 steel pipes. Get that going, and all I really need is 2 of these. Right, 2 of these, because that's going to make 40. It's going to make more than I need of the thing. My problem is not the stators. My problem is the rotors. The rotors are the thing that takes forever. That's why if you can find an alternate rotor recipe, you are styling. You're going to make a lot more rotors than what I'm making. Now, later on, we'll go ahead and switch over to some alternate recipes. I'll show you a bit of that. But that's going to be a much later game once we got everything else done by the standard way of playing. I don't play with mods. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm just using the standard recipes to give you an idea of how the numbers work out. All right. And again, over here, this should be our rotors. Okay. We've already got all our rotors kind of figured out. And when we get the rest of our iron back after the event, we'll get that going. So we already got this going here. So we're going to go ahead and take one of these, and we're going to move it all the way to the end. We're going to line it up off of our current path. I'll say right there. Let's get our nice railing in there. There we go. Okay, railing looking good. Woo, that's a long area without a break, too. See, look at that. Look at that area. That's a long part of the factory without a road in between it. But it's going to turn out nice. That's going to be a nice dealio right there. Okay. Now, one of the problems with this, too, is that these are offset. They're offset on the side. They don't come out the middle. And so if you try to line this up, it's going to be all messed up. But we know that we want 2 steel pipes. That's the first thing we want. Right? Oh, that's going the wrong way. I don't know why it picks it up and keeps it in a different rotation than the thing I'm picking up. All right, so we need 30 going in there. How much is coming out of here? Going in at 45, coming out at 45. So that's going to really screw us up. But it is a 1-to-1, right? So we know that our original is 240. So we know that it's going to come out at 240 no matter what. So if we say, okay, we want to make so many of these, right, coming out of this, we can just say, okay, the input is 30 or 60, either way. And we can say, okay, well, we know we want 2. So we're good, right? We'll just say, okay, that's good enough. We know our final output over there is 2. And so we'll go ahead and put the next one in. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that this last one over here is an overflow one. So really the first 5 are the ones that are really running out the amount of ignits, right? So it's good to watch out you don't screw up your numbers by doing, you know, you do an extra one and then you think that's a full one and then you're trying to do your numbers and it doesn't come out right. That's the number one way to trip yourself up. So coming out of 45, really it's coming out at 240. So 240 iron ingots coming out at the same time. And now we've used 30. We've used 60 over here in the steel ignits. And so we take 60 away from 240. Hey, sorry. What's 240 minus 60?
240 minus 60 is 180.
Is 180. So now we have 180 left for our steel ignits. Now watch this as this magically works itself out, which I think is so awesome. So now we got 60, and then we've got 60 again. And then if we put another one down right over here, we've got another, wrong one. We've got another 60. So 60, 60, that's going to be 120, and this will be 180. So 180 is what we just minus, right? Hey, sorry. What's 240 minus 60?
240 minus 60 is 180.
Is 180. So we're coming in at 240, and we're going with 2 pipes and 3 beams. Now you're like, well, Kismet, what do you need the beams for, bro? You're not making anything with the beams right now. Well, let's go ahead and grab our assembler over here, and then let's go ahead and look and see what else. Encased industrial beams as well. Aha. And we're going to need that concrete, right? So we're going to need these steel beams as well. Now, of course, how many steel beams are we going to produce? Right, so again, all this compounding math. So this is 15, this is 30, that's 45. So we know we got 45 coming out of there. We're going to make some industrial beams from that. So we'll say 45 minus 24. We already know that's going to be 48. So we know that we're actually not making enough steel beams to make encased industrial beams at its full production. But that's okay. I don't need that many right now anyway. I'm going to make about 6. But later on, we're going to need a lot of that as well. And one of the things I would probably do later on is I'd create a whole nother line of steel and a whole nother line of concrete that would just be for this stuff, because this stuff, again, has to scale up and scale up and scale up into that higher level. Now, if this is too hard, ignore the numbers. Just put it in there. See if it's diminishing or rising. If it's filling up and has too many in there, add another one, and then run it to the next one. And then when it starts to diminish, you know you've got not enough, right? Another way of doing it. But I like doing the numbers. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm having lots of fun. All right, so we got to get our steel ignits in here, and we know what to do now. Our ratio is 2 to 3, right? 2 to 3 steel beams, 2 steel pipes. So we got to get all of our stuff together, and this is all working away here. And so we're going to go ahead and do something kind of fun. We're going to run it in this direction, and you're going to see why here in just a second. And we're going to merge all this together. right there. Now, the reason why I'm running it this way is because there's an offset. That doesn't look lined up. Not lined up. There we go. That doesn't look lined up either, but it is. That one is lined up. Yeah, okay, that one definitely wasn't lined up. Because there's an offset, you have room at the end. You have room at the end so it doesn't run into your thing here to lift it and run it back in the opposite direction. So that's typically why I'll run it this way, is because you have that extra area for a nice lifter at the end and run it back. Now, also, you can also run it out that side if you want to keep a bunch of steel ignits for whatever reason. It's up to you, not me. I don't need it. I'm just going to go ahead and run it into here, like so. Run it down over there, run it down over here. Ah, that one's offset. No mas. No mas good. Why you mess me up? Why you mess me up, green lines? Now, sometimes those green lines are going to screw you up. See, look, I had those all lined up via green lines, and they didn't line up. That's because they're lining up to something behind it. All right, now that's looking good. Okay. Now we looking sharp. Getting those steel ignits in there. And you could probably already guess. Now, we know this number is 5, right? We know this is 5 constructors. So, out you go, constructors. Now, to make these constructors match up. Now, I could run it down and run it back up again, and we could do all of that if we want. Which is a totally good way to make that work, right? And you're like, well, Kismet, why is it a good way to do it here, but not to do it back here? Well, the reason why it's a good reason to do that, and I could have done it back here too, and we're going to do it a different way instead of lifting it like that, having it in the upper level, is because the way that it works out, how it's sitting on the foundations. That's why it's a better run it down and then run it back up. I'll show you. We'll take this back out again. We'll go ahead and take this out. And so it's going to do the same thing, exactly the same thing. But if you go ahead and look at it, you can see that this one can go down, right, and merge. And then when you put in your constructor on the other side, like so. Oh! Not have my jetpack on. I'm glad that wasn't a real big fall. Try to use my jetpack. So yeah, now on the other side, we're going to go ahead and line up our constructor. Let that hang over the side. And we can see those run nicely back to back, right? Except for I'm going to end up blocking that one like that. Now what I can do is, since I have room over on this side, I can go ahead and turn it around the other way. Like that. Or do what we did over here, right? Where we have half and half, and it's not... We can use the bottom two to control it. And that actually is pretty cool. So we can go ahead and say, you know what? Hold on. We want to go ahead and bring this down. All right, let's say down to the bottom level. Then we're going to go ahead and grab a splitter. Or actually a merger. This is going to be a merger. All right. And we're going to have it go this way. Now we're going to have a merger there. And we're going to run into a problem here, which I'm going to show you. Now we can go ahead and put a, say, a splitter up here to try to stack it. And the problem is that this cannot be small enough to feed back, right? So that cannot feed back into that line. I can't lift it into that line because it's too tall, right? That's the minimum size. Now, another thing that I could do is I could go ahead and control the lift height like I did over there by offsetting that a little bit more and doing that. But then again, if I offset it more, then I'm taking up more space. So it eliminates the necessity, or it eliminates the need to run it down, because it actually adds space to the offset of your items, right? So here's when you don't want to run it down, right? When you're running it up one side and you're running it out the other side, awesome. But if you're running it directly from this and you're going to run it into that, it actually takes less room stacking it up above, because this is a single input and that one over there is a double input, and the double input we're using from down below. That works great. And then we have it backed up to the the output of that side. But on this, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to run it down and run it back up, which is why we did over on this other one. It up above like this. See how much more compact that is? That's basically like two of these wide. But if I were to run it down and run it back up again, it would have another offset and it would push it out. And it would look cool going up and down like that. If you don't want to see any of your splitters or any of your lines and all of that stuff, you can move them down below. Just offset it more. And then, see, the more you offset it this way, though, the more it doesn't line up on the next one, right? On the next thing that you do want to go down, right? So again, it's like a in the moment kind of thing. Would it be more beneficial for me to run it down, or would it be more beneficial for me to keep it up above? In this case, up above for the win. All right, I probably didn't need to take all the rest of these out, but you know, sometimes I get a little crazy. Crazy. Again, we're looking at all the benefits of running stuff underneath and also up above. Let's get back to it. Last one's hard to see. Line that up. Ah. Come on. Stop tricking me with your evil lines. That's because there's something behind it on that other side that makes it look like it's going to line up. Okay, we got all these in. Those are all back in. Oh, this one. That in there. Nope. That in there. There we go. Okay, now we want to go ahead and do some aligning of our constructors. So we're going to go ahead and bring this up. So we'll go ahead and use our splitters. We're going to double up, and we're going to go in that direction. We're going to go ahead and use our lifter into there. And again, I'm just going to add these in. Okay. I'm going to put those in. Get up here on the top and align ourselves some constructors. Alright. Now usually I find about a 2 offset from your splitter works pretty good. It doesn't always work because sometimes it's 3, but 2 usually works pretty well. Like that. Very nice. So that now is perfectly aligned. It's as close as it can possibly be. We're using the minimum amount of space, but it's not as nice as having it down below like this over here, right? When you look down your line over here, that's all you see is it going down below and up above. Not going to move that closer too, but you get the general idea. It's not as nice as having all your lines underneath like that. And then also you can see your lines coming up and going down and knowing that that stuff's going on. Where this is going to be a little tougher to see when you run it at the end. The only thing that I'm going to really be able to see well is it coming and running that back up from down below. Right, it's going to be running it from down below, and we can see it in there. It's going to be running up here and running into there. But the rest of it's going to be obscured by the fact that I'm running lifters all the way down there. Okay, so now you guys get the general idea. Let's go ahead and line all these up, and let's get her done. Oh, out of cable. What a bummer. Let's go. How we doing on time? Still looking good. Now, right now, we're giving away $25 Steam, $25 Amazon gift card, everybody. If you want to try to snatch that up, now's a good time to use up them caps. Remember, they do expire December 31st of this year. Gives everybody a chance to be the caps leader every single year. So, if you want to be the caps leader next year, make sure to be lurking like crazy in the channel. And I give away stuff every single year. I've been doing it every year that I've been here on Twitch, by the way. Every December. That I've been a professional streamer, I guess is a better way of saying it. I've actually been, I was actually on the previous thing before Twitch, which name of it's going right outside of my head. before, but I wasn't going to be a streamer. I'm a graphic designer. That's what I do. And I work for some of the biggest companies in the world. So there ain't no reason for me to become a streamer, ever. It was never in my thought process. Dang it, what am I looking for? I'm looking for, wire, I think. I can't remember. What was I making? What was I looking for? The wire, yeah. Wire. Right here. All right. Get what I was looking for. Justin TV. That's the name of it. So yeah, I actually started streaming on Justin TV, but I would stream for my guild and show them skill rotations and how to, equip their characters and things like that. All that kind of basics. All those basics that you need to know when you're playing MMOs, like, don't stand in the acid and things like that. I had a lot of fun doing that. It's probably my favorite thing that I did in streaming was, and then I would record some of it, like I do have like a healing guide, how to do healing. Because healing is more of an art than, than you're just pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the way, when you're doing this, great tip for you, start at the bottom. You want to start down here. You can't do it from up here down into there. You have to do it from down here up into there. Like this, right? So you start down here, and then you do up there. Oh, God, not aligned. Not aligned. Red alert, not aligned. There we go. Yeah, the more compact, the more stuff you put together, the tougher it is to trust those green lines. Because they will get you screwed up. They will offset you, see? Another one offset. Even though I did the green lines. And so I'll line it up myself. The sideline is good. It's just a vertical line coming in from behind. Because the splitters are offset in different ways back there. Make sure that I put those all in nicely. And that one's already in. Okay, so now we got it. So the iron ingots are coming down. They're running up here. And they should be running across those top lines. Up here. Now, the only problem is I got to add the lines, right? Bam. Okay, so now that first one is now going to go into the second one. And the second one into the third one, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. As long as I got these going in the correct direction, which does look like I do. Why is that one not going? Good question. That's an output. Oh, it's just because I've run out of the very things that I'm making. I'm telling you, everybody, I don't know what that is, that you run out of the very thing that you're trying to make in the thing that you're trying to make, which I think is funny. But I got boxes and boxes full of these over here. Let's go ahead and get some from this one. I got a whole lot of this laying around. Let's get some more of it over here. I wonder where else we got it. Right here. Oh, man, we got a lot of them in there. I got those laying around from when we first did the production, and we backlogged a bunch of it so we'd have it when we go in to retool the factory. Again, look at this. Really super compacted there, right? Really close. And we're still doing somewhat horizontal, but we're feeding from underneath, especially our base ore, right? Our starting input, we're doing that from down below. Okay, back to work. Again, I'm just running level 3 belts. I'm not running, 60 and a 30 and a 20 and a, well, actually it'd be a 60 and a 120. I'm not running a 60 and a 120 and a da-da-da-da-da. I'm not doing any of that. When you do overflow, you want it to be as fast as possible. Because you want to fill all of these as fast as possible, right? And so if you got a 240 node, you want that to crank in there at 240. You don't want to screw around, right? You want to get that in there fast. Now, let's go ahead and also get our lines. Oh, wait, we're going to practice our clicking it and then doing it from down below. All right, we're going to try to teach ourselves to do it like this. Like this and like this and like that. There we go. All right, we're going to not do it from there. We're going to do it this way. Like this. Oh, that is nicer. That's way nicer. So what I'm doing is I'm just running a power line, and then it's automatically generating the connector. So you can see I've chosen power line down here. And then I just click on it, and then it runs a power line. But then it realizes, hey, do you want to put a connector there? And I'm like, yeah, go for it. And that is much neater and faster. Like getting into the habit of doing this stuff is the hardest thing. Breaking your previous habits and making new good habits. All right, run that power. Let's tell it what we want to be. We want to be some pipes. Some pipes. Wait. No. We got that backwards. Got that full on backwards. Hold on. Beams. This is beams. Should have started from this side. Backwards. All right here. Pipes. Because we know we want 2 pipes. There we go. 2 pipes and then the rest beams. 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 Then beams and beams. Okay, so one of the problems, though, is that we have too many. We have too many because if we figure out the numbers, right, we know it's 2 steel pipes and 3 steel beams. Now, the interesting thing is it's feeding back, and this is the last one. And so the last one is going to have the least amount of stuff, right? Now, I got a bunch of steel ignites on me, so I'm going to feed them in there. But what that's going to do is burn up all my overflow. And eventually, I'm not going to even count that one in the numbers. I'm not going to count the numbers. That's my extra. Whatever it is, awesome. Great. But really, it's 2 pipes and 3 steel. That's the one. That's what you want. So now we got to get the pipes, and we got to get them into the thing that goes along with the pipes, right? Which is the rodas. But we need wire. And so we're going to create wire and run that wire back over here too. And this one, it starts getting tricky. We create all the copper stuff over there. It's going to start getting in the way and whatnot. But we really need to get our rotors going too. Before we actually start making the stotors, we need to get all of this stuff in line. We need to get all the lines run. We need to get all of that stuff in there and get it going. But there's one more thing that we want to do ahead of that so we can see if we're finally done with this Christmas event. And then I'm going to take all this stuff out of here eventually. Let's go see. How we looking? If you notice that, I don't use my car very often. I might start using it. I rarely use it that much. All right, we're at 109. We need about 150. Let's see. Let's go ahead and grab that out of there like this. Let's just go double check. Grab what's in here, and then we'll go ask the thing to tell us how much we got. We are at 460. Oh, I was wrong. We're at 460, so we need 40 more. Oh, wow. Okay. Nice. Put that all in there. So we need basically 40 more. And this is going to take 1.2 per minute, so that's about 40 minutes if we had the materials right now. If we had enough materials right now, there would still be 40 minutes before that was done. But again, you see how I just set it and forget it and let it run, and it'll eventually do its thing over time while you're busy doing other stuff. We got plenty of other things to do. And this is probably waiting on this stuff back here to be produced. What's it slowing it down right now? Just the pure speed at which it can run. That's what's slowing it down. That one's at 200. That one's going as fast as it can. All right, these are all running at max speed. Oh, that one's a little less. And this one here at the bottom, a little less. But still running at max speed, still looking okay. Whee! Okay. That's looking good. Let that run. So we need about 40 more. That's all. Production's already set. Nothing else I need to do. And once that 40 is done, we can turn it in, and then we can adjust how our stuff is going, so we can also work on our rotors over here. So let's get back to our stators, though, because I feel like I'm kind of deciding I wanted to put my copper over there, but I can also put my copper over here and just run the concrete. We can just run the concrete down the center. Really need a center road here, too. Where do I want to put my center road? I better make that choice quick before I start to build this out. And I'm kind of feeling like right here, because this perfectly works out where this would be a real good center road. And all of this stuff here at the end is not going to be there. So, let's go ahead and call that our center road, and let's go get it set up. First, let's go over here and see what we got. What did I do with that stuff? I got to put it up above. I did. I did. Let's go. Now, one of the things I highly recommend when you are working on your base is to figure out where your roads are going to be, right? How you're going to get from A to B to whatever, if you're just running there or if you're running using your vehicles. I like to leave at least one foundation clear, unless it's a central road, which is this one right here. You can see it's 3 wide, runs all the way down there. It has my hypertubes that go up and down. I should have probably put my hypertubes on the same side, but oh well. But, you know, I can always fix it later if I'm really that big about it, but probably not. I'm also considering putting the hypertubes down in the lower level where you're not even going to see the hypertubes. So it's going to drop you down into that lower level. It's going to run you underneath there, wherever you want to go. And then you'll just like pop up at the end, which I think would be really fun to have that as well. But we'll see how it goes. Now, one of the problems with the hypertubes, though, is that you're not actually in the hypertube. You're not in first person, which is funny because it's the only time they switch you from first person to third person, other than when you're in your vehicle, when you're in the hypertube. And normally you want to be in the hypertube, right? You actually want to look like you're in the hypertube when you're in the hypertube. At least I think so. And then you go third person, and then what you're looking at is you're looking at the conveyor belt that's above the thing. Now, you can adjust your camera so you can kind of see it. But I think that's kind of funny that it goes that opposite way, in which I think if you were going to run it underground, you're going to run it there, it'd be cooler to be in the tube itself, I think. But you can adjust your camera angle and try to fix it that way. All right, let's go ahead and do this battle while I go ahead and try to remember what the heck I came up here for in the first place. Oh, all out battle royale! Well, that was a good idea. Awesome. We annihilated them guys. Little separated, though. I thought we were going to all run up that way, but decided apparently the thing decided to run forward. Because I would have taken care of that whole side over there first and then pushed on this side. Still alive, though. Someone's healing the heck out of me. Who is that? Jimbo, thanks for the heals. I appreciate it. I took one for the team. You guys going to have to take care of the rest of it. All of our DPS is way in the back. But that's okay. Range coming in. Going to show us how it's done. Keep those pumpkins from blowing up too close. Oh, look out. Kamikaze pumpkins. We still got a melee in there. He's going to get in there and wipe out that last scarecrow. Yeah, very nice. All right. Open the capture chest. Bam! You guys getting some love. Kijin, Subi, Rotisserie G, all getting some love. That's a Twitch again with the MVP. Very nice. 32 assists. Nice. All right, boss time. Let's get another boss in here, everybody. Again, oh man, I just know exactly where to go every time on this one. We have a lot of good luck when we go very heavy right, and then we let them push into us. All right, boom. All right, come in and join us, everybody. That's a boss battle. You definitely want to join us for that one. You get tons of loot. We're going to run back over here. We got some tickets in here. Let's get those tickets out of there. We're going to run up here and grab whatever resources that I was running back here for, which I can't remember. Oh, my painting thingy. We'll do some painting. Right there. All right, there's my painting thingy, but what did I do with that paint? That's a question. I know I just got a bunch of paint. And I put it somewhere. Most likely down here. Let's go. Cool thing is, while you're in your hypertube, by the way, you can adjust your stuff. Bam. All right, where's that paint? Why do I have presents in there? I think I have the paint on me. Oh, yeah, I do. I have it on me. I could tell because it said I could reload. Get these presents off of my character. Don't do me any good sitting in a box. Unless it's this box. This box is sending those presents down the line. There we go. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to work a bit on our road. So our road comes down. You can see there's a ramp that goes down in the middle there. But we want to create a nice crossroad. And so before we put in all of that stuff, we want to make sure we have that offset so we can traverse that direction. So I'm going to right click. I'm going to click this. By the way, they said they are going to make this where you can have unlimited colors. Very cool. And so we're going to go this way. Make sure I'm lining up. I think I actually colored that constructor. Trying to get the thing underneath it. All right. You know what this says? Kismet, don't build there. That's what that says. Down my face. I like my roads to be nice and straight for long distances. Okay, now I've got my hypertube and all that stuff over there. It might be a better idea for me to line it there, or I can align another road over there off of that one, and then I could travel all the way from over there to all the way over there. Now, all of this production right here is actually going to push forward. Eventually, we're going to start moving our production in this direction over here. But for right now, we're moving this out this way, using up all this side area. And eventually, this will all equal a whole bunch of constructors and whatnot over there. And then also, we're going to be looking for more nodes and try to bring in those nodes in. And we might put the nodes on the other side and run them together and so on. But I know that a lot of nodes are from that side. And so we can bring in all those nodes and run them down below. All right, so we got that going. Looks like we already had a somewhat of a road right here. I can see that we have a road running in there. And then we've got our wide constructors here. Our coffee cup. Kind of feel like I could move that back now. Boom. Take all that out. Make sure my production's still working over here. Yep. All right. Now this doesn't have any power over this way. But we do have some power coming up from down below. Which is right here. This is coming down from our this is coming up directly from our primary power. Which is currently coal. And so we'll run that across. And that's not lit up. Why is that not lit up? Probably because it thinks it went into another pole. Take it out. Take it out, put it in again. One up there too. That goes into there. Eventually we'll fix that. There we go. All right. Some funky chicken there. That now should run all the way up into our primary base. Okay. Looking good. So what I probably want to do is come down and then have another, basically a double primary road where this part here and then eventually this direction is going to be 3 wide. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, this is going to be another primary junction. You're like, well, Kismet, you got all these things in the way. Well, don't worry, they won't be there forever. So, now we're going to go this way. Oh, that's going to line up perfect. I can see my hypertube from here. Going to line up right with that hypertube. Remember that all this production over here is just temporary. It will be redone. Look at that. Boom. The center of that lines right up with that hypertube. That's nice. That's nice. I like it. I like it. I seriously doubt that I'm going to have enough paint to make all this happen. But we'll give it a try. Walk a little faster. Actually, I might just end up with enough. Cool. Okay, so now I say, hey, don't build nothing there. Right? That's basically what I'm telling myself right there. Don't build anything on those yellow lines. And probably take a moment now to get rid of all of this stuff up here too. Let's go ahead and grab anything we got out of there. We'll go ahead and clear all this stuff. And we're dropping some stuff. I'm going to go ahead and actually make a container back behind the roads now. Now I know where the edge of my road is. Put all that in there. Take this out. All right. Let's grab this. Start taking these babies out. Lots of good stuff there. Run it back up. Let's put it away for later. I'm not going to need any rubber right now. I'm not going to need any plastic right now. Not working on that. We'll come back to it later. Much more later. All right. But we do have a spot for it right over here. Boom. And rubber into there. We've also got some smart plating. Go ahead and say that that one's our smart plating. Bunch of computers. All right. That's pretty nice. And do we got any tickets in here? I don't see any. I see some smart plating in there. Get that out of there. Put our tickets in that first one. Get our tickets in there. Get it consolidated. There we go. And our boosts. Into that first one. We know where that's at. Man, more presents on me again. Anything else in here? Ah, look at this. Some stators and rotors and all sorts of stuff in there. We're going to make this sort itself eventually. It's going to sort all the stuff for us. Alright, back down we go. Okay, looking good, looking good. Let's get the rest of this loot off of here. Okay, looking nice there. And so we'll put all this stuff. Yeah, let's just run it up there. Let's just run it up there before we move all that other stuff. So we're organizing our boxes here. We're kind of moving them out of the way now that we've decided where our roads are. And that's going to keep it from blocking me going up and down, doing whatever I'm trying to do. Right over here. And we know where our smart plating goes. Right over here. Boom. And we got a bunch of other random stuff. We'll go ahead and grab that. I'm probably going to move this stuff down too. So let's go ahead and just go back down this way. Okay. So we're going to go to the first one. And we're going to store what we can. We're going to sort it. We're going to take out what we don't want in there. And we're going to put that where it goes. Presents don't do me any good in my thing. Now we're going to take this one out. Boom. Drop that in there. Take that one out. Drop that in there. Oh, that one's already full. And that one in there. Yep. Just put all the concrete in there. Now I don't have to run over there. I can just walk it over here. Store all of that. Now we open it back up again. Wow, really? Yeah, we're gonna need another one. We're gonna need another one. Just by a little bit. Alright, there we go. Got that cleaned up. Alright, now we're gonna fix this. Because this is on the wrong side. And we're going to take this out. Walls, window, entrance. It rotates the opposite direction. That power connector. Interesting, I didn't have enough for a power connector there. Get that ladder out. Alright, well, we'll take all this out. Walls, single window, and it's going to be on this side. Outlet in the center. Entrance. Connecting. Connecting that way. Just quite not enough. Sometimes it doesn't give you all of your resources back, I noticed. Because that should have, that's what I took all of that out. I should be able to put it all back in. But sometimes it doesn't give you just a little too not enough. Oh, there's some over here. I tried. Pressing it too much. Grab all. Which is funny, because that's the very thing that I need to make this happen. And some poles. And some power things. And wire. Wire. Oh, let's get some other wire too. Okay, let's get this fixed up. I'm tempted to put that in glass too. You know what? Let's do that in glass too. Just for funsies. I'm gonna make all this from now on. Anything with a hypertube. A glass window. Hang it. Gotta be real precise. I gotta press the button and it moves just a little bit and boom. You're bumming. All right. Now what I did is I took that out so I can align my hypertube to my other hypertube. So when I come out, I can just run forward and go up that way if I want, or I can go further down the line here. Now I actually have this lined up where it's in the center, which is not really what I would like. In this case, we're kind of setting the default to the right side. So I'd probably set a hypertube right here and then make that hypertube go all the way to that other side. Just try to keep that as a consistent thing in my base. I can do it however I want. It's my base. But that would be a nice consistent thing. Okay, so we got that going. How are we doing on time? Guy, we got 1 hour left. 1 hour to make it happen, Captain. So we've decided where we don't want our stuff to run. We've got this running over here. And we have it producing a bunch of steel beams. There's nowhere to go right now, though. And so we want to go ahead now and get those steel pipes running into these assemblers. I forgot how many we're doing. We're doing 2 of these. All right, yeah, 2 stators. So let's go ahead and get our stuff into there. We want to do our mergers. I need to get my other set. Oh, and I didn't bring my resources. Darn it. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Forgot to get my resources. Luckily, I brought my vehicle. That out. Okay, boom. I try to keep my main resources in a single box so I can then pull them out fairly easily. I always like the first box that I'll combine stuff into. This way, when you have a lot of extra overlap, you don't end up with all that stuff too often in your inventory. And it might be like, Kismet, why aren't you building a hypertube out to here? Well, I don't always build hypertubes to everywhere, because once this is working, I don't need to come out here anymore. It's going to be doing it for me. If I can get over here close and then just use my vehicle or to run there or fly there, that's good enough for me. I don't have to have it go to every single spot. Though I could make it where it goes all the way to the end there and then have it come along here, which is probably what I'll do in the long run. And then I'll have it stop at certain points along the way. But there we go. All right, let's do it. Let's see. This one's going to merge that way, or do we want to merge it this way? Let's merge it back this way. And then we can do the lift up there at the end again. Too fast on that one. There we go. Now, why am I not just running it directly into the machine? The reason why is because I'm going to have extra steel pipes, and those extra steel pipes will go back and be part of my production. And all my steel beams, same thing, my extra will go back and become part of that production as well. So that goes up there, and now we can go ahead and try to figure out how we're going to do our assemblers, like so. So we'll want to go ahead and try to put it in where we can get it right on the edge. Yeah, something like that. Right on the edge where it can feed in there. But also go down below. So I'm looking at the foundations, the way that it goes. It looks a little too close to me. Yeah, way too close. Way too close. Well, it's hard to judge. Let's say something like that. We're going to do basically what we did before, right? One straight into there. Oh, it's coming down. Sorry. It's coming down. One straight down into there. Like that. And then one from down below. Which is going to be our wire. Which are going to come back and go into there. Like that. Now, since I opened that Pandora's box there, to get my jetpack on. Because I could fall to my doom. Fill that in a little bit. There we go. Alright, so something like that. So it's going to feed those into there. And again, we're going to try to do 2 of these. Now notice it won't let me put it down because I've got that missing. So you definitely want to put all this and come back to the underfeed later on. Ah, wrong way. I know it doesn't do it, but I'm just assuming it's going to anyway. And that's, oh wait, I know I gotta move it forward. Gotta move it forward. Move it back just a little bit. Alrighty. Gotta get that first one aligned, and then the rest of these will be fine. So, let's go ahead and line that up nicely. We'll say that. That's way too far. Way too far. Alright, let's try something else. Put our lifter down. Give us an eyeball of it. And then what we're going to do is take our assembler and fix the next one. So our assembler lines up a bit better in the next one. So, let's say... Actually, let's go this way. Better idea. And so we'll line that assembler up how we are. We'll back it up. Back it up another one. Yeah, something like that. Put that assembler in. Use that as a guide. And then we'll take this back out. That back out. This, put that back in there. Align to that other one. So in theory, if we do that, it's going to be a lot closer. And boom! Very, very close, except for a little left to right action. It's too far that way. So I got to move it a little bit closer. And sometimes I use the other ones as a guide to try to align it perfectly. And, you know, you win some, you lose some. Sometimes you eyeball it, you try to get it right as it is, and then it doesn't work out. Alright, now we take this one out. And then now, once we have it lined up, all we have to do, put those into there. Runs down into that one. Notice how they all like line up once you get them going. And then we'll feed the wire from underneath. So that is good to go. Stators. And over here, stators. All right. Now we could do more of these, I guess, if we really want to. Not really into it right now, but we could do more. But right now, it's going to be more than enough because I'm not going to be able to make enough rotors, right? So really, we only need to make 10 stators because we're only going to be making like 10 rotors. So there's no reason to make 50,000 stators if I'm only making so many rotors, and so on. Plus, it's going to burn up all my resources, which I don't need to do. So that's 15 and 15, and then any excess wire, We'll run down the line. Now we want to also go in and merge these, and instead of merging them that way, we're actually going to merge them the opposite direction. And we're going to run these down the line. Come on. Buttons. Buttons are hard. All right, there we go. Now, here's the thing with this. I could run this all the way back. I know I'm going to use a ton of those. So I'm just going to go ahead and just do a little trick right here. Run a little baby right there. And just literally run that box right into there. So I know I'm going to use a ton of those. So that's going to be my spot for that box. Just run that at the end for right now. And at least it's not in the way of my other production that I'm going to be doing out here. So the other thing I'm going to be doing is utilizing this assembler, utilizing the output of this, these stators, to make motors. And I'm going to need the rotors from over there to combine. So what I can do is say, you know what? I'm going to run all that stuff underneath. Why run that up above, right? So we'll go ahead and take this out like this. And we'll just say, all right, down you go. And then we'll merge it down there somewhere. Same thing over here. How does it good go backwards? Let's go the opposite direction. Just to save ourselves some room. There we go, that way. That way. Okay. Safety first, everybody. Let's get our safety stuff in. We don't want anybody falling into the machinery. Much. There we go. And we'll probably end up taking that out. Now what we need is a crossroad, because this stuff is getting way too long. Way too long. We definitely need a crossroad in there. Because, look, we got this, we got this, we got it all jammed together, right? And it's wonderful to be able to do that because it's super compact. You got it all together, except for your thoroughfares, your ability to get from one side to another is going to be affected by that. Now, of course, I can always run it underneath, which is what I'm going to do eventually. But now's a good time to say, yo, okay, that's as far as I want that to go. Let's go ahead and stick in a road in here. Just so we'll have a crossroad in case we're driving back and forth. And that's going to be my road that way. All right, crossroad. There we go. Very nice. Now, another thing that we can do, since we have room over here, and we could leave it for expansion later on, but move our vehicle out of the way, is we could just tell it, hey, next to this, I want you to go ahead and make those motors. Right there. You're like, wait a minute, Kismet, what the heck? Yeah, I could also turn it around the other way. And say, you know what? I changed my mind. I want to do it this way. Like it is. And then what it's going to do is combine those two things together. And then I can feed it up into there. Or I can just merge it and run it down the line if I wanted to. But I kind of feel like feeding it from down below. And so those two lines will combine and then go up into there. And then our... we get our rotors done, we'll bring our rotors over and run that into there. But I still need the ability to have an output, so I need to take this one out over here and then run that down into there somewhere. Figure that out in a bit. Put our foundations in. There we go. So again, you can, compact it together, which I think is going to be pretty cool. Because on the other side of that, that's where I'm actually going to make the rotors as well. So like I said, it's not going to be all out like that. It's going to be all nicely compacted together into one little area. So what are we doing over here? Let's get over here and check it out. And we'll do that battle here in just a second. Let me catch up on chat. Anybody been talking to me? Again, if you have a comment or question in the chat, if I miss it for any reason, I forgot to give you guys some kiss caps for those battles. I'll give you a couple thousand. There we go. I'm forgetting stuff and things. All right, let's do this battle. Let's go. A giant bear or something. What is that? It's a dragon. That's like a giant dragon. Cool. Cool. All right, there we go. Boom. Let's see. Grant some rewards. Dragon's Blight. We got Jimbo. We got Roars. We got EMZRT and Limo. All getting the love. That was a boss chest right there. Yurio, I hope that's how you say your name. 23 kills. MVP. Fantastic job. Loop that again. Look at that. Tier 44, everybody. Booyah! Ha ha! Yet again, reached the tier 44, crushing it. I don't know if we're going to get that one done, but we're going to try. Let's go right through here. We're going to try to get you some skins there. A bunch of mystery ones along the way. That's okay. We're going to get these started up. Now, remember, I'm going to do battles all day long. So make sure to hang out here in the stream all day. We're going to keep these battles going. Even when I go into battle mode in about 45 minutes or so, I'm also going to give away $25 Amazon gift card right now, everybody. So make sure to be part of that giveaway. If you have any questions, feel free to scroll down into the panels down there. It'll tell you all about those Kiz Caps, as well as my buddy Saltbot will come up at some point and also tell you a bit about it. All right, so we're back over here to our rotors. Now, we're setting goals, right? What is our goals? Well, we want to set our goal to do so many stators, right? So many stators that we can start making motors, right? All of this production is leading to more motors. So right over here, you can see in motors, we're going to need 10 in 10. So we got a bit more than 10 over here. Let's go ahead and run across. Right over here. So this is going to produce 5. I mean, this is exactly 10. This is going to produce 5 and 5, and that's going to go in there at 10. This one's going to produce a little bit more than 10. It's actually going to do 12. But it's what it takes to make it is so much more than the stators over there. Stators are fairly easy. We still got to do our wire, so we're still going to work on our copper. Probably do that tomorrow. But today we're doing our rotors. So our goal for the rotors is also 10, right? So we want 4, 4, and 4. So we're going to need 3 of these in here. So I'm going to take these out because I'm going to take these resources and use them over here. Now, again, to keep it compact and to keep it all together, you can see that I'm running it all in line and just kind of outlining where it is working. So this actually is going to be the motors here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put our stators right across here. Now, there's going to be a problem right away when you go to try to do your rotors here. And that is the inputs on the back, right? Trying to get those inputs into there. What are the inputs that we need for rotors? We need iron rods and we need screws, right? We need a lot of that running in there. Now, the cool thing is, since we've made it in such a way and we've aligned it in such a way to our foundations. Oh, I'm out of jetpack. I'm out of jetpack. I got to get some more fuel. What we can do is we can actually take out the foundations underneath here. And we can underfeed it. And again, see, sometimes it's good to underfeed. Sometimes it's better to keep it at the same level. It's really what you want to do on your factory. I love to underfeed up. And we're just going to go ahead and tag all of those like that. We're going to try to avoid getting too close, though, because if we fall, well, bye-bye, you're dead. Now you're dead. Right over there. All right, now, probably a good idea to probably work a little bit on our hypertube. I kind of feel. Now, look, see how hard it is for me to get through here? I can kind of jump, I guess. I can get my skates on. I can jump extra high to get from one to the other. But I really do need a hypertube to get me around where I need to go. And so we'll put this as the end of the hypertube way over here, which is going to be the end of this section of the factory. And that's going to be all the starter stuff, right? From concrete all the way up to motors. And that's going to be this side of the factory. And then when we go beyond motors and we go into the other stuff that we're going to be doing, now remember, we're also, at the end of this, we're also going to be using our steel beams. Let's go in here and check it out. We're also going to be using our steel beams for encased industrial beams, and we're actually going to put those at the end, at the very, very end. But right now, we're going to go ahead and just tell it to do that one as stators, and we'll get those all fired up here in a minute. But we're going to be basically doing all of that stuff within this one little tiny area. And this is really not a large area once you get it compacted down, like so. And let's go ahead and use our cool single window. I would say right side, so it's going to come out left on this side. So let's say here. Let's put in a nice power thing, and go ahead and just tap some power from over here. Boom, there we go. And then we want to go 6 forward. And so we'll get our wall. We'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Oh, God, so close. Except for I got a little problem with that being in the way, so I can't put that there. So that's a bummer, but I can try to push it forward like this. But it's going to run into this, so I can't use my arch, which is a bummer. Should have thought that through. Should have thought that through ahead of time. I could have moved that over just a little smidge. But then again, all my lines wouldn't have lined up down the thing, so just fine, just fine. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and put this one in like this. We'll make it work. What side we're doing? I think we're doing right side. Notice also it goes over the top of our road. Very nice. So this action. And then we'll put this up just a little higher. Run that up. Run that behind. Now we've already got our power already running over there. So I don't need to run the power again between the hypertubes. But it's a good idea to do that. Why? Because eventually my hypertubes and all of my transport lines, those transport lines will be on their own separate circuit. So if the rest of my factory goes out, my transport lines will always be on. And that's good because I can just disconnect the rest of my factory from those lines. So if I connect those lines into where my factory is, that's going to kind of screw me up. So I definitely want to have them on their own circuit and then make sure that they're all working together as well. Now I could create a second line, by the way, a second line here that comes all the way to the end. So I could have like, you know, a half and half line and then a full line all the way from up there, all the way here, all the way from down here, all the way up to that front part. But I like to leave just stopping points, right? So let's go and check it out and see if it works. Kind of like bus stops. Right, so you kind of go in like that. Oh, can't go in that side. That's because I got to put an entrance there. I like to connect it from the back so it's not going through the middle of the thing. And bam! We can travel a good distance. We don't have to walk every single time. And then we can travel this way. Now, if we change our mind, hold down S, turn you around, get you going back the other direction. Easy peasy. And back to work. I want to try to get this going on. Boom. And look at these beautiful roads. Nice lined. Looking good. Okay, back to work. So 3 of these are going to be our rotors. And those rotors are going to finish. They're going to go down. They're going to merge this way up and that way up. And then that's going to go down. And then our motors are going to run wherever we need them to run. Now, again, remember, we're going to do encased industrial beams as well. So how many encased industrial beams can we do? Well, we haven't figured that out yet. Let's go ahead and figure that out. right over here. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how do you have all these resources when you're just working on stators and you're just working on rotors? Well, I had a gigantic spaghetti city here, and it was making all of these things for me along the way, and I was just making it as I go, and it was running lines all over the place. And actually, I ran a bunch of lines, which I normally don't do. I normally don't run a bunch of lines behind there and do all of that. Normally, I'll make the item, put it in a box, and I'll grab that stuff from the box and put it over there. It just saves me from all that time of line running that I don't like to waste. I prefer to always come back later when I have enough resources to do something more on this kind of scale, and you kind of scale it up as you go. So we're going to go ahead and see how many steel beams, and again, we're going to need that concrete, but we're going to need concrete for our other stuff we're doing too. But like if we go back and we look, what are we going to need concrete for? Not that. Stators, no. Aha, screws and rods. We're going to do that in a minute. And that's it. So basically, we just need it for encased industrial beams. So we'll feed that back. So here's 24. Let's go look and see how many we're making. Oh, I forgot to get my jetpack stuff while I was over there. And so we got one, which is doing 15. So 15 and 15, that's 30. This is 45. We don't count the last one. The reason why, because this is an overflow. This is if I have extra around. Eventually, this is going to diminish to the point in which this one's barely running. So we don't want to count that one. So we'll say 45 is what we got. And how much do we need? 24. So 45 less than 50. That's going to be 48. So we'll go say, okay, good enough. We'll just make as many as we can. Oh, no, we're out of iron plates. We're out of iron plates again, everybody. But don't worry, right? Don't worry. We got this. We got to get some more iron plates. Now, at the beginning here, when we started the day, and a little bit last time, we were working on our iron plates. And so what happens all the time in the early stage of the game is you're constantly running out of these iron plates, and you're trying to build up your production so you don't have that problem. You're also trying to build up your production so you don't have the problem with modular frames. And those are annoying too, because those take a while to make yourself. And you really want to set up your production where you can just set it and forget it. And so what we've been doing while we've been doing this is we've also been back logging a bunch of this stuff up here. Now, a good idea, though, is to grab a bunch of these and move them down there. And there's probably some already down there. But I'm just going to show you that we are running those actually up here into these top boxes. And you can see I got a whole box full of it, right? And I don't need 12 boxes of this. You know, yeah, that's about enough. And then modular frames. A whole box full of that. That's enough. Now I need to use those modular frames for something else, right? When that fills up, it should now be into a different part of your production, and which we will do probably tomorrow. But right now, let's get some of those iron plates. Felt like getting a bunch of them. Oh, I forgot to get my fuel. I didn't forget. I almost forgot. It's right over here. My oil over here doing me a solid. Keep it going. You're like, Kismet, why aren't you using that power from that oil right there? Just gonna redo all of that. Redo all of that in a minute. All right, let's get back over here. And we've already told it over here that we want 2 of these, like so, to do our encased industrial beams. We're going to need to bring our concrete and all that in again. So here we go. More of this running down. We're going to choose left side down. Then we're going to say, you know what? Hey, I changed my mind. I want you to run that out of there, and I want you to run it into here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make a split. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to switch our set first. There we go, splitter. Line that up that way, and then line it up off of that one. And then we're going to have it go from this way. Now, the last one you don't really need to do. But in the long run, I'm going to be extending this out again and probably connecting that across or down. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Or I'll just take it out. One or the other. That goes into there. This goes into here. Now, if you do want to offload some of them, make extra ones, put it in here, you can. But I thought I'd just run them since while I was waiting, make a bunch of extra, because I'm definitely going to need a lot of them because I'm going to be running crazy tons of lines all over the place. So now I just need to get the concrete under there, right? Right here. So these are encased industrial beams. This is encased industrial beams. Nice. This is going to be rotors. And whoop, rotors. Good. This one, rotors. This one is lag. That's motors. And we got our stators over here. Now, again, this ain't when you first start off, everybody. This is when you get in there and you understand your numbers and how to make all of that work and how to compact it all and get it all in one little spot where it can all feed into each other. And then all of this giant manufacturing that you see leads to that one thing, right? All that manufacturing, all off into the distance there, all of that manufacturing there is to make motors. All of it. Every bit of it. All going to come back and make them motors. Pretty crazy if you think about it. That's a lot of work to make the things that you're trying to make, that last one. So these are all, it's almost like this is a complete standalone thing, and it goes to the motors, and then anything else that we build after that, we're going to need different supply lines to control that, right? Or to make those other things that we run out of or need to make. Like we're going to be working on, our heavy modular frames, our computers, and back to our oil eventually, and so on. And then eventually working on the stuff that goes into our space elevator later on. Now, you can do this early on. You don't have to wait until Tier 6 like I am. You can do it early on, except for I more prefer to make up a bunch of resources and get a bunch of resources backlogged and just do it however it needs to be done than doing all of this, which you got to have all the pieces unlocked. You've got to figure out your framing distances and whatnot. It just takes a lot longer to do this. But once you have it down, you can do it from the very beginning of the game. I might do that in a future playthrough. You never know. Whee! All right, let's fill in some more frames or foundations. It's fun every time. Every single time you do these foundations is fun. It stuns me every time that I enjoy doing these foundations. Right? You're thinking, wow, Kismet, it's really fun to build gigantic bases and all of that. True. But it just does it so incredibly well that whenever you find something that someone does that is just like, man, what a genius idea, right? Just that very subtlety of where you're clicking controls the level and where you do it. Now, of course, I screwed up there. But where you're clicking is really, really subtle. Right? And, the better you are at that subtlety, the better you can fill in those foundations. Just like that. Bam. Done. Now, if I was doing that like in 7 Days to Die, or doing that in Fallout, or doing that in whatever, it ain't going to fill in that nicely. You gotta remember, this game's not even done yet. This is an early access game. This game's already an 11 out of 10 in early access. I'm telling you, it's awesome. If you're a builder, this is your jam. You want this in every game. In fact, I want this in Astroneer. I want some foundations in Astroneer. Let's go, baby. Give me those foundations. Let's do it. That's why I can build my base where it isn't all wonky like that all the time. I'm sure they'll get around to it. Okay, so we got that going like that. This one's going to go back up. These are down. Those are up. This one's probably going to come from this side. These are going to be down. 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 And down. These ones right here are going to come down, but they're going to be merging off to the other direction. So we'll just have them come down anyway. And see, these will be merging that way. These three will be merging the other way. And then look how perfectly that lines up to the motors in the center. Isn't that cool? I mean, if you can figure this stuff out, I find that like the coolest thing. When you got your 2 stators that you need over here, which is 10, and then you got your 3 over here, which is your rotors, which is 12, and it's got to go 10 and 10 in here, and then that goes up, and you're going to have an extra rotor, but that's okay. I'll use those extra rotors when I'm building stuff. But bam, I don't need extra stators, by the way. Extra rotors are great. Extra stators, I don't use them very much. But basically, that's going to then feed into the center because of all the other stuff we did ahead of time with all of this, right? And feed that in, it just works itself out, right? It works itself out if you understand those principles. And I'm showing you some of my best stuff here. This is some of the next level stuff up here. This is advanced stuff. Does this game have a big learning curve? Not at all. Whoa, look out. My vehicle went flying. Not at all. It really, it's however you want to play. Now, if you missed it in the beginning, which it sounds like you did, what I did is I played like everybody else plays, right? I go in, I just run it however I want, and I run the thing from here to there. It's like any other building game you've ever played. You grab the original resources, like the iron ore. You run the iron ore into a smelter. It smelts the iron ore into ingots. Then those ingots, you can say, hey, what do I want to make? I want to make some plates. I want to make some rods. Then I'll take my rods and I'll convert my rods into screws. And there you go. You're off and running. That's it. It's as complex as it gets, right? But there's also patterns that emerge if you want to do it by the numbers. So say you have 240 iron coming in. If you have 240 iron, you can do what I call the rule of 8. And that is you can have 8 constructors and 8 constructors again. Or you can do 120 is 108 is 8 constructors, depending on what you right at the very beginning. You find a pure node, boom, you can use the rule of 8 right there, and basically you create 2 plates, 2 iron or 2 rods. Let's see if that's right. 3 plates, 2 rods, 3 screws. There we go, something like that. My brain's not working. Let's see, yeah, 2, 2, 3, 2, and 3. Yeah, that's exactly how it goes. So 3 plates, 2 rods. The rods then become screws, which go into the 3 screws. Those 3 screws then become heavy iron plates. That's all basically working over here. Now, the next stage of the game, right, after you figure out the numbers and you figure out how to extract stuff and how to run lines and then do all of that stuff, is how do I make it look beautiful? How do I make it go from you got lines running everywhere and you got everything up on the top level, like over here, right? Like we got just stuff running around in here. Of course, I made it a little nicer over here too. But see, I got stuff running down below. I got stuff running up above. I got this going that way and that going all over the place like that, right? How can I make this even cooler? Well, I can go ahead and run that underneath. And when you're running your lines underneath, there's no obstructions. So you can run them a really far way like I do. I run them way up on top of there. You're like, well, Kismet, it's floating. Don't worry, we'll work on it eventually. But basically, it's running over there, and that's going to be my train level. That's right, you got trains in this game. You can go ahead and run your trains all over the place to collect stuff. You can use it for transport as well. And then, of course, you can get stuff from further away. Right in the beginning, you only feel like, oh, God, 500? Wow, that's really far out there. Then 1,500 feels like it's far. And then 3,000 feels like it's far. And 6,000 doesn't feel that far anymore when you got your trains. It's like, round, zap over there, grab your loot, boom, come back, get your nuclear power going, whatever you need to do. Now, remember, this game is an 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10 in early access. Now, don't we wish a lot of the games that have been coming out for the last 2 to 5 years were already a 10 out of 10 before they released? A lot of games, they come out as a 3 out of 10, and then they work their way up to maybe a 7, where this one is already phenomenal. The building in it is second to none. The style and the way that it builds is incredible. You can work with other people because it is multiplayer, so you can all work together, and they're still working on it right now. They're still in the process of adding more tiers and readjusting it. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, what do you get if I go buy Satisfactory? Nothing. I don't have an affiliate link. I don't have nothing. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. That's how you know I'm telling you the straight deal, right? If I have no vested interest in it, you know I'm telling you the straight deal. Also, you wouldn't see me playing it. I don't answer to no one. I'm 50 years old, partially disabled, partnered streamer here on Twitch. I don't have to tell nobody nothing, do nothing for nobody, and that's what's so great about being me. That's what's great about being my age. I already done that, been there, did this, right? I don't need to prove nothing to nobody. So, I don't answer to anybody. If I don't like a game, you will not see it. If I don't like a service, you won't see it here in the stream. I always tell it to you straight. That's the way that I am. And again, I don't have to do nothing I don't want to do. Because every morning I get up is a miracle, basically. So, I just do what I like to do, and that's play games. And this is really, really fun. This is the type of game where you're playing it for like 20 hours and it felt like 5 minutes went by. That's how much it is. Like, oh man, I just want to do that one last thing. Oh, I'm going to put that thing over there. Oh, wait, I want to add that little thing to my production. Oh, hold on, I want to run the line this way. Oh, I want to do another train this way. Maybe I get another nuclear power in, run some more power. Oh, maybe some more coal power, maybe some oil. I can run all the oil in. And really, it's just like all of a sudden, like, boom, time goes by like that. And that's how you know you like a game. Every time, that is my biggest test for any game that I ever play is, does time go by like that when I'm playing it, right? A great example, 7 Days to Die. I paid $10 for 7 Days to Die. You know how many hours I've gotten out of it? 2,000 plus hours. Now, some people got 5,000. Some people have 10,000 hours in the game. That's how you know you got your money's worth. And that's what I always say. Get your money's worth out of your games. And in this case, I'm getting my money's worth big time. Big times. I play for this hundreds of hours, but I'm not in any hurry. See, some people, they get in a hurry, they want to rush through it and get it done, and they burn themselves out on that game, and they're like, okay, go on to the next game. I'm not like that. I like to learn the game mechanics and try different things, and every time I get to a certain point and they come out with new stuff, I'll delete all of my previous playthroughs and I'll play through again, and I'll try different stuff the second time. And then I learn new things, like underrunning, right? Running everything underneath here. Why is that advantage? Well, you don't see all the lines. You don't see all the stuff. It's tucked away underneath here, and it allows me to run the lines however I want. It also allows me to go from one place to another. You see I'm running my plates here. Speaking of screws and stuff, this is where it's going. See, it's running down the line. The rods are going here, and they're feeding up into the screws. Those rods are then being converted into screws, and then those screws are going out to here. Those are being fed up into our assembler. Our assembler is then making the heavy modular, or not heavy modular, but these right here, the reinforced iron plates, and those are running down and then running into the next part of our factory, and so on and so forth. It seems complex when you're watching someone do it, but if you're watching me build it, it's not something that you can't do. I feel like anybody in the chat could do this. I mean, this is just copy pasta, right? Just do exactly what I did. Bam, you have yourself an epic factory. Or, even better, you think of your own stuff the way that you want it to be, and then you make it even better. Even if you run spaghetti all over the place. They call it spaghetti, by the way, when you're like, oh man, I need to get these plates over here, and without thinking about how you're going to run them, and you just run them over there, right? Without, thinking of them, putting them in a nice, neat run and whatnot. A lot of people do that, and I do that in the beginning just to troll my chat. But most of the time, I will come back and show kind of the next level of building, which is this, right? Where you're feeding under, and how to group items together and utilize the maximum of that particular resource, which is what we're doing now. Mad Dixie coming in, Voodoo coming in, and Dark Blue coming in. We're dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome, everybody. They call me Kiz Kringle this time of year. You know why? Because I'm about to give away a $25 Steam gift card right over there. I'm going to have my buddy Saltbot come up and tell you a bit about how to be part of the giveaway. And then we're going to give it away here in just a few minutes. Let's go.
Hello, this is Saltbot. You might be wondering, what are Kiz Caps, and how do I use them? They are loyalty points for watching Kismet stream. There are many ways to earn Kiz Caps, whether you are a streamer or viewer. Some free, and some are for above and beyond supporters. Let me show you how. The easiest way is to hit the follow button and earn an instant 1000 Kiz Caps, or by hosting by going to your channel by using the Twitch menu in the upper right corner, open your chat in a new window and type /host space Kismet. Another way is to team up with other Wasteland Tycoons in the chat and earn 500 caps for every 5 retweets on Twitter. Each time you unlock another 5 retweets, the amount increases by 500 each time. So you get 500, then 1000 more, then 1500 more, etc. Use the RT command in the chat at any time to find the right tweet. Earn even more bonus Kiz Caps by participating in the chat with some GGs. If you want to go above and beyond, you can donate to the stream or subscribe using your Twitch Prime. Or choose one of the 3 levels of sub support. This will get you instant and 5000 Kiz Caps, plus Kismet emotes. Earn 3 times Kiz Caps just for hanging out in the stream and 3 times the chance of winning contests and giveaways. Let us talk about how to enter Kismet's giveaway. First, type !loot in the chat to check how many Kiz Caps you have. Remember that each ticket costs 10 Kiz Caps. You are now ready to enter the giveaway. Type !ticket, then add a space and type the number 1. Everyone gets a free ticket and a chance to win. If you would like to buy more tickets and increase your chance to win, you can buy more, like 10, 1,000, up to 10,000 tickets per giveaway if you have enough Kiz caps built up. Thank you for being an amazing part of the stream and good luck.
All right, now you know. Now you know how to use those Kiz caps. Remember, everybody has a chance to win. I don't care if you've been here for 1 second or you've been here for years. I appreciate each and every one of you coming into my channel, hanging out. We're going to have lots of fun, making some massive progress on our factory today. Oh, so beautiful. Beautiful. All right, we got some more to do, though. We got some more to do. We're not at the end yet. Just going to give you guys some time to get that giveaway fired up. So we've got to get all of this working over here. We've got to get some cement over here. We got to get all of that. But none of that going to make any difference if we don't get this working over here instead. So we've got to get all of this lined up and fired up. And let's go ahead and backtrack a bit back to this area where we are forging up a lot of this extra ignits. Now we're forging up these ignits so that we can do the holiday event. We'll check our holiday thing before we go. We might finish it tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I'll just save it till tomorrow. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 forges up here that we are just here temporary. This is just a temporary level. And so those forges we're going to eventually want to replace down below. So we want to take those 5 forges and add them to this area right here so that we can go ahead and use them for our rods. So we're going to go ahead and add some more. Now I'm going to go ahead and offset it here. See, I've got a bit of stuff here in front of it. So I'm going to just offset these down. And we're going to say, okay, right here, we're going to say 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh, problem. Running into our road. That's not good. Not good. That's okay. You know what we're going to do? We're going to take that out. We're going to run this back. We're going to take this out at the end. Right over here. And maybe we can go ahead and just nestle that up right there. That's going to be way better. One of the problems, though, is we got this lifting up right now. So that's going to be in the way. Let's take our railing out here. Don't need our railing anymore because we're going to be feeding this up from down below. All right, let's try to put some more of these in. Ah, right in the way. Let's put one down, see if we can fit that other one in between. No, got to go over just a little bit. So what I'm going to do is use it to measure. Let's say there. Where I can put that one in when that other thing is done, right? When we finish the holiday event, I can see I can put another one in there. Right, I can move it forward just a little bit for now. There we go. And we'll come back. We'll fix all that up later on. And let's see if we can go ahead and fit this in here now. And so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 5. Nice. Now again, remember we'll feed that up from behind here because we have it set up just perfectly where we can just run that from down below. Like so, and we've already got it running down the line there because we already have these forges running for the rest of this. But we're going to want to combine this line along with this line if it has any extra overflow and run that line into our constructors. Now, our constructors over here are split up like this for a reason because we were figuring out the numbers that we were going to need to do all of the stuff that we want to do after this, the rotors. Rotors are probably the first kind of number hurdle that you're going to run into. We'll do that battle here in a bit, everybody. The number hurdle that you're going to run into. And so you're trying to figure out the numbers. You're trying to figure out how to make so many of certain thing to make a certain thing, right? Like over here, we're trying to make a bunch of rods, right? We're trying to make a bunch of rods, and those rods should run into our screws. And for every 2 things of rods, we do 3 things of screws. Right, so we got our screws here, we got our rods back here. So we got 2 to 1 there. We got 2 to 1, or 2 to 3, sorry, 2 to 3 there, 2 to 3 here. We've got 1 over here, which is going to run these 2. And that math all works out to where it ends up at our next stage that we need, which is our rotors. Now, the rest of this stuff down here is a bunch of rods that we need, because those are going to go from rods to screws. These are all rods that we need to also run into there, right? So we've already figured out the numbers roughly on what we're going to do. So we know that this is 3 and 3. That's 6. And then 7, 8. So we need a total of 8. The rule of 8, once again, pops its head up, doesn't it? You'll find that 8s and 10s and 8s and 10s quite often in this game. So let's go ahead and start with the 8 that we want to do. And so we need 5 constructors in the back, but we need 8 in the front. So let's write that. Let's write all that stuff down so we can remember that, just in case I forget next time. So 8 for screws, constructors. We need 8 for screws, and we need 5 for rods for the screws, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And then in the front, we've got 8 screws. And then in the back here, we've got 5 more that we're going to do just for rods. And then we'll say 5 more just for rods. And there we go. So now we already know what we need. So we don't need any of this stuff anymore. We've figured out the numbers. Russ coming in wants Norbert to dance. Here we go. Everybody in the chat. There we go. And thanks for coming in, Bruce. Appreciate that follow as well. Appreciate that. Appreciate you doing those redemptions as well. Those are always fun. So let's go ahead and figure out what we want to do here. We already know all the numbers now. Let's try not to take out anything we don't accidentally want to take out. There we go. We already got all the numbers written down. We know how many constructors we need. We know how we do that. Now, I'm obviously not going to space them out like that. We just need to figure out how we're going to get all of that stuff to fit right in here. Right? You're like, no, Kismet, you're going to try to squeeze that into there? Yep. It's going to be fun. But it's not going to be all in the streamline, the same thing. So it's going to be a bit tougher for us to do it. Now, we've also got a bit of a problem here because this needs to be fed into this one. So running those constructors right there are not going to work out. Right? Not going to work out. If I try to squeeze it all in here, it's going to be kind of annoying. But well, here's what we can do. We can run it under, and we can run it over to this side. And we can just say, okay, well, that sounds like a good idea. Why try to jam it all in that one little area when we could go ahead and say, okay, we're going to run it over here. Now, once we decide we're going to run it over there, we can also decide at what point in which it's going to lift up from down there. Now, obviously, if I'm running this in, and then I'm going to maybe run that back down and under, right? So it's not going over my thing. It's actually going under. I'm going to need to obviously take all of this out. Or actually, we'll run that online, and then we'll run it down on the last one right here. So we'll run that in, because this is already coming in line. There's no reason to run it underneath if this is already coming down the line in line, and then we'll run it down the line and then run it under to the other side. But what we do need to know is we need to know that one is 8 and one is 5. So we're going to run those in line like that. How are we doing on time? Running out of time. And so that's going to run down. It's going to feed into these. So we want to push this a bit forward so that when we're running underneath and it comes up, it goes into here. And then we can go ahead and put our constructors in. Except for, that's not what we want to do. We want to take it out of there, into here, make the item that we want to make, in this case, rods, right? And then we want that to make the screws in the front. Now, the ones in the front are going to be more than the ones in the back, right? So instead of just having 2, we're going to have 3 of them in the front. Like this. So if we wanted to align these 2 to those 3, we could then take these back out and say, oh, wait a minute, I want to put these more in the center like this. And now they're more centered to the ones in front of them, right? Maybe a little bit further to the right. But you get the idea. Now, we also need some room, right? We need some room to run this stuff out and then run it along that line. Now, again, we could do what we did before, and we could run it up and then run it back and then run it across the thing. That would work really great. But look what happens. We're going to run into that. We're going to run into that side over there, right? We're going to run into the thing again. So what we can do also is we can do them in groups. We can have it fed up here, feed into screws, and then go down. And then move it forward and feed it up there, and then feed it again. Now let's go try this same thing that we're doing over here. Let's go try this over here. Let's go say, all right, I want to do 3 of them. I'm going to give myself enough room. Let's say up here. I want to do 3 of these right here. And then I want to do 2 behind. Let's say something like this. And so now we're grouping them, right? We're grouping the rods with the screws, and then we can just run that line into there and basically have it come down, divert it, and run it in there. And then that would come out, merge, and then split into there. You can merge it that way and then have it come around and split, or move it closer and have them do up above. And then there we go, we've got one of them, right? And then we can go ahead and run it underneath again, and run it up, and do it again, and do it again. And that's how you would run it if you had a big long space that was kind of skinnier. Now, I could do that, and I could fill in all of this space, but it's probably not going to be that effective. But I'm going to try to do 2 of them and see what happens next time, because we're not going to have enough time to do it this time. I know it sucks, but we're going to go ahead and see if we can kind of fit those in there. Then we'll do another one over there. Now, remember, we're doing them in groups of 3, 3, right? 3, 3, which is 6, and then 2 more, and which is only going to be 1 constructor. So if we could get our 3 and our 2, and our 3 and our 2 over here, that's the bulk of our screws, right? So that's going to fit all over here. And then we can go ahead and do 1 more thing of screws over there, and then all of our rods, and then we can run all that down, run it over to our finished machines, run our concrete, run the rest of our stuff, and that baby done. We're going to do that all tomorrow. That baby is awesome. Awesome. Bam! Let's just call that awesome. Okay, so that is it for that today. Now we're going to go check in on our... Come on. There we go. Let's go check in and see how we're doing. Over here. How are we looking? How many we need? I think we needed like 40, right? How many we got? Hold on now. Hold on now. That might be our jam right here. Maybe we get this done. We can take all this stuff out eventually. Boom. I think we got it. Let's do it. Hold on. Before. Check out the tree. Looking good. All right. That's a before shot. And then let's go see we got it finally. Oh, there it is. 504. Start research. Boom. Confirmed. All right. Grade 4 undone.
You better watch out. 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 FICS MAS is coming to town.
Okay. Better watch out. She's a terrible singer. Terrible singer. But there we go. So we upgraded our tree. We got the star on the top of the tree up there. Very nice. I like it. That is a big star. No wonder we needed 500 of those. So there we go. We've got our tree in there, everybody. We finished the FICS MAS. We still got some days to go on our advent calendar, but we got our tree done. Easy peasy. I could have done it even faster. We could have scaled it up to an obscene level if we wanted to, but we got it going. There we go. Merry FICS MAS, everybody. Okay, let's go ahead and save that as well as awesome. We'll save over that one. Confirmed. All right. So we got our FICS MAS done, and we're going to check our advent calendar tomorrow. And we're going to go ahead first and do a battle. Let's get our battle going on right here. Then I'm going to go ahead and do a giveaway. Then we're going to go into battle mode, all sorts of stuff. So make sure to be present to win. After this battle, we're going to be giving away a $25 Amazon gift card. Let's do it. Now, remember, you do got to whisper me your email address so that I can send it to you. So good thing to know. Probably be thinking about what your email address is right now. And you'll need to whisper it to me on Twitch Whisper. All right, that's a win. Open the captain chest. Grant you guys some love. There we go. I'm in it for the beer. Olaf, Dragon's Blight, Jimbo, and Smudge Mark all blowing it up, getting some extra loots. Subi, once again, MVP with that 13 assists. Fantastic. We won't keep these battles going. We're going right down there. Come on, let's do it. I'm going to keep them going as much as I can every 30 minutes. All day long. Should I pull out the thing or should I pull out the thing? Definitely bottom right. I'm going to go ahead and pull out the epic flying rogue and see if we can get her going. Let's do it. All right, let's go back home here too. Let's see if we got any more stuff in the store. Do we got some scrolls? All right, we do. All right, cool. That's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. And we play it every 30 minutes or so. Oh, Mighty Flag Bearer got an upgrade. Look out. Let's go upgrade my Flag Bearer. I don't think I've ever used him ever. But that's okay. We'll use him at some point because I only get to put one unit down. So I usually pick my tank or a healer or whatever. Whatever maximizes your guys' benefit. It ain't for me. I mean, running around. I mean, Bannermans are nice too. I really want to get my mage up to maximum and just spam that mage all the time. I think what I'm going to do is get 2 of every single one of these. Is one of my big goal. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to max out all my legendaries and just spam my legendaries every single time. It's going to be awesome. All right. Now, remember, you can support the stream. If we're trying to get 100 skins right here, if you have been enjoying the battles, I've been doing them like 10, 12, 15 hours a day. If you do enjoy those, do me a huge favor. Go into skins right here. Search for me, Kismet. And you can go get my buddy Norbert. That's right, the Dancing Dragon. You can get him as your healer right over here. He's going to help you out. He also got a cool special effect that his light, when he casts his magic healing powers, his actual wings glow as well, which is really cool. You got me, the Wasteland Tycoon, right there. Isn't it cool? I got my own characters in games. I think that's kind of neat. And, of course, you can rock the yellow fedora over here. Barbarians, berserkers, rogues, and whatever you feel like snatching up. The closer we get to that 100, by the way, trying to get that done by the end of the year. Don't know if we're going to get it or not. You can also gift them to other people. So if you do want to gift some Norberts or some tanks or whatever to peeps, you're welcome to do that as well. You can just click that little gift button right there and you can gift that out to awesome peeps as well. So let's go ahead and get back in here and let's keep that battle going. And let's go ahead and go to my office. Let's go ahead and take that out. No, let's leave that on for next time. Let's go ahead and go to my office and we're going to give away this gift card. Let's go. All right, everybody, it is time to win some epic loot here in the Kismet stream. Remember, I'm giving away loot every single time I stream, all the way until the 24th. If you've missed out on it, I'm sorry. You could have been winning tons of this loot right here. That's right, I'm giving away all that stuff. We've given away a bunch of it, though we've got a bunch more. One of the Amazon gift cards given away right now. We've also got that $100 Bethesda gift card. We still got the Mr. Handy. By the way, I have it randomized. Like, it's choosing it for me. I have it in a spreadsheet and I randomized it and it's just saying, hey, this is what you give away today. This is what you give away today. So I guess it's going to run down to the end. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and give away this $25 Steam, or $25 Steam. No, $25 Amazon gift card. Now, thanks very much again for the follow. Thank you, Amber, for coming in with that follow just now. I don't have my alerts on when they're in the screen. But thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in, pressing that follow button. Here we go, everybody. We're going to give this a go. We're going to close the giveaway right now. Boom. Hey, Amber. Thanks for coming in. Say hello to Amber in the chat, everybody. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. You're the winner. That's right. Nesco, you are the winner. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Thanks for coming in, blowing it up, using those things. You're like, Kismet, I never win anything. He's like, oh my God, I never win anything. I just won something. I won something. Right now in the chat. Now, just so you know, you got 2 exact minutes to say something in the chat. If he doesn't say something in 2 minutes in the chat, I'm going to re-roll, so always stay here for the giveaways. Now, while you're waiting, go ahead and blow it up with a bunch of GGs in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and set that for 2 minutes. And then we're going to go ahead and check the chat over here. Oh, I see him checking his loot there. I see him checking his loot. He put in some tickets there. Very nice. See, use those caps up. There we go. Hi. Hello, Amber. Thanks for coming in. Yes, he is in the chat. There we go. Let's see those GGs. Now, the more GGs I see in the chat, the more Kiz Caps I'm going to give to all of you for the next giveaway. We got tons of epic loot still to give away. We're going to be giving away tomorrow and, of course, on Christmas Eve. Make sure to be here because you're going to win some epic loot, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Now, again, this is something I work on for about 6 months every single year, working with my sponsors, working with all of you guys to give away awesome stuff here in the stream. Now, if you want to donate stuff for the last couple days of the giveaway, you're welcome to contact me via the Discord. I'll go ahead and put all that stuff right there in the chat for you. You can find that social media right in there and get on the Discord. You can go ahead and contact me over there. Now, you can help out the stream as well by going to Twitter. Hitting that follow button does help out a lot. You can also go onto the YouTube channel. I have so many videos rolling out, including behind the scenes videos on how to be a streamer and how I do all my equipment and, of course, guides and all that other awesome stuff, and including all of my back streams as well. Every single one. I'm talking terabytes worth of streams coming up onto my YouTube channel. And they're also in different playlists. So if you're looking for Fallout, or if you're looking for Satisfactory, you're looking for Astroneer, whatever it is, know that they all are in different playlists in order in those playlists. So if you missed the last one, you can go back and you can see that last one. You can see how I started, see how I got started in the thing. Now they're going to be rolling out until May of next year. That's how many I got queued up right now. That's not counting between now and May. I'm talking about the ones that are queued right now to roll out. So definitely hit that subscribe button over there on the YouTube. Now, you're like, Kismet, what kind of configuration do you got for your computer? Now, I see that all the time. I get that question, probably one of the most common questions I get. What kind of computer you got? What do you use it? Well, what if I went above and beyond? What if I went and I put every single thing that I use in my studio up onto the website? And then some of the stuff that I purchased or was sent from sponsors, that I went and unboxed them and showed you how to use the item and how to configure them to work with your machine. Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, guess what? Kismet.gg. Follow that link right over there. You can see every single thing that I'm using in my studio, along with you just click on it and it will take you up there to Amazon to find whatever it is. If you're looking for a cable, if you're looking for lights, if you're looking for a microphone, whatever it is, click that link. It'll take you up there, get it going on. As well as I got a bunch of unboxings and guides and all of that, highlights of the stream and all of that also up on the website. So feel free to check that out. I work on that very, very hard. I work on the stream 7 days a week. I stream 6 days a week. And right now, I'm going to go ahead and start to work on a bunch of stuff behind the scenes. And so we're going to go into what's known as battle mode, which we'll talk about here in just a second. I'm so happy. Yeah, there you go, Nesco. Now, here's what you need to do, bro. You need to go ahead. If you want that, here's what you got to do. You got to take a minute and click on my name right there in the chat. You got to say, Kismet, just a reminder, I won the $25 Amazon gift card. Now, I'm going to need your email address so I can send you that gift card. So make sure to go ahead and include your best email address in that whisper. All right? Do not put it in the chat. Just put it in a whisper to me. All right? Now, of course, give me a couple days because it does take me time to do all this stuff and run battles behind there and deal with my kids in real life and all of that stuff that I'm constantly working on and working with sponsors on stuff that I'm already working on for next year. That's right. I'm working on stuff right now that goes for June of next year. Yeah, that's how far ahead I work. Because if you don't start it now, it ain't going to be done by that time. So you got to get all that stuff lined up ahead of time. Again, one of the things you got to do is you got to juggle a lot of things at the same time when you're working. That is for sure. A lot of you already know that. So there you go. So make sure to do that right now while you're thinking about it so you don't forget. Because if you don't whisper me, I'm just going to assume you don't want it. And then I'm going to give it to somebody else. That's right. I will. I don't want to, but I will. All right. We'll mark that as giveaway as complete. Now, see, you were smart. You stayed in the stream. And when you're so smart like that, you know what happens? You look at the GGs in there. I count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we got more than 10. Easy. That's when I start to give you guys lots of love for the next giveaway. Here we go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 caps. That's 5,000 caps. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 caps toward the giveaway. Now, that's why you hang out after that. Now, we're going to go into battle mode. I'm going to check those retweets, crush the retweets. There's an extra 1,000 for the retweets, as well as we're going to go ahead and since we're not getting on the Kismet Love Train, we're not going to rate anybody. We're going to go into battle mode. I'm going to give you an additional 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 additional caps. Now, you got a crazy ton of caps now. So you are styling when it comes tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, when I'm giving away more loot. And of course, it's scaling up and scaling up, getting better and better each day. Tomorrow, I got some epic stuff to give away. And then on Thursday, we're going to blow it out with a bunch of stuff. Man, I got a bunch of stuff over there to give away on Thursday. But definitely tomorrow, and then also on Thursday. Now, remember, I'm going to be streaming during the day, 9 a.m. to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right about now, whatever your local time is. And I stream for, I'd say about 7.5 hours or so, or 7 hours. So whatever 7 hours ago was for you, that's when my stream's going to start. All right? So make sure to be here right at the start, because I'm going to be giving away crazy tons of stuff, right? That's for sure. Thank you, I will. Awesome, awesome. So there you go, everybody. Massive tons of caps. You got a crazy ton of them. Again, use them up. They do expire. They expire December 31st every single year at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And at that moment, I will go in, I will check, and see who the #1 caps leader is. Now, if you don't have like 4 million caps, then I would use them up every single giveaway as much as you possibly can. And then they will reset. And then the very top person, and my top mod, by the way, is going to whoever has the most caps as a mod, and whoever has the most caps as a viewer are both going to get some extra, right? Some extra love, for sure. And I'll be announcing that, who the top leader is and all that stuff, according to Stream Elements. I'm just going to pull up Stream Elements. I'm going to look at it of all time. Who's got the most caps? Boom, that is the person who's going to win. All right? It has nothing to do with me. I have no power over it. It has to do with all of you guys. Thanks for you being you, kids. Well, I love doing this. This is my favorite thing. That's why I work so hard to enjoy this moment, right? The moment in which someone goes, oh my God, I never win anything. Oh, I won something. Yay! Those little moments of joy. And then we get to share in those moments too. All the rest of us, even if we don't win, we get to share in the moments of someone else who never wins anything. Says, kids, I never win anything. I have terrible RNG. I know how that goes. I have terrible RNG as well. For sure, for sure. Okay, so again, everybody, I'm going to go into battle mode. Now, you're not going to see or hear me. This is a bonus stream on top of my normal streams. Now, normally, I stop streaming right now, and that's it. So, right? And we'll usually go raid somebody if I get my raid thing going. But what we're going to do is we're going to go into battle mode. So this is an additional bonus stream. It doesn't replace any of my previous content or any of my other streams. It's in addition to my streams. And what I do is I keep the battles running while I'm working on a video and transferring all that stuff and working on stuff behind the scenes and giving out stuff and the giveaways and dealing with the family and all of that stuff. All right? And getting some food because I'm getting real hungry. Right now. And thanks to all of you as well for being here in these streams. Thank you for all the love and support. I hope you have a fantastic holiday. If I don't see you tomorrow or on Thursday, maybe you got to travel, maybe you got to hang out with your family. But I appreciate every single person that comes in my channel. I don't care if you've been here for a minute or if you've been here the entire time. I appreciate you. Know that there's someone out there who wants to send you some love, send you some positivity in your day. Forget about all those negative people. Don't take their negativity and set it right here, everybody. Don't do it. Knock that. Look at these shoulders, everybody. I don't take other people's negativity and take it on like it's a negativity backpack that I got to carry around, right? You got to let that go. And now's a good time because this year sucked. So you got to get out and just say, you know what? Forget you, 2020. I don't want to know nothing, right? Forget you. I don't want to know nothing about that negativity. I want to know nothing about that terrible year that happened. We're just going to pretend like it never happened, and we're going to move on to 2021, and we're going to make it a great year, right? Now, we're not going to wait for it to be a great year. We're going to make it a great year, all right? That's what we're going to do. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. And we're going to go ahead and switch over to battle mode, and I will see you guys in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.